Okay.
I'm gonna go over some. I ain't really gonna. I don't think. Oh, whoa. Who's this? Who is this? Hesu, what's up?
Yo, you saying all of those are cults or
Yeah, I'm saying all these people are indoctrinated by white supremacist cults. Yeah,
so
obviously,
like
right?
so like
Obviously, right?
so like
Obviously, right? You
so
black?
like yeah.
Okay, right. So obviously, if we black, right, we descend from the transatlantic slave trade. We don't have no ideologies, but the ones that these people give us and indoctrinate us in, right? Ones that these people give us and indoctrinate us in, right?
Yeah, you can say that. You can say that.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much just the short and sweet version of it. But I can get into any nuances, any specifics if you kind of like familiar with any one
Well,
of these doctrines.
so you think Christianity is a cult?
You got to look up what a cult is first, because you may have a subjective meaning of what a cult is. But yes, by definition, Christianity is a cult.
So all religion is cults.
Yes.
Most okay. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
it's
agree,
cult.
but I
Let me show
respect
you.
your opinion.
I'm no, I don't have. It's not an opinion. This is the truth. I don't like. I'm not giving my opinion here.
Nah, it's an opinion.
No, it's not. What is opinion?
Opinion is it's an opinion that somebody has that
No, what isn't an opinion?
the definition of an opinion.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. Because I'm finna give
Go
you.
ahead.
Because I'm finna give you what you call a view or judgment formed about something, not necessarily based on fact or knowledge.
Yeah, it's an opinion.
No, what I'm saying is fact based. Okay, so you don't know what a cult is, right?
Give me the rundown. I think I know
The
what it
definition
is.
of a cult is a system of religious veneration and devotion directed towards a particular figure or object. You got it now?
Yeah.
So is Christianity a cult?
Nah.
So Christianity is not a system of religion or veneration and devotion directed towards a particular figure or object.
If you want to make it a cult,
No,
it's
I
not
don't
a
want to make
cult
anything.
though.
I'm going off the definition.
It's not a cult. It's a religion.
Okay, in the definition of a cult, it says it's a system of religions. You heard that, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, I heard it. I heard it.
By definition, it's a cult. This is not an opinion. This is fact. Based on objective evidence, something we can all review. You can look up Google or any definition you want to for these words. And that's going to be the difference between an opinion and an objective fact, something we can both agree upon.
I don't.
Go
If you
ahead.
want to say like the read, I don't think it's a cult though. Like
Well, that's because you're thinking about it. You don't know. I actually know it's a cult because I'm going off of the definition. You still don't know the definition. I just told you the definition, so it's going to take you a little bit to process all this. You're not just going to process it right now. You're a whole Christian. You know what I'm saying?
you don't know what I am, bro.
I see the cross. I see the cross.
Yeah, you do see the cross. My fault. I tried to play like I was.
Yeah. You don't got to listen, man. Everybody, listen. What I'm saying. I know black people. All of us are indoctrinated into some form of ideology that's not innately ours. How could it be? We don't speak our language. You know what I'm saying? We were forcibly removed. Some of us is all over 500 years ago, but most of us probably like about 400 years ago, 250, something like that. How could we ever know anything that's native to our reality, to our actuality? In etymology, I can trace all of these doctrines, all of these ideologies, philosophies to, at the very oldest, the Sumerians. The Sumerians is in Mesopotamia. We come from West Africa. We've been in West Africa before they was in Mesopotamia. You know that, right?
Mesopotamia, ain't that in that's Caucasian people, right?
Caucasian people. Yes, Caucasian peoples.
Okay. Can I say something?
Please.
I'm only here to defend Christianity. About everything else, I agree. I think all that other stuff
Okay.
that
But
ain't good.
Christianity is the same thing. Christianity is where it all derives from. So
But you got to think Christianity ain't come from white people though.
yeah, it came from the Canaanites.
Arab. It's
No,
Arab.
it didn't come from white people, brother.
It didn't come from white people.
It came from the Canaanites.
It was given to the white people.
Yeah, they was the same people that put Jesus on the cross. Some same European people. The Romans, they did that. Not
Well, it'll be the Greeks, right? Not the Romans.
nah. They were under Caesar in Rome.
So
No.
Roman
You're right.
Empire.
You're right.
So let's go to the translations.
No. You're right. I was wrong.
It was
But
the Roman
still,
Empire.
majority of Europe, they were not taking Christianity into its spread. And one of the first Christian countries was Ethiopia,
All right, so
which is an
let
African
me tell you,
country.
because when it comes to the Bible, I don't debunk it like a lot of people. A lot of people, they get into like circular reasoning with the Bible. I go to the origins of it, right? Not even the Bible, just the whole religion. So a lot of us, we don't do our research on this because we want to believe. When we believe in something, it automatically is giving us the bias, whether we want to recognize that or not, right? We're going into something looking for like the information to favor it.
Yeah, of
I
course.
believe. So when we really look into the history of Christianity, it derives from the Canaanites. Canaanite is in the Levant region. The Levant region is just northwest from Mesopotamia. During the time this whole story is happening, we are still in West Africa living our best life, not worried about Christianity, not worried about the Israelites, the Canaanites, the Greeks, the Romans, none of this shit they got going on. We're not worried about it. We are in West Africa. Like this story has nothing to do with us at all. We have been indoctrinated. We was trafficked, abducted. Which
We
word
wasn't
could really make
abducted.
y'all process? Like, which word could really make y'all
I
process what
don't.
happened to us
I don't think
historically?
black people were abducted. If history tells me right, those are the same people that owned slaves themselves and then gave them slaves up. White people ain't just come in there and take people from Africa. And if you want to be honest, there was African people in America way before the white people came here.
Oh no, there wasn't. See,
That's a fact.
okay, facts are proven with
No.
objective evidence. That's not a fact. That's misinformation, bro. You know that, bro.
That's not misinformation. You
Okay,
gotta look deeper into it.
okay. How do we validate that claim?
Was there people here before the Christopher Columbus claimed to come here?
You said African people. You specifically
Yeah,
said
there
African.
was black people here. I ain't gonna say African, but there was.
You said African.
color.
Black means African. You don't know that black means African.
You could be black and not be African.
Okay, let me show you. Because I like this is what happens with a lot of y'all. Y'all don't know what words mean.
Black is a skin color.
No,
That's
this you don't-
associated with African.
Stop. You don't know. You don't have a source. I got a source for us right here. The definition in the Oxford Dictionary. So I'm not finna freestyle on here. Y'all go off of contextual linguistics, off of semantic drifts, which gets y'all this compounded ignorance that y'all got right now, where y'all can come up on my platform and feel arrogant and entitled to just chat about shit y'all don't know.
Yeah, I'm
Black
African.
means the dark-skinned people. Listen, especially a person of sub-Saharan African descent. So it don't mean whatever you said, because it means what the dictionary says it means every time.
Wow, that's crazy, bro. So you can't be black. So your skin color. So if your skin color is brown,
We're not talking about skin
automatically-
color. It didn't say nothing. It didn't say nothing.
So you
about
didn't hear what I said then?
what you said has nothing to do with the definition of black.
I said
said it
you
first.
could be
You
a
said it
darker
right first.
skin
You
color
said-
and not be from Africa.
Yeah, because that don't have nothing to do with being black. Skin color has very little to do with being black. You can be light skinned and be black. So what are you saying even?
That's true. Or albino,
That's a skin condition.
but it's still a
You can
skin
still
color.
be black because it means to be of African descent, right? So now let's get back to it. Now that you know what black means of African descent, not dark skinned people, which I'm pretty sure you're trying to conflate the Native Americans with it, right? But now how do you validate that? How do you substantiate that? Not black, not dark skinned people, not people of heavy melanin content, but black people, sub-Saharan African descent, are in America prior to colonialism, substantiated with a source.
I'll have to go my research and look at
Exactly. You know how I knew that? Because there's no sources, brother. And this is not me to try to like sound pretentious to you, but it gets to a point where when like I'm knowledgeable and I get tired, brother. I get tired of hearing these same talking points that people can't substantiate, can't validate. But let's go back to Christianity, because this is where this anti-intellectualism derives from. Right? Had you known that you was from West Africa, you was never going to subscribe to a Levantine religion, a Canaanite religion, a Canaanite mythology. You would
Not
never.
a Canaanite religion, buddy.
Okay, so now we're going to get into this. You telling me something like I'm not the Don daughter, bro? This must be your first time hearing about me, right? This your first time coming across my page?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can tell. Because it's like a lot of people, what's going on in the whole wide world is a lot of people is just really bullshit ass people, and everybody's bullshitting with each other, and it gets to the point where we normalize that, and we're thinking everybody.
Wait. So to sum it up, are you trying to say Christianity was forced on black people during slavery?
Come on, brother. We don't even gotta say that. Do we gotta say that?
That's an ignorant thing. If you know the context,
It definitely is
you can
ignorant to
say
say.
yeah. The
Listen,
European.
hold on. Let me just say this. I'm gonna take 1 minute to say this, bro. The Canaanite mythology is the root of the Christian religion. I'm about to show you this on my screen, but obviously, if we was in West Africa, check this out. For at least we had settled, even our haplogroups, our DNA has settled there at least 10,000 years ago. That would mean that's 8,000 BC. That's prior to the ancient civilization. When we talk about Sumerian and in Canaanite and Levantine, the Bible, the oldest Bible scripture you can go back is 350 BC, brother. 350 BC. I'm talking about thousands. I'm talking about 10,000 BC, 8,000 BC. Of course, we had our own mythology, our ideologies. Every indigenous people in the world have it until they get colonized by the Abrahamic religions. I know it's gonna be hard to process it because you gotta look like a fucking sarcastic nigga telling you right now, but it's the truth. But go ahead.
Oh no, I'm waiting for you. You said you're gonna put something up.
Okay, yeah, let me show you.
Yeah, like why you looking that up? Everybody has their original religions. I agree with you. Native to them. But I mean, when you say colonized, that's just that's a little bit of a reach. You know what I'm saying?
Well, do you think that everybody in the world speaks English because of their own free will?
Bro, ain't nobody forced people to speak English, bro.
I mean, I see where you're coming from in terms of like the push, and it prevailed because it ended up being the most powerful.
How did people come in contact with this language?
But it's the same way most people use the US dollar around the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's just the most popular.
I think you're finna.
But it won. It won. Let me put it like that.
It won.
Yeah, against other beliefs.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
And then it became prevalent.
I'll tell you what it won. So Arthur Gabinon, he subscribed. He when Charles Darwin said the natural selection, Europeans, white people, they took this as like a battle of the races. So that's what you said when you were saying they won. You're talking about the English. They won the colonization wars. That's what you're talking about.
I mean, yeah. In other words, yeah.
Yeah. This is a war that black people to this day we don't know that we're in. If we did, we would not be practicing their religion. That's first and foremost.
Can I go back on you saying?
I think we do, because when a Caucasian walks up to a barbecue, you feel the energy. Everybody turns and looks. You feel it. Especially
it's crazy. It's crazy that you say barbecue, because what do we always say when we want to be friendly with a white person? And you're invited to the barbecue. Yeah. We don't know this. By your own words.
Well, what you mean? Come on, bro. Don't do that, bro.
You said barbecue. You could have said anything.
I like your style, though. I like your style. You flipping it, though. It's nice.
So we're going to get into the Canaanite mythology. So this dude don't know. This dude, and I hate to do the gotcha moments, because I know I got me one right here. And I can do so many gotcha moments with Buddy.
No, you can't.
Oh, well, perfect. I'm glad you did it. Who the hell is God? Who is God in the Bible? What is the Hebrew name for God?
Oh, God.
Elohim or Yahweh? Which one?
I want Hesu. Just one.
It's either Elohim or Yahweh.
I said, no, it's one name. God is only one name in the Bible. Which one is it?
The Father, Yahweh. I said either Yahweh, Elohim, or the Father, whichever one you want to use.
Okay, so it's only one. It's only one. It is not the Father. It is not Yahweh. It is only Elohim. Now, anytime you translate God back to the Bible to Hebrew, it's going to go to Elohim. It's never, ever going to go to Yahweh.
His name was Yah.
Yeah, his name was Yahweh, bro.
God,
Elohim ain't come. That's
I'm gonna give y'all. I want y'all to take your time. I want y'all to pick a verse where God is mentioned. I got the Bible open right now. Y'all don't play with it.
Hey, I got
where God is translated back to Yahweh. One verse. You got one verse. You got one verse, or choose carefully.
Every verse in the Bible, I'm pretty sure Elohim is that Greek?
No. Who said that? Who said that?
I don't even know.
Who even said that? Who said is Elohim Greek?
No, but that's the plural, though. Elohim is really the plural.
Yes, Elohim is definitely not Greek. Elohim is definitely always Hebrew. Yes, it is plural.
And actually, God's name was not
Whoever said it's plural, you're moving too fast, because we're going to get to that. Because this dude doesn't know. Ultimately, what we're talking about right now is this dude doesn't know.
Do you know what Elohim means?
I'm going to tell you all this.
See, you know what it means?
Hold on one second. What you don't know is, like, what we're showing right now is that this Bible is based off the Canaanite mythology, the Canaanite cosmology. That's what I'm going to show you now. So you're asking me, do I know where El come from? Elohim.
You know what Elohim means?
You trying to connect it with the Semitic deities and all that? Nah,
I'm not trying to. I'm going to.
Have you read the Bible before? or you just
Okay,
pick
so
verses
yeah,
out?
so now we want to play fun games. Okay,
No,
now
he's going.
you said
before that.
God was Yahweh. I asked y'all to give me a verse where God is Yahweh in the Bible. Y'all not going to do that?
I can. You want me to?
I don't have
Give me
I
one.
don't have a.
Give me one, because I don't know why it's not in Genesis 1:1. But go ahead, give me one. Give me one so I can go ahead and just prove you wrong real quick. Whoever. God is mentioned in the Bible so many times. It should be quick and easy. It's taking too long for this. Y'all can't show me where God is Yahweh in the Bible that fast? I can show you where God is Elohim every time.
Elohim,
Man.
like when he said, "Let us make man in his image," that was Elohim.
No. Hold on.
Yes, it
Before we
was.
switch subjects, we
I
want to
know
make sure
that.
Yahweh.
I
nobody
know
on the
that.
panel can validate that God is
I know
Yahweh
that
in the
for a fact,
Bible
though.
any times. But
But
I'm being questioned if I've ever read the Bible.
It quite literally, if you go to, I think it's Exodus
Here we
when
go.
he talked to Moses, and the translated version is
We
translated
don't
to
have a
Yahweh.
scripture. So we don't have a scripture. What do you
No,
want?
I have a
Exodus
scripture.
21:2,
Let me
Exodus
find it.
15:3, Exodus 22:18, Exodus 32:4, Exodus 22. Which one do you want?
Exodus 3:14. The name when he says, "I am who I am."
Genesis 2 verse 4.
That's
Okay, hold on. We got one. No, Genesis. Whoever said Genesis
Me.
2,
I
you're
did.
definitely out of there. You're definitely out of there. Exodus, you would have been close, because at least we're going to start talking about Yahweh, right? Yahweh's not mentioned that far in Genesis.
Yahweh is used throughout the Old Testament over 6,000 times. It's the most significant name of God.
You think we don't need to think? We got the computer here. All right, so
Genesis 2 verse 4.
Yahweh. So hold on. This is Exodus. This is your verse.
Yahweh Elohim.
This is your verse. This is 3:14. And
Genesis
God,
2 verse 4.
you said 2:4.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we leave in 3:14.
I know. I said 2 verse 4. That's what I said.
Okay, 2 verse 4 there.
Yahweh Elohim.
So now we finna see if God is finna translate to Yahweh. We know the Don Dada knows for shit show is not. I'm finna prove somebody wrong. Let's see if they accept this correction, y'all. Because you would know that they're not. That's just how people are. Exodus 2:4, and his sister stood afar off to wit what be done to him. This is the verse you give me. God is not even mentioned here, brother. Try again. But I'm being asked if I read the scholarship. This is why I come off so
It
condescending.
says these are the generations of the heaven and earth when they were created. Genesis 2 verse 4.
Genesis 2. Okay, I got you. Oh, you said Gen 2:4. He gave me.
You pulling up the wrong scripture, bro. You can't put up the wrong scripture.
Listen. I already told you. In Genesis, Yahweh is not mentioned this early in the book.
Genesis 2:4, brother.
Okay, Genesis 2:4, brother, says, these are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they're created. The day that the Lord God made the heavens and the earth.
Thank you.
Okay, y'all. So
Lord is Yahweh. God is.
well, hold on. We're not saying that. We asking is God Yahweh.
You said it's not mentioned in the Bible. In Genesis.
Hold on. Because I don't want the LOL. I don't want the LOL. Chill out, because I don't want you laughing at your own joke, because it's definitely not funny. I said specifically, God is never Yahweh in the Bible. I specifically said God is never Yahweh. Let me explain this. Every time we go to Lord is Yahweh in the Bible, but never God. This is what the Don Dada already said.
Let's Lord and God is the same thing.
Down and validate it.
God, names.
God is always Elohim. This is in his shit. God, I'm consistent with my shit, is always Elohim. The Lord is Yahweh, or who is Jehovah, or the Tetragrammaton YHWH or VH, right? Good try, but you're not slick to a slip and slide. You need to tighten up on your scholarship. So God is always Elohim. So now, can we get to the point? Or does Hesu finally have a scripture where he can show me where God is translated to Yahweh? No, he does not. Let's see if he's going to bullshit with us, though. He's going to stay quiet. That's all.
Like I was saying, you could use that argument, but Elohim and Yahweh, they're the same.
Okay, where are they the same? If they're the same, then they literally would not be distinctions.
How are they distinctions?
Fuck here. In your buddies shit.
Hold on, calm down.
It's no. It's literally not the same.
So does Yahweh, Father, and Lord and God, they're not all three the same thing?
Why would you? No, they're actually all very, very different. And I wish y'all had my knowledge so you could just be profound at the conflation you just did with all of those names.
So wait, hold on. Can I ask a question?
Please, that's what you need to do.
Can I ask a question?
You got to.
You go up to somebody and say, God, Yahweh, Father, and Lord. Are they not going to think, that's the God of the Christian Bible? Yes or no?
Yes, they are.
Okay, then. So that whole argument doesn't mean much.
What? Just because is that how you validate it? Because that's what everybody
They
thinks.
all mean the same
No,
thing.
is that really what you're
You can say the
validating?
name
Hold on,
Jehovah.
listen to my
Because
question.
God has
Is that really how you're going to validate it? Is by saying that that's how everybody thinks? Everybody is dumb shit. You're acting like you just proved something by saying everybody. You just proved that everybody is dumb shit. Something you just proved my point. But it's not what it means because I just proved that with Hebrew. You can't deny this. You don't study the Bible past 1611. And you know that. But you got the gall, the audacity to really challenge me, the ego. Okay, so do you have a verse, or anyone in the comments? Does
You
anyone
said
have a
Yahweh is
verse
not in
where
Genesis, and
God
it
is
is.
ever translated to Yahweh, y'all? A Noah suffice. I guess crickets will have to suffice because us as
Yahweh
men,
is
we
in
have too much.
Genesis, and I
We have
showed
too
it
much
to you.
arrogance
bro.
to ever
I
admit that we're
showed you a
wrong or
verse
not
that
knowing
says
something.
Yahweh Elohim.
Anywhere in the Bible where it says Lord, it's going to translate to Yahweh. Anywhere when it says God, it's going to translate to Elohim.
Thank you. Tell him.
I think that's what I said. I think that's what I said. I think I'm push. I think
Now,
I'm
if
trying to
you
get
hold
pushed
on,
back from that.
listen.
No,
Lord, listen. So I'll
no.
listen to you, but you don't listen to me. You
Y'all are
want me
not
to
gonna do that
listen.
on my
You
shit.
want
No,
me
the
to
fuck.
listen.
No, the fuck.
You
No,
want me to listen.
no. You are not gonna do that, bro. That's literally what I've been saying for the past 10 minutes. And now you're gonna co-sign
Can
finally.
I say something or no? No, it's your panel. I'm
I'm
respect your
teaching,
panel.
but this is
I'm
like black
respect
men.
you not
We're
touching nothing.
not receptive to like being humble, bro. We're
No,
not
you don't
receptive to it.
understand context. Lord and
No.
God.
There's no
When they
context
say
is not needed.
Lord,
We're
they're
talking about
also
words being
mentioning God.
translated. Listen,
You
we're talking about
you don't
words.
know
We're talking
translation,
about
bro.
words.
You don't know
What does the context matter if we're
translation.
talking about these specific words?
Context
Nowhere
But
can we
my
matters.
find the word.
Context
my
matters,
brother, I
bro.
think
No,
both of y'all are
context
right.
does not matter. We're not
Context
talking
does
about
matter.
scriptures.
Both of
Context
y'all are
does
right.
matter when you
God
mean
is
scripture.
No,
not
I'm the only
Yahweh.
one that's
I
right.
agree
I'm
with
the only
you.
one that's right. I'm the
It's
only one
all
that's
good.
right.
I know you want to be the one that's
No,
always
I'm
right.
the only one that's right because I'm the
But
only one who's showing my
when the
shit to be
brother
true.
Yeah,
says
you arrogant,
Everybody
bro.
context,
else
You
is
what
got
really
does
too
just
much
Lord
chatting.
pride,
mean?
bro. You
What
got
does
way too
Lord
much
mean to a
pride, bro.
Christian?
No, I
Way
got
What
too
you
does
much
pride
Lord
because I'm
pride.
mean
treating
to a
you your
Way too
pride.
Christian?
You
much
should not say
pride.
that
God.
unless you got to ego yourself. So
What
y'all
does
need to be
Lord
humble
mean to a
because y'all don't
Christian?
know shit.
God.
Humble. I just said I'm gonna let you do your thing on your thing. I'm not going over here, so I'm not gonna disrespect you. You
What
do what
does
you do.
Lord mean to a Christian? God. So when he
I
says
don't care. Listen, what
context,
are you saying? Why
when he
y'all
says
talking about what
context,
shit
Giving
means to dumb
context.
people?
the meaning of a word changes. You
No, it don't
study,
change. No,
you study, you study.
no.
When
Whoa.
I say partner, I'm talking about friend. When I say
Okay, no,
partner
let's get no. I don't want to hear. I don't want to
another
know. I don't want
place,
no
that's what
monologuing,
I'm trying
y'all.
to tell
No
you, brother.
monologuing. Just talk about information.
It's
That's what I am talking about. Context. He had a very good point.
No, he
Thank
When
you.
didn't.
Christian says
I had a
Lord,
great
it
point.
means God to a
Bro, we're talking.
Christian.
How
Maybe
does this
because you're
dude
not a
ever have a
Christian,
good
you don't
point?
know
He
that.
don't know what he didn't know what the definition of cult mean. He don't
Hey,
know what the
listen,
definition of
listen,
religion mean. He
listen,
don't know who
listen.
God is. He don't know who
So when
Elohim
somebody
is. He
says
don't
my
know who
Lord and
Yahweh is.
Savior,
Y'all
they're
don't know
not
that this
saying
religion
God.
is based in Canaanite mythology. You're talking over me to deal with the cognitive dissonance. This
I'm
is
not.
what y'all
You
talking about.
talking
I'm
fast and seem
prideful.
smart. Just because you talk fast don't mean you smart, bro.
I'm not talking fast.
Calm
You
all
just
that
listen slow. You
down.
need to catch up.
Calm all that down. You don't listen
No.
yourself.
This is the Don Dada. Listen, I don't do all that. I don't do all that.
Nobody
Listen,
know you, bro.
I followed you. I followed you because I fuck with you. You're very respectful, but you don't run shit over here. Don't tone police me. I'm not tone policing you. Y'all don't know shit. I am prideful, but I got actual scholarship to rely on my shit.
Just
Y'all
ask for
pride
equal
has no
respect.
I just
foundation.
gave you a
Y'all
verse that
pride
had
has zero
Yahweh and
foundation.
Elohim right next to each other, but I don't know nothing.
Right next to each other. Exactly. That shows you didn't know nothing. The task. This is the task that I challenge y'all to provide me with a scripture where where God is translated to Yahweh. Nobody did it.
Can I say
You went
something?
to Lord, and then oh boy, co-signed me the same shit that I've been saying the whole time.
Yeah.
Nobody's
And I
pushing back.
said with context, I'm not gonna talk over you. I said with context, Lord and God are the same in the Bible.
All
You
right,
may
what
not
scripture? What
think that.
scripture? What scripture? What scripture?
If you understand the context, now if you want a specific scripture, there's no scripture when somebody says Lord and God are the
When
same.
is the
If you
first time
understand
Yahweh is mentioned in the Bible?
anywhere when it says Lord, anywhere, and you can
When
look
is
it
the
up.
first time Lord is mentioned in the Bible?
I don't know off the top of my head. You
Exactly,
on the
bro.
Google.
We don't know. Yahweh is a late addition to the Bible because we're talking about this shit is off of Canaanite mythology. But y'all don't know
No,
that. So let me show y'all this shit.
Yahweh
Hold
is
on.
added in the Old
Genesis 2
Testament.
We'll
verse
get back to that.
4.
We'll get back to
It's on
that.
the
Genesis
Old
2 verse
Testament.
4.
We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that.
It's on the Old Testament.
Yeah. Of course.
And then you want to know where God is used as Lord when he was
Of course
dealing
it's
with
in the Old
Cain and
Testament.
Abel, Genesis chapter 4. And the Lord had regard for Abel and his offering.
And if
That
you
was
look on
God
that, you
that
like
had
to
regard
translate.
for
You like to
Abel and his
translate.
offering.
All
I'm
right, now we're
looking
gonna
at
look
the
this up,
Hebrew
and then we're
translation
gonna come
right
back to
now.
that.
It
I'm supposed to be
says,
showing. I'm supposed to be showing y'all something, but because I gotta kind of go to that. But we'll go with this first. Genesis 4. What?
I
KC, was
think
that
he
you?
said
Genesis something?
it's Genesis 4 when he was talking to Cain and Abel.
Yes, Genesis 4.
So in Genesis 4 it
4,
says,
4. 4, 4. And the Lord had regard for Abel and his offering.
and the Lord is consistently
What
Yahweh.
Lord was that? That's God, and God had regard. He was talking
Okay.
about one.
Okay. He's literally trying to lie on the
That's what we
Bible.
mean
He's trying
by
to say God. It
context.
literally says Lord.
That's what we mean by
Y'all are the ones who have
context.
conflated this word the whole time. Nobody
That's what we
told y'all
mean
to
by
do this.
context. You're right. They're used interchangeably, brother.
No, they're not. They're two different words and they're two different deities, in fact. So now let me show y'all that they're two different deities.
So a
Because
different person had regard for Abel and his offering
all right, let
than
me
the
just
one
tell
that
y'all. All
created
right.
the
So
world.
listen, I don't want
We're
to circle
talking
the wheel. I
about the
tell y'all I
same
don't know their Bible.
God.
Listen. Who is El?
God.
Then who is Jehovah?
God. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh no. Okay,
Christians.
stop. You can't tell me.
Jesus.
Okay,
God.
who is
Holy
the
Spirit.
who is the sharer?
God.
Who is the sharer?
A false deity.
God. Why is the sharer
Where does
not
it say
God
that?
then?
Where does it say that?
It literally says she's a God.
No,
She's a God. Where does it
did
say?
you
Where
listen
does
to
it
what I
say
said?
that?
I said a false deity.
No, you said a false deity, but she would be a God.
No. A pagan god. Yeah. She could be a fake god. She's not the
No.
god.
This is all.
A
Listen. You
pagan,
just said a
false
God. You
pagan
just said a
god.
God. Nobody asked you to
I
put your
never
own
said a god.
subjective.
I
No,
never
you
said a
did. You
god.
did. You just put your own
I said a
subjective.
false pagan god.
No, you said a false God. I heard you.
No, I said a false pagan
Bro,
god.
now when I clip you, you're gonna be a
You
liar
could
on this
clip me. I
camera.
know what I said. That's like
That's
pulling out
crazy, ain't
bow
it?
and
Why would
This
you
saying,
just
guy
lie
is
like this
so.
not recorded? You
So
know these
what's
lives
the
are recorded.
difference between a
Tap the
fake
screen, y'all.
God and a fake pagan God? They're
It's
both
like he
fake.
just said it again. You just said fake God, bro.
I
No.
know,
fake and a
but
pagan. They're not real.
he
Okay.
It's
just put
not
So
the
pagan.
God of the Bible. It
so
doesn't
he said
matter.
He
El is
got
God.
pagan in the middle. That's the only difference.
Yeah, I mean he added that. That's never in the Bible.
Pagan, the word
Yahweh,
pagan is in the
Yahweh,
Bible. Are you
Yahweh,
crazy?
Yahweh. In the Bible, Yahweh refers to a sharer as a God.
No.
Yahweh says that he's a jealous God.
What does that do with anything? It
That
doesn't
has
mean
okay.
jealous.
So y'all don't know nothing about the Canaanite mythology. So this is where we have to really start. So y'all have to get educated now. Unless y'all can educate me on the Canaanite
But
mythology.
you're also saying everything Christianity did not start in the Old Testament. Let's go to the New Testament where Christianity started in Acts. That's the most reliable source.
That boy talking.
Go
You
to
don't
Don't
have
Acts.
lose him
Christianity.
now.
Don't
Don't
You don't
lose
go.
have
him.
you don't
We
have
not
Jesus.
Jewish.
You don't
We
have
not Jewish.
Yehoshua. You
We
don't
And the
have
not
New
Yahweh.
Jewish.
Testament ain't written in
We are not
Hebrew.
Jewish.
Okay, listen.
Let's go
Jesus,
to
Don't
the
lose
New
him because it
Testament.
ain't written
Jesus'
in
Go
name
to the
Hebrew.
means
book of
what?
Calm
Acts.
down, ladies.
Jesus' name means what? What does
Let's
Jesus'
go
name
to the
mean?
book of Acts or go to
What
Isaiah.
does Jesus' name
My
mean?
brother, you're going to lose him because it's not written in Hebrew.
Jesus. What does Jesus' name mean?
Son of God? What do you
Wow.
want to say? Emmanuel?
Wow. These are Christians, y'all. I told you, Christianity alludes to anti-intellectualism every time. Does anybody know what Jesus' name means? Hurry up and Google it. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to Google it.
Yeah,
10.
it means son of God, bro.
No, it
What?
doesn't.
That's what
9.
Like, what are you talking about?
8.
Yahweh saves.
7.
Jesus means Yahweh saves. Yahweh
Oh, good
saves.
job, boy. Good job. Good job.
Don't call me boy, bro. Don't be
Good job,
disrespectful.
boy. Good job. Because that's the
All
best.
right.
Calm
I'm
down,
giving
boy.
y'all time to research it. But you see how y'all never know anything? Y'all never
All
know
right.
it. Y'all
Okay,
never know it.
so
Son of God,
bring that
no.
into
So if
bring that
Jesus
into the
means
discussion. Why did you ask?
Yahweh is
Uh-huh.
salvation, because it still don't mean the Son, it means Yahweh is salvation or Yahweh saves. Who the
Uh-huh.
hell is Yahweh? We got to go back to the Canaanite mythology, which y'all have no knowledge about whatsoever.
The
Here
Lord of
we
the
go.
Old Testament.
Canaan mythology. Jesus.
Yeah, Canaanite
God help.
mythology. Can you tell me the first thing about Canaanite mythology? Can you tell me who's the head
This
deity of it?
man. This
We
man
aren't
right here.
Canaanites. We're Christians. That has nothing
Yeah,
to do with us.
but hold on. Christian Christ, literally his first name, Yoshua, says Yahweh is salvation. That means he's first off not God. He's subjugated to God, or Yahweh, who y'all conflate as God. That's a fact. So you
You
are in
cooked,
fact
bro.
idolizing a Canaanite mythology, a Canaanite religion.
We quite literally aren't. You just don't got
You
the
don't know this,
context.
bro. You don't know none of
So if
this.
we
I
You
give
don't
you
do
know
know.
what
scripture to
you
prove
just
that
have to
it's
look
not
up what Jesus'
idolization,
name
will
means
you
just now,
just
10
skip
minutes
it?
ago.
You
Less than
said
10 minutes
what?
ago. You
If
just
we
now
if
found
you
out what
want
Jesus' name means.
No, not you. The person,
Yeah,
I didn't mean to cut you
if
off.
me and Hesu can give you scripture to prove that it's not idolization and that he is in
How is
fact God,
Scripture
then
going
you'll
to
be
prove?
quiet.
How is Scripture going to prove
Are you gonna
it's not
listen?
You
Canaanite?
just
Hold on,
use
listen.
scripture on us, but when you use
I
scripture
haven't asked my
back, it's a
question.
problem.
How is Scripture going to prove
Why
that
can
it's
you use
not based?
scripture?
Can I finish my question?
How do you know what
How
Jesus'
is
name
Scripture? Can
is,
I finish
bro?
my question, please? How is
No,
Scripture going
answer my
to?
question.
How is Scripture going to prove that it's not based off
Same
Canaanite
way it
mythology?
proves that Jesus' name is Yeshua, bro.
You say want me to prove it?
Same way it proves that Jesus' name is Yeshua. How do you know that's his name?
Listen. So
How
listen.
do you know that's his
How
name,
is
bro?
the
Answer.
Bible, which
I
does
answered your
not
question.
predate? Does the
Answer
Bible?
mine.
Check this out. Does Christianity predate the Canaanite
Are you gonna answer my
mythology?
question? I answered yours. How do
No,
you
it
know that his
doesn't
name is
predate.
Yeshua?
Okay, then. So that means this shit comes from the
You gonna
Canaanites.
answer?
Can I say
Yeah,
something?
sure. Canaanites, whatever. Can you tell me how we know his name is Yeshua?
Because I read it in Hebrew. What
Oh,
you
because you
mean?
read it in the scripture that we
Yes,
can't
in
use because it
Hebrew.
doesn't
You need
prove
to read
anything.
Hebrew. You need to read past the 1611 King James version of the Bible so you
No,
can
you know
understand
how
it. You need to read the
do you
Gothic
see how this
version.
makes no
You need to
sense,
read the
bro?
Latin version. You need to read the Greek
All right,
version.
bro. You're
And
spurring
you need
out.
to read the Hebrew version. You've never read none of this shit.
So,
You're
do you
just a
see how this
Christian.
makes no
Wait, you can
sense?
read Hebrew
You don't.
Yes,
Do
I
you
can
see
read
how?
Hebrew.
Hold on,
fluently?
host.
Yes, I
Calm
just
down.
read it to you. You just read it
So
yourself.
emotional. Calm
No,
Jesus
down.
is translated to
I didn't read
Yehoshua.
Hebrew. I didn't read the
Yes, I
Gosh,
can
language.
read.
bro.
I
That's
read the
how I read it. Like, so
translation.
yes, read the translation. What the fuck? I speak
How do you know
English.
his name's Yeshua, bro? You can't
Well,
use
okay. So
scripture.
you're aggressive. You just want to talk. You just want to talk in circles. So
Can you
listen.
answer my
I
question?
just said this is his
No, you
name in
didn't.
Hebrew.
Because it's
So,
in Hebrew
okay.
scripture.
So you think his name is Jesus, right?
Because it's in Hebrew
How
scripture.
old, listen, check this out. How old is
You're
the
not
letter
gonna
J?
answer.
How
Well,
old
Then
is the letter
Jesus,
figure
well,
J?
it
hold
out.
on.
How old
Jesus'
is the
real
letter
name
Explain it,
J?
isn't
bro.
Jesus. I'll give you that. His real
How
name
long
was
is the
not
letter? How
Jesus.
old is the letter J?
J is a very
Please, I
recent. It's a
know
very
Okay,
you
so
recent
we know
said
that
that
these
alphabet.
that
are
was his
translations and
name, bro.
transliterations. So
Calm
why would you say
down.
that? Like you don't know the Hebrew
Can I
name?
get the point across, or are you just gonna spurg out?
No, because you don't have no point. You're just
No,
asking
then
how
Jesus'
you
how
know
would
his
you
name
original
is
know?
name
No,
Yehoshua.
was
that's
Then let me
why he
do
said
it.
Yeshua. That's
How
why
do
he
you know
originally
his
said
name is
Yeshua.
Yeshua?
Come on now,
How do you know his name's
chill.
Yeshua? Because you read it
I
in
don't.
J
Okay,
Hebrew
came
so get
from
to
scripture.
your point. Get to
Germanic.
your
But then
point
when
now.
I
We know
say scripture,
that's
it's
not
not
Hebrew.
based.
They don't have a J. It was
Yeah,
All right, so
Judah.
whatever. Okay,
Yeshua, we
whatever.
are
Yeah, his name,
everybody in the
original
world
name's
knows
Yeshua.
Yeshua.
Okay, conceded the point. Now, can you answer my question?
Well, Yeshua, yes, I just told
Yeah,
you. I
how
already
do you know
answered.
his
Didn't I
name's
answer this?
Yeshua if you
Did I
can't
not
trust
answer this?
scripture?
Did I
You
not answer
said the
this?
scripture doesn't mean anything.
Did I not answer this?
No, you didn't. No,
I
you
just
didn't
answered
answer.
this, bro.
You just said we can't trust scripture. So if I showed you him
I
being
did not
God in
say that. I
scripture,
did
it
not
wouldn't
say that.
matter.
I said, why would you?
So if I
I
show
said,
you
why would
him
you
being God
prove?
in
I
scripture,
said, how
you'll
could you
concede?
prove that the Canaanite mythology, Christianity does not come from Canaanite mythology,
So if I
especially the
show you
Canaanite
in
Christianity
mythology?
come from
scripture
Hold on,
proving
Christ,
he's
bro. It does
listen.
God
You
not
in
gotta,
come
you
from
gotta
scripture,
any.
listen. Don't interrupt the host, y'all. Y'all gotta act
stop
like
whining,
Christians, but
bro.
instead y'all being
Grown
stereotypical
man
Christians, just
whining.
acting like regular ass people.
Stop
Okay.
whining,
We'll
bro.
let you.
Stop
I
complaining.
run the panel. My bad. Go
Like
ahead.
Christians, Christians let you know they're just regular people,
Yeah,
bro.
well, atheists
It's
are
okay,
They're
idiots.
not.
bro.
They're
You
not.
idiot
Let's go with
They're
the
not more
atheist.
point.
disciplined than
Calm
anybody
down,
else
you
on
dumb
earth.
atheist. Calm
Come
down.
on, go with the point, bro. You ain't got to diss us. Come
Calm
on.
down, dummy.
I'm not. I'm telling y'all the truth.
Hey,
Y'all just
hey,
don't. Y'all
Jesus
just
says love the
Yeah, I'm telling
enemy,
you the
bro.
truth, bro.
Jesus says love the enemy.
Yeah, I can love him. Still
Let
think he's
him,
an
let him,
idiot.
let him, let him
So
be
so
how
what
he
he
is.
thinks. So
Still
he
think
thinks.
he's an
No.
idiot.
This is the sad part, right? So
Hey, he
you
sat with
have a
sinners. He
Yeshua.
ain't
You have a
sin with them.
Yeshua in the Old Testament. His name is Joshua, right? So what y'all think? Y'all think Jesus is some like one
You said in
off.
the Old
This is a
Testament,
very yes.
Oh my
Joshua is
his
gosh.
actually
name is
Yeshua.
not mentioned in the Old Testament. Nowhere you're
Yeah,
gonna find
Yeshua. Yeah,
Joshua in the Old Testament.
Yeshua is not mentioned in the Old Testament.
No, Jesus' name is not in the Old Testament at all.
So this is what you don't understand.
The
The
closest
Old
thing to
Testament. Let me
Jesus
tell
is
you something you
Emmanuel
don't understand
and
again.
Isaiah.
Again, for the
Yeah,
umpteenth
yeah.
time tonight. For the umpteenth time tonight.
Yeshua is closely linked
Y'all are
Joshua
idiots.
from the
That's
Old
where he's
Testament is
going with it.
translated directly into
Saved.
English.
Jehovah saved.
No,
Y'all
you
was
don't know.
saved.
You don't know, Casey. You don't know. Y'all really need to learn when to shut up, bro. Y'all don't know this shit. I don't know why
Hey,
y'all don't
what
want to
kind
learn
of
it.
disrespectful person is
No,
you?
yeah, I know. It's truthful. Fuck the disrespect. Tell me when I'm lying. That's what I care about. Fuck disrespect. Fuck feelings. Are we women? Or are we men? Tell me when I'm lying. Tell me when you catch me in a lie. Tell me when I
I
say something
bet,
is false.
bet, bet.
Is that fair?
Yeah, yeah,
We're
yeah.
fucking men.
All right, so when I come at you, don't. This is my panel. Don't do
We're
that.
fucking
Be a
men. But you can't.
man.
But
Be a
listen, at
man
the end of
too,
the
bro.
day, I'm only talking about is the information correct or not. That's it.
All
If
right,
what I'm
go
saying,
with your point. Go
if
with
I'm
your point,
saying
bro.
y'all
Go
don't
with your
know
point.
something and it's factual,
All
you
right,
can't
go
say
with your
it.
point. Go
We
with your
can't be
point, G.
disrespectful. Joshua is translated from the Old Testament directly into English. Jesus was translated first into Greek, then to Latin, then to Gothic, then to English. What the fuck? Jesus sounds nothing like Joshua. Why is this? But why do the names both mean Yahweh is salvation? Is It's because of why I just explained it. So yeah, can we get to this information, bro? Because what I'm supposed to be talking about is that this shit comes from the Canaanite mythology.
All right, can we talk, or are you gonna cut us off when you don't like what we saying?
No. When you say something incorrect is when I'm going to.
You gonna cut us off? So basically, you're
and
gonna
correct
cut us off.
and correct you.
You're
Yes.
gonna cut
Or
us.
would
You're
you
gonna cut us off.
prefer? Or let me know. Would you let me? Or would you prefer to let you continue?
You was speaking nothing but bullshit in my ear, but I'm letting you speak.
Well, okay, so anything that I said was anything false, because that's what you need to be doing, correcting any lie.
Nah, like I said, yeah. His name Jay is a very recent. That was not everyone. Every Christian should know that Jay. His name was not Jesus. It was Yeshua.
So nobody wants to correct anything I said. So what I said was true. So that means when you say something incorrect,
Your
I have
whole
no right to
argument on
correct
that
you.
Canaanite shit, like I said, you saying shit that's in the Old Testament. We
You
are
don't know
not
nothing about
Jewish
Canaanite.
people.
You don't know nothing about the
We are
Canaanite.
not Jews. We are Christians. I'm not Jewish. I don't give two craps what them Jews had going on with their pagan gods.
But you know that this is the same.
Christianity came from
Y'all trying to
Christ.
chop the book up. Y'all trying to chop the book
Did
up
it not, or did
like
it?
from the Old Testament, New
Anyone,
Testament.
anybody in the
Not paying
comments?
attention.
Did
What I
Christianity
just
come
said.
from
Jesus, and I'll go and I'll do y'all a favor. Matthew 5:5. Jesus referred to the Old Testament. He said, "With every law shall." What does he say? Let me go to it. If y'all try to make a distinction. If y'all want to be Christians, y'all got to do what Jesus the fuck said. Was it 4:4 or 5:5?
Same nigga? Don't know, bro. Christianity didn't come from Christ. Yeah, you right. Christianity came from Paul. You one of them.
Well, they definitely did. More
Paul
verses,
spread
he
it.
got more verses
Christianity
in the Bible.
came from Christ.
He got more verses in the Bible than Jesus do. More scriptures in the Bible, more books in the Bible. Paul
Yeah,
got more
Jesus didn't
writings in the
write. He
Bible.
didn't write the Bible. Paul wrote good.
Jesus got one story told 4 times over. Y'all love it.
Yeah, nigga, this with no context do to black person.
Is what?
It's what no context do.
No context is needed. We are black. We are from a whole different region, and this story took place.
Hey, what are you? Are you atheist?
I'm anti-theist. I'm anti every deity. We don't need no
Oh,
damn
you got
deity.
your own made up God in your head. That you
No,
believe
what the
in.
heck, bro? You don't understand what I just said. Why the fuck would you say if I said anti-deity? That God is a deity. Deity comes from the word deus, which is in the Latin and the Greek version, but you don't know who is your same God. All this shit mean the same thing. Divinity. I'm anti-deity. Anti.
So in other words, you just atheist.
Anti-thesis.
In other words, you just atheist because you
No, it's no other
anti-spiritual.
words. He's like y'all. This is what I say.
You just atheist.
Christianity does this. If I say anti-theist and he says atheist, he don't know what it means. So he's just going to simplify
Other words, you just
for his own little
atheist.
Christian brain. For his own little Christian brain. This is what Christians have to do. Oversimplification, because these people, listen, when we talk about evolution, God created man out of dust and then he created a woman out of rib. We can't talk about evolution. Why?
Hold on, Darwin's theory of evolution been debunked so many times, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't
Yeah,
do
I
that.
can do everything. I can do
Don't
everything.
do that.
Science has objectivity.
He done got debunked so many. He done got debunked more times than the Bible did, bro. Stop it. Darwin been got
Nobody who
debunked.
said
Darwin been got debunked.
I can't believe he quoted Darwin.
Sadly, dumb shits do this. They conflate Darwin with evolution.
You to me though.
Yeah, I'm muting you because you just said something wrong. What does Darwin have to do with evolution? Did Darwin prove evolution?
Go ahead, pop your shit.
Did Darwin prove evolution?
Yeah, no.
All Darwin did, that's what I'm saying. All idiots do this, bro, and I hate it because y'all always run to Darwin.
Why did you quote Darwin then?
That's
why we getting on your ass.
Why did I quote Darwin?
You quoted Darwin in the beginning of the live when I first joined in here.
Quote what I said about Darwin. If you're going to bring it up, then act like you know what I've said. Say it again.
You was saying some shit about evolution.
Exactly. Some shit is not what I said. Say what I said.
I don't know word for word.
Exactly. Niggas want to talk about I brought up Darwin
For some reason, I like this guy.
He's trying to bring it up like I said.
I like this guy. You really believe your stuff, bro.
Okay, quote me and see. Casey boy, go. Quote me. Y'all supposed to be cutting me off when I'm wrong.
Sorry, this because your panel I'm trying to listen to. My bad. Go ahead.
You gonna have to listen, boy. It's the Don Dada. I know my shit. Y'all don't. Y'all believe. I know. It's a difference.
Hey, you know everything.
Crazy.
But if you look up, the theory. Hold on. Listen, let me talk.
I don't know everything.
The theory of evolution is primarily attributed to Charles Darwin, who formulated in his book on the origins of a species.
Tell me what you're reading.
I'm on. Hold on. How got to my mic?
Talking voice don't sound like a smooth transition.
Is my thing on?
No, let's stop it. We don't. We talking
Right here.
about. You talking about? I brought up Darwin. You're trying to conflate it like I
No,
brought
no.
up
You
Darwin and
also
evolution.
said Darwin didn't make evolution. Who made up
Yeah,
there?
he did it.
Right here. Therefore, this
Read it.
nigga
Read it.
been
Read it. Read it.
debunked
Read
many
it.
times.
No, read it. Read it. Read it. Read it.
You can read it for yourself.
So he can't read. He don't want to. He don't want to show us his reading voice, y'all. That's all that mean every time they do that. Let me. Anytime I'm gonna pull up something on the screen,
The
I'm gonna read
theory
that
of
shit. I'm gonna read that
evolution is
shit fast in a bitch.
primarily, when it's out the
See?
way,
Mm-hmm.
attributed to Charles Darwin. Right here. This first sentence in 1859. Right
Okay.
here.
And what did I say?
And you also said you made
No,
him.
listen. No, listen. I said, did Darwin prove evolution? Watch when I go back and clip this shit, because I know enough to remember the shit I say with y'all. Did Darwin prove evolution? Is what the fuck I said. What is
That's what
you
you
looking at,
just
bro? A
said.
whole lot of
That's
weird
what
shit
you
popping
just
up in
said.
your
That's not
search
what you said the
bar.
first time you mentioned them.
Darwin
He
did
said
not.
he,
No, I
he
never.
actually
The first time I mentioned him, what did I say? Did you remember, Casey? You remember now? I said Europeans used Darwin. Go ahead. I gave you a hint. What did I say? Come on,
You
I'll give you
talking to
another
me
hint.
or
Natural selection. Come on.
you
Through
talking
all
to
the
me?
races. I'm just
Exactly.
letting
There
you
you
rock.
go. Now you
I'm
got it.
listening,
Now you
bro.
got it. You got to remember
I ain't
what
one
I
of them.
say.
I'm listening. I'm just letting you rock, bro, because
I'm
maybe I
popping.
could get something from it. It's your panel,
Man,
so
hey,
rock on, bro.
you
Go
gonna be
ahead.
able to get something. Only thing you first, like, this is why I come off pretentious, condescending, and patronizing to trigger your ego. I do that to get you shook up, right? Because we ain't supposed to be evolving our emotions and our egos when it comes to information. I know what I'm doing. I'm doing both simultaneous because I can juggle. Mello, what's up, brother?
what's up, boss man? I'm just trying to figure out why they arguing over this Canaanite deity, bro. This joint, he wasn't meant for us, bro. Like
So how you a Canaanite deity?
he was a storm god, like, and then a pantheon of other gods. Like, do your research.
Nah,
He ain't
that's a
even
that's
let
a
me get to that.
that's a speculation. I got all this stuff pulled up right now. Yes, it is. Absolutely,
Hey, right here is
absolutely.
all you
You
need
go
to
to the
know. You
eight. You
got
go
your
to you
info
go
from
to the
Google. I
ninth.
get mine from here too.
You go to the 9th century
Yeah,
BC.
we don't get nothing from
Yahweh
you.
is mentioned on an inscription among the Moabites as a god of the
Oh,
Israelites.
who are the Moabites,
And
bro?
then
Who are the
guess what? I
Moabites?
go through
Who are the
all. They
Moabites? You
got
know who
so
the
many
Moabites?
different
Hold
things
on,
they
Casey.
found.
You mentioned the
Wait, hold on.
Moabite.
Wait, let me land real quick. They got all these different inscriptions. 8th century it was found with the with another group, the Kuntalets, the Ugaritic texts as well, and all that. But guess what? This is what really got me. This is what
That's where Yahweh's
really
mentioned.
got me. They found with the Ugaritic text El, Baal, Asherah, all that.
Talk
But
about
guess
it.
what? No reference to Yahweh, 13th century BC. This absence suggests that Yahweh was not a native Canaanite deity, supporting the idea that Judaism worship developed independently by itself. All the other
Let me
gods was
read that. Let
mentioned.
me read where that source coming
Come
from. You
on,
got to be
bro.
honest with that
Come on,
source.
bro. I can send it to you.
Or
I
you
do
can show it,
research
or you
too,
can show it, or you can
baby.
read it
Hey,
right
That's
now.
both
KC, you see my
research.
screen, right?
It says the religion of Israel and by extension Christianity, its fulfillment in no way derives from Canaan. Okay, good, perfect. Now this is what we do with this. We got to go to where your source is. Where is your source from?
The
It don't
source.
prove what he say. Can you read that one more time before
Catholic.com.
we get too far?
I seen it.
But
It
read
says
it. But
Catholic.com.
but it's still, go back to the source and read it. I need him to read it one more time because it's still not, it's going against what he's saying.
Okay, my bad. I stopped short.
What does that
That
say?
y'all
The
can see it.
religion and read it. Just read it for me one more time, bro, because you're moving the camera
My
around.
fault. Hold on.
It
It
says
says the religion of Israel and by extension Christianity, its fulfillment in no way derives from Canaanite religion. Rather, beginning with Abraham in Genesis 12, verse 1 through 3, God uniquely caused a people to
exactly
serve.
my point. The Christianity, it states after Christianity was started, right? And where they derived it from. It don't tell you where Judaism derived
We didn't
its
hold on.
God
The
from.
argument was Christianity. I didn't say like I was saying. I'm a Christian. I'm not a Jew. I could
Yeah,
care
your
less
source is
what they be
biased to
doing.
me.
It's the same God, bro.
It's my God is Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Jesus is not a god, though. I know you heard. I know you seen. Oh yeah, go to this. Go scroll down on that. That may be what I was going to look at, actually.
Wait, where do you want me to go
We
to?
believe Jesus is
Scroll
God.
down to where it says list of deities.
All right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
right here.
Casey just mentioned the Ugaritic text. So this is what I prefer. I prefer archaeological evidence, and like he said, 1300. All of this shit is gonna predate the Bible, right? All of these deities, a lot of these people have what's called cameos in the Bible, right? Dagon, you passing up a lot of them. Dagon, Chemos. He brought up the Moabites, mentioned him. You know the Moabites are over there in Jordan, right?
Wait,
You know,
hold on, hold
pay
on, hold
attention to
on.
pay attention. Hold on, real quick. Let me land this. You know the Moabites are over there in Jordan. You know they worship the Chemos god. You know this is the derivative of the Canaanite mythology, y'all. Y'all not understanding this shit is
Man,
like
they had so many
stems,
gods. The
huh?
Canaanite people had many gods, bro.
Exactly.
Many.
That's what we're looking at.
Hey, hey,
That's
hey,
what we're looking at,
hey,
and why? And they're
hey,
all, and a
hey,
lot of them are
Don,
mentioned
Don,
in the
Don,
Bible.
Don. You popped your shit, bro. I can't even. You popped your shit, bro.
Oh, you
I
see it?
see him right here.
Yeah, yeah. Dagon
You
is core.
popped your
Yeah,
shit. Ain't nothing I
Dagon
can even say
is
about that.
actually Dagon is actually
And
I
it's
don't.
right here. It's right here. Where's it at? I think you said deities on top. It's gonna say right here. List of deities.
Yeah, Asherah, Baal, Chemos, Baal, Dagon,
Not
Gad.
even
Gad, you
none.
see Gad was up
This
there
name
too.
right here.
Yeah, Yahweh, Yah.
No, that's why I couldn't remember it.
Yeah, yeah, bro, I know it. I'm literally on there. I didn't get to this shit, bro. I didn't get to. I'm on the same site. I didn't even get to it. Even the statue right here, they got a statue of Baal. They got a statue of El. Why are these people anthropomorphized? Because there's no monotheistic religion yet. These people are polytheistic, just like every indigenous people. Like I'm telling y'all, before people get colonized, they have their own spiritual belief system, and it all started with a sky daddy. He got a badass wife, and she pushed out some badass sons, and the motherfuckers was beefing with each other. This is the whole story, y'all. Everywhere you go, and it may have a little animal in it, may have a tree in it, may all this shit's the same thing. And I noticed, I really, really understood this with the Pretendians, and when I was talking to a lot of Native Americans over here in America, whether they was in South Central or North America or Canada, these people would all have their own cosmogony stories, but they will be different but the same. And I could hear stories from people and I'd be like, damn, that sounds like Nordic mythology. Damn, that sounds like the Bible. Damn, that sounds like Sumerian. Damn, that sounds like Greece. And I'm like, we all got this fucking shared ethnogenesis. And we don't really want to comprehend this shit because we already indoctrinated by one.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah.
And I'm just like generally trying to get information. Is this still a thing today?
With the Canaanite religion?
Yeah.
Oh, that is actually a good
People,
question. I
some
don't
people still, yeah, a lot of people still reach back and try to kind of like rediscover it, trying to
I
keep it
don't think
alive
so because I don't
all
think
over the
so
world.
because
All over the
that
world.
region that this is in, that's like the most indoctrinated region in the
That's
fucking
the
world.
Holy Land.
Exactly, that's what they think. You know what I'm saying? So they fried, bro. Them people is fried. I know somebody from over there, bro. Like,
Yeah, but they got people that practice it outside of there to escape persecution. They get the old books and scrolls. They try to bring it back.
yeah, I don't
They
think I
got
don't
people that
think
try to practice Latin again. It's a dead language. That's what I'm trying to say. All these things, people still try to hold on to them. They got groups.
you know
They
I
got
think they
support
like
groups.
they're already kind of like they still exist. I mean, if you would say anybody probably practice it, it would maybe the modern day people who got control over all the media. I don't like mentioning them people because they be putting me on blacklist and restrictions and shit. But you know who we talking about?
Don't go there.
Yeah, you're gonna be like Kanye.
Yeah. People Kanye beefing with. So
They
yeah.
got everybody shook.
I mean, but it's for this reason. Like if we look into this, Canaan, ultimately the Israelites, these are the same people. Israel, Star David, Israel actually means what? To struggle with El. And these are who? These are the people who are Yahwehs. If you go and look into another, they got another thing on here. They got Elohis and they got
But,
Yahwehs. That's a good way to
but,
look into it too. Let
but
me
you know why they caught it struggle with El, right? Because Jacob, remember,
show
you
because
remember the
Jacob
vision he
worshiped
had,
Yahweh.
and they crippled him in his hip. And he said, because you struggle with God, and he said, I won't leave you till you bless me. And he said,
These
because
people was
you
against.
struggle
Listen,
with
the
God and
Levant.
succeeded, I'll change your name from Jacob to Israel. See, you got to read the book too, bro. There's a reason
Bro,
why
stop it. Stop it.
everything.
Don't do me. Don't do me, brother. Don't do me.
Yeah, I know this. Thank you.
Everybody know that I'm the Don Dada for a fucking reason. I'm not playing with this shit.
Hey, no,
You
no,
know,
hey,
look, this is
hey,
what
hey,
this is
he
considered
nice, bro. He
Brother
nice.
Don
this is
Dada,
considered
brother.
RG right here. Here go what I say he got a bad bitch. Look, they was on the same thing these women on right here. This is a Shara. Look at what she doing, flexing. She said, yeah, these going sitting up.
I ain't trying to look at all them fake gods.
That's a Shara. This is Yahweh. This is Yahweh claimed that too, though. See, this is Yahweh. Listen, but let me get Yahwism. also known as the Israelite religion, was an ancient Semitic religion of the ancient Israel and Judah, an ethnic religion. Ethnic means these are these people tribe. These are these people blood.
They
These are
was
people's
born into
family.
that.
Family. We are not from this region to be even claiming this shit, y'all. We have totally been brainwashed for too long. Hundreds of years. Ethnic religion of the Israelites. The Israelite region was a derivative of the Canaanite religion. Did you hear what I said? This is what I'm trying to tell y'all the whole time. The
Brother, you
Israelite
conflating
religion.
though. You conflating, Don Dowda. You
I'm
conflating.
reading.
You are
First off,
absolutely
I'm
correct.
reading.
You are
First
absolutely correct.
off, I'm fucking
for
reading.
Judaism, for Judaism,
But
you're
I'm
correct.
conflating.
But Christianity is not Judaism. You see what I'm saying? That's why with Christianity, he let everybody else in.
Bruh, what y'all think? Okay, well that's why. Hold
That's
on.
why they were called the chosen
Why did I
people.
bring up what Jesus' name was?
So you are absolutely correct until Jesus came.
Why?
Everybody
Okay,
else
hold
could
on.
get in.
Why did I bring up what Jesus'
So
name
you're
is?
right. You're right. But that's Judaism, not Christianity. Just get that right.
Why did I bring up what Jesus' name is? Because Jesus' name is Yahweh is
Bro, we talking about
salvation.
Yahwism, Judaism. That's what we talking about, brother.
Yeah,
Don't mix it up with
Chris. Okay,
Jesus.
so
They don't even believe. They don't even accept Christ.
Who is Jesus? Who is Jesus' God?
They don't even accept Yahshua. You know that, right? They still waiting on the Savior to come.
No, they not. They don't accept.
Yes, they
I know
do.
they don't accept.
Judaism,
They don't accept.
they
I know.
laugh at Christians, brother.
Yeah, because it's a false deity. They know that. They know that Constantine in 325 AD deified Jesus. You know that too. You just still believe in it because your grandma did. I be spinning bars. I be barred up. My grandma had a big ass Jesus. It was like a rug. It was like a rug, but it had Jesus on it. And that junk was on the back of the couch. And I used to see the nigga praying on a rock to God. I used to be like, yeah, this is what it is, I guess.
Wrong. You wrong, bro. You wrong.
No, I'm telling you my personal experience.
Bro.
My personal experience, I was brought up. Now I went to church more than y'all. I know I went to church 3 times a week. I went to daycare to church. I had to damn near go to high school. I went to charter school in high school at the church. Yeah, exactly. That's fucked up.
No, it ain't. That's good. Bro, you turned out
brother.
all right. You know what I'm saying? You wasn't gangbanging. So it was cool, bro.
Oh, yeah, I was. That shit was just what I was doing for 4 hours out of the day. I was outside for real. I was outside. I wasn't gang banging because I was never in a gang, but I was I was from the hood. I was from the hood. So you know how to, y'all look up my hood. I looked up my hood the other day. If y'all look up my hood, you will see nothing but fight videos. You won't see nothing constructive. 6'5" Grove Side, that's my hood, y'all. If y'all ever want to look it up. You don't see, if you look my shit up on YouTube, it'll be nothing but fight videos. Sadly. But I made it out.
Good.
Ruahkiyah. But yeah, just do our research on the Canaanite mythology, and we'll see where this comes. But this is what I was gonna show you, like how you was talking about the Ugaritic text. The Ugaritic text don't tell the whole story of the Canaanite mythology. Here we go, right here. Why is Asherah being conflated? I understand y'all trying to make a distinction between Christianity and
It is.
what's the difference?
It's a big difference.
What's the difference? The only difference is y'all have a deeper
They
misunderstanding.
stopped. They
Y'all
stopped.
conflate
They
Jesus
kept it
with
like
God.
what you said. They kept it tribal. They kept it cultural for their people. Christianity opened it up for the whole world.
Somebody said it as soon as we got on here. They said Canaan. That's white people, right? These people will be considered white. I think that soon as we came up on here, somebody said that.
But they in the Middle East, bro. In the desert. How they white, bro?
Where
That's what I'm saying.
hold on. Where did Noah's Ark land?
It's somewhere in like them European
Okay, the mountains. It's
But
actually the Caucasus.
yeah, the
It's
mountains
actually
is
the
up there.
that real though?
modern day. The
That's
Caucasus
not
Mountains.
confirmed though. Is that real?
No, we're talking about the
I
Bible.
don't
Of course, it's not
believe that.
confirmed. We're talking about the Bible. None of that shit is real, bro.
If you
got
asking
pictures and
me
stuff.
factual or you asking what us Christians think, it's the difference.
Both
If you wanna-
both of it. Go look at where Mount Ararat is supposed to be. Go look it up. It's like the shit we talking about. Listen, when we talking about the Middle East is not going to give these people a race. When we talking about races, when they came up with these concepts, it's only colors. It's only red, black, brown.
it landed on like Mount Arid.
Ararat.
But Semitic
Yeah.
people are not Caucasian.
That's
though.
Turkey. That's the modern day
Yes, they
Turkey. That
are.
would be Turkey.
That's what I'm telling you.
Mount,
This shit is literally
Mount
in the
Arid would be in
Caucasus
Turkey.
Mountain. Semitic speaking peoples are considered Caucasian because we're talking about a region. We're not talking about their language that they speak no more. It's not. There's no race called the Semite race or the Semitic race. It's a language. It's a language, right?
But once you say Turkey is also Middle Eastern, more than Caucasian.
So we're conflating again.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's right
But
there
the
on top of
middle is,
Iraq.
I got you. Let me show y'all this graph. Let me show y'all this graph, and y'all can.
Okay, why you pulling it up?
Yeah.
A German and a British person ain't the same thing as an Arab, bro.
But they still white.
You can't make it the
That's a great
same.
point. That's a great point. A French, a British, a German, they're not the same thing, but they still what? European, and that's what makes them white, being of European descent. Now, at this time, did you not know? Did y'all? Because a lot of people gonna be mad at me because of this too. A lot of North Africans was considered white as well. But when I show y'all this map, is when y'all really gonna be able to process it. Because I didn't come up with this shit. We just got a oversimplification understanding of it, and we just run with it. Because we men, we gotta act like we know some shit around here. Hold on, y'all. But yeah, ultimately, the only reason why I do this because once we can get rid of these Abrahamic religions and our ideologies, then we can all unite and being like historically literate, scientifically literate. Hold on, I think I passed it. Yeah, I'm just and then we can all, be black folks. We could just be one tribe. If all black people, at least in America or the diaspora, could be just one tribe, one ethnic group, then we could rush it. And that's what they don't want. That's why they got all these diaspora wars going on. Yeah. All this shit is psyop. Because at the end of the day, what's the purpose of that shit? I asked the nigga in one of the comments, I said, bro, what's the purpose of this shit? Just dry ass delineating. He said, no, they be talking about us too. So, nigga, you sound
But
like
you
a
know what? You're
child.
right though. You're right. I think that's the scariest thing to the oppressor. If all the black people got together, that'd be crazy. That'd be
Yeah, that's why they do
crazy.
that shit. They know that. It's divide and conquer. This shit is the
It's
oldest
like
shit in the
divide
world.
and conquer is real, bro. It's
Here's one right
real.
here.
Because in Africa, they don't tell them nothing. Like, and their whole school system and everything is set up a certain way. Over here, the same thing. So
And then
like
listen.
they not telling us about each other, but we meeting each other on social media. And we
Exactly. And then
meeting each
just
other through
imagine if you meet
immigration.
somebody,
It's happening regardless, but they can't stop it.
and just imagine,
I just don't like the fights that's happening.
but no, it's just like you said, it's the same thing. So just like you have some people over there who they go to university, when they become educated, it's not a lot of them, of course. You gotta have a lot of people be susceptible to misinformation as well. So the same people got access to the internet, just like the people over here susceptible to misinformation got access to the internet, and now they on here starting the whole war. And the only thing about it is when people see this shit on social medias for so long, they start to think it exists outside. This is me personally. I always have good interactions with people, but I ain't never had no, you know what I'm saying? No African just act like they ain't want to fuck with me. I mean, these people have their own distinct cultures, so they don't, like any people, vibe with their culture. I heard, for the most part, motherfuckers don't fuck with us because it seems like we don't fuck with each other. So it's like, well, how can we fuck with you? You don't fuck with your own people. And that's, I feel like in Black America, that's what we do. We don't really fuck with each other. We don't really just come up and speak to each other. We become whether we just cross each other's path, we on head now, like that. We don't got no type of brotherhood, no camaraderie, ain't no code for real.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah,
how you deal with the pretendians and stuff like that?
I deal with them by asking them what's their origin story, what's their creation story, or their migration story. I don't really entertain them as far as them trying to talk about the 1800s, 1700s, 1600s, or even 1500s. If they claim that they was here prior to colonialism, they should be able to substantiate that objectively. And they can't do that without going to Ivan Van Sertima, who's a linguist. He's not an archeologist. He's not an anthropologist.
Hey, bro, you know your stuff, bro.
Yeah, bro. I had to revisit this shit, bro. I got on this shit a long time ago. I said, nah, let me get my money right, where I can put enough time into it. And then, really, I can see that I did the right thing then, doing the right thing then when I was a 20-year-old man. I did the right thing, made the right decision. Thankful to my daughter, made me prioritize my actual responsibilities, which is why I be telling people what they need to do. Because you get caught up in these rabbit holes, you're gonna end up fucking on pseudo hell out there on the street rapping. But yeah, I did the right thing. I prioritized my foundation, and then when I got to studying, this is what I seen. Oh yeah, people don't got the time. I had put in too much time. I had put in over 10,000 hours, like consistently, without any breaks. I didn't have nothing to stop me from studying, and I kind of realized that. I said, oh, these people got too much shit going on in their life. They can't really study this shit like I can at this moment. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause, you know what I'm saying, everything good right now. So. That's kind of what I realized for me. But the first thing I ran into the big head Yakub story and a whole bunch of other shit. And it was like we're like
Oh
the
yeah,
Kundalini, the chakra shit,
it's
all of
pop.
that little Eastern philosophy shit. And I was like,
This is yeah.
yeah, and I was like, I can't get into this shit because it's like say if you trying to meditate, I can't meditate. I know I got real life shit going on. What the fuck? I can't sit up here, you know what I'm saying, sit still, try to manifest some shit. This was what was that shit? The secret, what's that shit we called? The secret attraction, some shit. I said,
The
man,
secret.
got me going. Yeah, got nigga going to Ferrari
Bro,
dealership trying to sit in cars, can't possibly. You better go get
I
some
don't like
money.
your view. I don't like your view on Christianity, but you are really intelligent, though. I give it to you. You are very intelligent.
Well, that's why I say the first thing I do is I try to trigger emotion because that's the only thing that got us connected to anything. I try to trigger emotion because that's the only thing that got us connected to anything religious. You know, the association that we feel. You know what I'm saying? Especially like I told y'all, my ex passed a few months ago. I'll be bringing it up because it's just happened a few months ago. And the pastor was up there talking about she's above us now. She's an angel now. I'm like, bro, I'm already knowing how biology works. I'm already knowing how the cycle works. But this is really why we do it. Love. I'm gonna break some hearts with this one. Love etymologically means to care. Care means to lament. Ultimately, to grieve somebody when they're gone. That's how you know you love somebody. That's what this shit means. And we die. And that really, we just want to be immortal in some kind of way, shape, form. The weirdest thing about being a human or a mammal is that we are aware of our inevitable demise. And that shit, you know, a lot of people can't handle that, can't really come to peace with it or fully ever come to peace with it because that shit's shitty. But so that's why we have religion. We want to feel like we can reunite with our loved ones and all that shit. But fuck all that, because that is the sad part. We just got to get all that shit out the way so we can focus on making the best life that we got here. These good, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people, like, we lost it too early because, like, she had cancer. We could have been figured out how to fix cancer if we wasn't indoctrinated our youngest brains, youngest, possibly brightest minds into indoctrinations. Like, say you're a Christian, okay, cool. Let's Islam, say something else. You know what I'm saying? Or Buddhism, any other religion. You know what I'm saying? That's not scientifically based, right? Not based in reality. Reality, what I'm talking about, is based in like our senses, what we can see, touch,
Yeah,
taste,
you
smell.
talking about physical reality.
Yeah, all the spiritual shit is really a concept.
But you got to believe there's something more than all this physical. You got to.
Because soon as you say
This ain't it.
I've literally programmed myself to associate belief with fiction and pseudo and science fiction and cartoons and unicorns. So as soon as you say belief to me, because etymology, it means to accept is true. It means
All right, so let me ask you this: do you believe in metaphysics?
as soon as you started off with belief, it's out of
No, I'm saying, like, do you
I don't really deal with
accept?
that. I don't really deal
Do
with
you
that.
accept? Do you accept the truth of metaphysics?
I think metaphysics. Let me look back into. I think metaphysics is like some type of philosophy.
Instead of saying it's spiritual,
Yeah, I think they're
it's
trying to
kind
make
of like
it. Nah, I
spiritual.
don't. Nah, I
it's-
don't. Nah.
So you think everything that happens can be explained? That's what you're telling me. Period.
No,
By science.
no.
Okay.
Science don't even say that. Science be like, shit, we still like, it was a point where like 50, 60 years ago, we didn't know like DNA. We didn't really have this shit figured out. What I say 50 years ago? 60 years ago. We didn't really have this shit figured out. This shit, just remember, if you old enough, you remember when this shit start coming on the news, nigga had America's Most Wanted, they just start finding people. Old enough, you remember when this shit start coming on the news, nigga had America's Most Wanted, they just start finding people after that. Yeah, like science is evolving, it's growing, it's progressing as humans progress. But that's why I said if we was to really be scientifically literate, focus on that shit, we could been speeding up so much faster. Yeah, it's a branch of philosophy that deals with the first principles of things. And the thing about that is, what is philosophy? Philosophy is in its simplest form is to say the love is wisdom, pursuit, fundamental questions about existence. Yeah, so that's just some query shit. It just sounds sexy. Metaphysics. Fuck all that. Bullshit. Figure it out objectively, you know what I'm saying, empirically, then we running with it. Because why? Because we can figure out what works. So when it comes to making goals, you make smart goals. And the M in smart is to be measurable. How can you measure some shit you can't quantify?
You don't believe in.
Oh no, I don't. I can tell you. You say believe.
You don't accept like you know what I'm saying, like the third eye hunches, some sense. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta understand. Listen, so all that shit really derives from bullshit. I got a whole little thing I'm supposed to been doing on it. a whole little spiel, but got something to do with all these people. It's really because of this dude, right? I don't know if you've seen, damn, big ass head, that boy.
Yeah.
Because when I had a little conversation with him, and then after the conversation, we had a genuine conversation. Well, I wasn't really trying to tear his head off, but he wasn't trying to stand on no business. But all these people's ideology ultimately come from. Let me put Big Mama up on here. This is really Big Mama to a lot of people right here. Helena Blavatsky, a lot of these white supremacist talking points, these especially this third eye, all that shit, man, come from these spiritualists and these the new spiritualist movement. And guess what? Guess what
You don't
makes
believe a spiritual world exists at all?
I know the spirit is a concept of Europeans, of Greeks. I know when they came up with these concepts. I know who came up with these concepts. I know how they evolved. I know how they progressed, and I know how they got into our language. We talking about English. English, you can trace English,
But
bro.
every native people have a spirituality to them. They know it's not just all
Okay,
this
yeah. I got you. Yeah, but it still ain't nothing. So we talking about like, like even like say we know from West and West Central Africa, a lot of people just want to focus in on one of the spiritual practices in the Ifa and the Orishas, right? Where they have, like I was talking about earlier, these deities. They have, the paternal deity, patriarchal deity, whatever, etc. Like, yeah, bro, it's not real. Like, we know it's not real. Why do we need these things to feel like something exists outside of us? Is because we are cowards. We are scared, literally, to death, of death. That's really all it is, right? We're trying to have something after that. And it's like, if we just focus on this best life, we maybe could prolong our existence. We maybe could have, don't get me wrong, like, we too early in bro, we're like 160 years out of slavery, bro. That's like literally what, 4 generations? 4 or 5 generations at this point. At least when I was born in.
We just got out of sharecropping.
We fresh off, man. We just start dressing ourselves. It's kind of shitty, bro, because it's like, bro, I want while we seeing like the progression, the possibility for progression, a lot of it is being held back by ideology. And this is the only reason why I focus on us is because we have the influence. We're not the ones that's perpetuating this. It's like how they be saying black people can't be racist because we don't have the power to be. Like once we get control of our influence, which these Israelites are manipulating in front of us, for us. Once we get control of that, once we get educated to get control of that, then we can influence these other people to be scientifically literate. Because all the race wars is cool, but it's some bullshit because the way we win is by being a bigger person, which we've always had to do. And I know that's shitty because we want to slap fire on somebody, but that's really the way we win. Yeah, is by being being an example. Same way we did with the civil rights. Same way we did to get out of slavery. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers had to have so much favor on us after so long that they was like, hey,
brother, let me ask you this. So tell me about this lady on the screen.
H.P. Blavatsky, Helena Petrova Blavatsky, Russian occultist. So she, I think the reason why she was so bossed up, she had to be like just a stern cold piece because she was like one of the first women to just move around like autonomously. She went to India and got he linked up with the Tibets, and she got in a lot of the spiritualism and the occult. Then she came over to America with this, I think it was the Edie brothers at the Edie farm. They had like this claim that they had this ghost shit, and hooked up with Henry Steele Oscott and came up with the Theosophical Society. Let me try to show y'all some pictures so we can get into this, like, and make it feel like a little story time. This is when she was over there in India with them. This is her and Henry Steele Oscott. That's her in the middle right there. Yeah, she over there in Theosophy. Look at this flag right here.
Damn.
See that star right there? The truth, Theosophy. Y'all go look at the Theosophy. And this is also, what's so trippy about this shit, y'all, what really kind of like, I don't know, drew me like into the rabbit hole for days behind this shit is because Small Mustache was indoctrinated by these people too.
Oh, man.
Hold on, man. I let somebody up too fast. Let me know if you're a troll or not. You got a little bitty followers. You a troll or you a real person?
No, I'm not a troll.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah, Theosophy. You familiar with HPB?
It's crazy.
Helena Petrova. All right, let me show you some more pictures.
So she kind of like popularized
The spiritualist movement. So, what I was talking about, like even with the Ghosts, the Edie brothers, the Fox sisters. Let me show some of these people. And it was the same thing, bro. when people was passing in the war in these wars.
I just want to ask, like, what's the prompt and what's the topic?
I guess right now we kind of veering off into like theosophy right now, but really theosophy's influence on spirituality and how and spirituality's conflation with like Black America. That's what I'm really kind of going to get into.
Cool. All right. Yeah. Feel free to drop me. I just want to come up just to ask, like, hey, what's the prompt? What's the topic? But yeah, I fellow Mellow, so he was like on this live, and I was like, yeah, let me come up too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, man. Thanks.
Mellow, bro.
Yeah, I'm not a troll.
What up, bro?
Yeah, what's up, Mellow? What's good, man? Hey, you should use this pic, Mellow. Can you see my profile picture?
Yeah. No, I saw it the last time.
Yeah, man. I'll send it to you. All right, cheers, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, ultimately, it's like, this shit, the pretendians conflate with this shit as well. But it's just like, we just got to get the whole origins of it, because like when they be talking about shit like Atlantis or the pineal gland or Lemuria, Moon.
Well, what about so Atlantis? Did that really happen?
No, Atlantis, Plato wrote Atlantis. Plato wrote Atlantis in 325 BC. It's a fictional. If we ever was to read Timaeus and Crates, he in there talking about a whole bunch of Greek mythology shit. It's monsters in there. It's dragons in there. It's fiction, but we don't read it because we just regurgitate words. But these are Fox sisters. They was doing this shit, bro. Literally, what they was doing, tapping under the table and tricking people. Let me show you the Eddie Farm. Or the Eddie Brothers, something like that. I may not got it right. Yeah, here you go. Occult powers. Her and Henry Still Allscott met. Yeah, they got HP. Talking about it with some ghosts and shit. I think it was, y'all help me out on what war was going on around. When was this? Like the early 1900s. Was that was one or two? Early 1900s, late 1800s. Is that World War I or World War II? All right, I'll figure it out. I'll be forgetting.
1914 to 1918, First World War.
Yeah, so it was this one here. This really had people fucked up. You know what I'm saying? A whole bunch of people was passing. And they was talking like the mediumship. That's what she was a part of, Helen Blavatsky, that mediumship. The seances. Well,
They was like,
thank you.
deceiving? Were they deceiving people, or they really believed it?
They was deceiving people, bro. They was literally doing tricks on purpose to trick people to get their money, bro. That's the same thing all these people been doing the whole time. They did not believe this shit. I mean, maybe like Helena Petrova, maybe they believe some of that shit, but so a lot of these people was manipulating people, or maybe believed it into a point where they saw that the manipulation was there, let the influence and power take control of their brain. That's the most interesting subject to me. This is the one thing I really had kind of wanted to talk about, just to try to like fast forward everything, because I don't want to like bore y'all all these people that kind of really like, they matter in the story, but not as much. But Helena Petrova Blavatsky, Henry Still Allscott, Annie Besant. Let me show y'all Annie Besant, because this is Charles Webster Leadbeater. This is who we finna talk about, but I'm gonna show you Annie Besant because kind of like Helena and Henry Alcott, they was like tag team duo. They was always linked up together, even so much so to where I got a picture of them right here. They linked up in their old days. And now this little nigga to the left right here, this is Jiddu Krishnamurti right here. So he was a big deal. I didn't never hear about him, but he was like a big deal back in the day. The nigga in the middle, Charles Leadbeater, he ran across him when he was like 14 years old. He seen him on the beach. He said, "Ooh, you a Mahatma." Mahatma is the same thing that Gandhi was. Oh, let me show you this picture to see how Gandhi, you know the Gandhi? He was also indoctrinated in this shit as well. Not heavily, but it did influence him. Right, so he does have heavy like associations with him, but this is a Mahatma, y'all. A Mahatma is this. This is Kudumi. This is who they considered a Mahatma. They said that when they seen Krishnamurti, let me show you the picture of Krishnamurti right here when he was young. This is probably how he looked when Charles Webster Leadbeater ran across him. Now, the only reason I was really bringing this up in totality to push back in phase one, because phase one he followed Malachi York with the Nuwabians and all that shit. So I was gonna make the connection that Charles Webster Leadbeater found this boy when he was 14 on the beach. Said he was a Mahatma, and took him under his wing. And 3 years prior to that, in 1906, and he ran across him in 1909. 1906, let me see if I got some sources of this shit. I tried to chop it up, but I didn't like how they came out. Yeah, messing with little boys though. Messing with little boys in 1906, right there. You can see it in that second paragraph. I ain't gonna.
Oh, you mean like he talking about messing like trying to teach him?
Yeah, they had accusations that he was messing with. Now, not necessarily. Krishna never came out and said nothing, but this is him right here. He never came out and said nothing, but he ultimately ended up leaving theosophy, and then nigga ended up being really like kind of practical in his older age. Kind of like, at least when I was overviewing reading of him, he was kind of sounding like, you know what I'm saying, like me. Like, we need to be individual thinkers. We need to stop trying to follow people. Let me see. I think I got a picture when he got turned to old man. I don't know where my pictures is at, bro, because I got a picture of him when he was an old man. It's not even this one. Noble Drew Ali used some of their teachings. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I was kind of getting.
That's another thing. Noble Drew Ali, but they all got their message from individual that appeared and stuff like that and spoke to
Yeah,
him.
that was the Kudumi. Yeah, so that's what like this is, and it's crazy because it got a lot to do with like I don't know if y'all seen that movie, The Men Who Stare at Goats, or even the Monroe Institute, where the government and all these are in the, like disclosed in the vault, and it's crazy because as soon as you see the FBI was involved with this shit, or literally like had some money forwarded to studying it, it would make it look like it's credible. But yeah, like with the Monroe Institute and so on and shit. But yeah, the Men Who Stare at Ghosts is a good example of that. They pretty much were saying, yeah, we ended up following crazy ass people. And just figured out, man, a lot of people out here, they really not cool. They really not stable mentally. And that's really the like
Wow.
like, man, when I see these people on my FYP, these people posting videos, especially the pretendians and all these people claiming shit, I see it in their eyes, bro. They shit black the fuck out. It's like they not really here. And this is how I know I'm not biased, because I know I'm not biased because I was once at that state as well. And I had to really like do some introspection. And the best way I did introspection, I ain't gonna lie, I didn't even do it through myself because it's so hard for us to like do shadow work and check our chin. And the best way I did introspection, I ain't gonna lie, I didn't even do it through myself because it's so hard for us to like do shadow work and check ourselves and want to assess our flaws. So I had to do it with my family. I was looking at my family, I'm like, damn, every time I'm talking about my family, we dysfunctional, black folk. And I'm like, why the fuck gangster fucked up, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, my cousin, he literally got clinically, I was like, hey, my cousin, he literally got clinically, mentally, whatever he got. I say, damn, you know what I'm saying? I'm just looking around. Mama's crazy, sister throwed off. I say, yeah, we probably, you know what I'm saying? We probably got it in us because I'm studying around. Mama's crazy, sister throwed off. I say, yeah, we probably, you know what I'm saying? We probably got it in us because I'm studying this shit at the same time. I'm studying, what's the lady name? I forget her name. That's a crazy blank because I can't even follow up the backup. But the genetic shit, the predisposition, how trauma like flows through our genes and shit. So I had to assess myself. When I assess myself, I say, okay, boom. Now we can do shadow work because now we can do critical thinking. We ain't biased when we looking at information because we not emotionally driven. But these motherfuckers, Fox sisters, Helen Blavatsky, Theosophy, shit, all of the shit that like led into all that shit, mesmerism, Platoism, the Age of Enlightenment, Swedenborgianism. It really started. Let me show you how it really started. Because I was talking to this nigga about he had said some shit about astral projection. That's what I was supposed to say, astral projection. And I was like, nigga, this is the first man who ever brought up astral projection. Right here, Eliphas Levi. Niggas know about astral projection. That's the first motherfucker that brought it up. Same thing. He the first motherfucker to bring up is the damn Baphomet. So all these people, and let me go to one of these sources too, so y'all know niggas just don't be capped. Oh no, this is Helena shit. She in here talking about the Aryan race, but that was just the part where I was showing that she was associated with small mustache and how all that shit got influenced, and it's just crazy. I think it was like 6 million people can get unalived all by somebody perpetuating misinformation through propaganda just because they're a fucking good orator. That's like the best superpower to have. If I was a good orator, I'll be that nigga. Rui, what up,
Hey,
though?
you could write some paper bulls, man.
Man, peace, King, peace.
Peace, brother.
Man, peace to the host, man, peace to the panel. Man, you really on something right now. You know, you really on something right now when you bring into the discussion individuals like Madam Helen Blavatsky, when you bring into the discussion individuals like Aleister Crowley with the Golden Dawn, with the Order of the Golden Dawn, when you bring into the conversation, you know, individuals like Adam Weishaupt, who is the founder of the Illuminati, which was originally called the Bavarian Brotherhood, which is an organization, order, or esoteric movement that came out of Germany, right? So when you bring up these individuals and you trace the chronology of certain beliefs today, what you find is they go through the pathways of these esoteric movements that was popping up in the early part, right, of the 18th and 19th century, right? Preceding that, right, we find that the order of the Knights Templar, right? The order of the Knights Templar, much of the esoteric, spiritual, so-called spiritual concepts that were prevalent during the time of Madame Helen Blavatsky. So you can bunch all these individuals in the same circle. Madame Helen Blavatsky, Adam Weishaupt, who established the Illuminati, which was originally called the Bavarian Brotherhood, the Order of the Golden Dawn, right, which was spearheaded by Aleister Crowley. All of these individuals was following and moving in the same circles. The Theosophical Society, the Philosophical Research Society. That's what they originally called it, right? The Theosophical Society was called the Philosophical Research Society. So all of these individuals was traveling in the same circles, and fundamentally, they believed in the same esoteric spiritual concepts, so-called spiritual concepts. But their spiritual, so-called spiritual concepts proceeded from the Knights Templar, and the Knights Templar were exposed to Kabbalistic, esoteric magic, right, and Greco Hellenistic thought, right, and that's what led to their expulsion from the Catholic Church, which was the political and social and religious power at the time during their expulsion, right? So, but when you look preceding when you look back further than the Knights Templar, what you descend on, which is the bedrock of all of it. All of it come from Greek culture, right? That's the origin of it. It all comes from Greek culture. What part of Greek culture? At what point in Greek culture? It all started in Greek culture when those 70 scholars, who was commissioned by Alexander the Great, so-called Alexander the Great, right? When he sent those 70 scholars into the region of Palestine to interpret the ideological and canonical or doctrines of the Hebrew people, right? What they came up with, what these 70 scholars, which was the Septuagint, right? The word Septuagint come from the Greek word septu, which means 70, and agian, which means scholars, right? So the Septuagint, which was the book that they canonized, right, or translated from the so-called Hebrew scriptures, right, or the Hebrew, what was called the Tanakh at the time. It was called the Tanakh, and the word Tanakh is a breakdown, which means Hebraically the Torah, the Nebaim, and the Kathraim. So this is what
Three
they
parts, three
call.
parts. Yeah.
This is what the Hebrews called their writings. They called their writings the book of the Torah, which was the law, the book of the Nabaim, which is the prophets, and the book of the Kathraim, which is the writings, right? So when they translated these things, when these 70 scholars translated these things, a lot of the translation was lost as a result of linguistic variations and cultural differences
Yeah.
between these two so-called cultural outlooks. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of it comes from that. But when you break down, even when you break down, see, that's why I rock with you, Dundada, because you continue with that etymology. That etymology is a tool
The
that you
bad
can
word.
use to crack any code, because it's going to allow you to effectively continue to push further and further into prehistory, right? It's going to take you all the way to the origin of thought. And as you travel through the origin of thought, you begin to see the formation, right? You begin to see the ideological belief formation of where all these esoteric and so-called spiritual religions evolve from.
Yeah.
So, man, you really own something with this here, man.
Yeah. Didn't
You
nobody
really
tell
are,
you
bro.
come on here, fast forward and shit. I ain't went that far yet, man.
Oh,
I didn't go to the cabal. I ain't make it out there.
hey,
That was, I was gonna get there next month, man.
I done spilled the whole bean.
I'm up here.
I done spilled the bean.
Hey, man.
I thought you been there already. I
No,
already know
man,
you went there.
I get excited.
Oh,
Man.
you were slow stroking it for the cats on the
No
panel, huh?
smoking, yeah, man. I got stuck. Hey, that dude said,
Hell no.
I said, whoa, nice Templar associated with it too. Damn, and the
Yeah,
Kabbalah, it
they
all
in there.
come from
Throw their
East.
ass in there too. They in there too.
Yeah,
They in
no,
there
I
too.
think no, you're 100% correct. And kind of like with I kind of really
And
damn
these
near
are the
use,
individuals that the small mustache dude
yeah.
he was influenced by this whole cacophony of history, this chronology of esoteric history, all the
Yeah.
way back, going back to the Greeks,
Oh,
preceding the Greeks, going back to the Knights Templar, preceding the Knights Templar, going back to the Greeks.
this what I know a lot of us had realized that this symbol right here, we remember we had realized, because I remember when it came out and I still didn't know it. This
Facts.
symbol,
Facts.
we say, oh no, that symbol was adopted from the Hindu. We remember that. So why we didn't make the connection that how the hell did he end up with it?
Yes.
Misinformation, y'all. Propaganda. The dude was drinking Kool-Aid. Imagine a
Yes.
leader that got power to unallow that many people drinking Kool-Aid, y'all. We goddamn got one.
Yes. Yes.
It's amazingly crazy, bro.
That's just like if you gave amongst us, let's say when Noble Drew Ali came with the Moorish Science Temple of America. Let's say if he was strategic enough to take power amongst black people, right? The majority of black people would be indoctrinated with the Moorish Science Temple of American philosophy, right? Not knowing that the Moorish Science Temple of America philosophy, right, its origins come from Madame Blavatsky,
Yeah.
right? Whose teachings come from Adam Weishaupt, whose teachings come from the Knights Templar, whose teachings come from the Greeks. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's crazy. You just gotta push past, man, and go to the origins of it all.
Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Like even with etymology, I think etymology has had like just such a hold on my scholarship that's my approach to everything now.
It's a sword, bro.
It's even like what the pretendians claim to do with genealogy, because it is the origins, but you actually have to do it. And yes, as you go deeper, you're gonna find more and more people influence. Because that's what etymology is. You're gonna see the influence of these different languages. Like, I like when you said that thought, the origins of thought itself. Y'all, it's so amazing going to the beginning of words, non-consonants, and like literally seeing the evolution of language progress and evolve to even where we, speak in English now. And we know that English come from Anglos. Go look at where the Anglos is originally from, y'all. And y'all will have to look at, it's kind of like, it's going to be language, got its own damn haplogroup map, y'all.
Yes.
That's what I need to do. I need to look at
Germanics.
the language map.
Hey, Don, though, your chance is coming, bro. Because I was searching through. I ran it through. I was debunking the pseudos. I remember I used to do this on the Facebook, but they bringing back the philosopher's stones and stuff like this, and the cabal, like you were saying, like what is this? What is it called? Get me? It's like sound like geometry, but it's basically the study of numbers and all this stuff like that. Like it's like a numerology.
About numerology.
Oh,
Yeah, but there's
gematria.
another word, gematria. There it is. Yeah,
Oh, you talking about the tetragram? No, oh, okay. Yeah. I know. Yeah.
these
Yeah.
dudes is trying to map souls and create philosopher stones.
Yeah. See, but that's why they can't miss me. I had already ran across that shit earlier. Listen, this is why I say too, because I wanted to say this earlier. I'm not gonna like jug at nobody, but I had a name, and I'm gonna throw Ruahkiyah under the bus with me, because he got a Hebrew name as well. I originally had a Hebrew name. I was in one of the chats, they had put it in the comments. They're like, oh, he used to be Hebrew. No, I had actually a Hebrew name, but if you was to do, if they was actually really trying to clown me, what I said is I had got my shit from Gematria. I actually used the Gematria shit to decode my name, and then gave me that Hebrew name, and I had looked it up. I was like, oh, that was my name in Gematria. And then at the end of my name, I had Kemet end my name. So yeah, y'all supposed to catch that, but I already put myself on blast, so I already won the battle like Eminem did. But
See, I smoke them when they come. See, it's easy to roll them up if they was to come, come for a name, because the knowledge precedes the name. If you don't
yeah,
have a knowledge that allows you to effectively dismantle the origins and trace, the chronology of the semantics of the name, then you can pin a person down on that. But when you're dealing with a person with real information,
yeah.
then it's just really gonna turn into a teaching session.
What I thought it was gonna be on here, what I thought we was gonna be like tagging people back and forth and shit, they gonna be hitting you back up. I say, oh yeah, TikTok better. You can do that. We gonna drop sources in the comments, especially when we can do pictures now. I say, yeah, these people are so like intellectual, bro. It's not even fun. I thought we was really like gonna be brain banging. I thought that's what we was gonna do. I thought we was gonna be like come on here sparring to make ourselves better, and it ended up being like duck and smoke. And it's like I get it because the echo chamber they probably try to find some way to make it make sense. Like oh he's just so annoying, or he's just so sassy, or he's just rude, or whatever niggas can say. But at the end of the day, like I told him earlier, I said man, fuck the disrespect, fuck crying. Did niggas say something wrong? What was the error? You telling me about my delivery? And that's the same thing that got you caught up. I saw my story right now when Kevin Samuel was reading something and the girl was saying, "Say it to us like Dr. Umar." And now I look at Dr. Umar and I'm like, like, fuck to talk to me slow and oh man, is the information correct? Remove our feelings so we can really digest this shit because that's the only way we're gonna be able to. Anything else gonna give us a bias? I feel like.
The scientific methodology is the greatest invention of the human mind, right? Beyond, see, everything that we're looking at conceptually in terms of perspectives, ideologies, concepts, ideas, and beliefs, all of it proceeds from the human mind, right? But the greatest invention, the greatest organization of thought is the methodology of the scientific concept and where we can take that thought to a free man from the shackles of limited thinking. There is no greater thought than scientific methodology, right? So if you're not leading with that, or taking your thought to advance the concept of this organized, systematic way of thinking that brings clarity and objectivity to the being, to the person, then man, everything else just gotta sit down, man. And I think that's the evolution of humanity in terms of where we're going. That's where we're going once we
I'm definitely
sideline everything else.
it'd be like when I used to be in church, the couple times I did listen, I've definitely personalized it. I would say me personalizing that, because it was just good in general to digest. But me personalizing that, I was thinking about it earlier. I was like, ugh, you know.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Like these people, but because I did not know they was I didn't know they was gonna be running like that. I thought it was gonna be literally sparring, like we're on the internet. We're on the, just
Yeah.
like how you learn real quick. Okay, I gotta develop this different layer of distinction. This is the internet. Yeah, real quick we learn it. I didn't know
Yeah.
that they was really gonna be blocking people. Oh shit,
Yeah.
my bad. I didn't know that we was gonna be blocking people. I didn't know we was gonna be reporting shit. I didn't know he was gonna be playing nasty shit. I was like, man, I thought it was gonna be fair game. Just like find out. It got to the point where it's like we need to find out how to say what's right. What's gonna be right? What are the basis? What's the principles to say what's right? We need to break everything, and then like we don't want it. It's like yeah, we don't want it. We want. I feel like we want to be able
Yeah.
to do the other shit, socially bond. Maybe like I don't know if it's like an ego thing. Cause like at first, I'll admit it. At first, it was. At first, I was like flexing on pretenders and making myself feel good, but that didn't last long. I quickly felt bad and shitty. I quickly felt like a bully. I felt like, oh my bad, yeah, Mellow. I quickly felt like these people needed some type of help. I'm just developing tactics, and yeah, ultimately, like
You
so
start feeling empathy.
we talking about yeah. So we talking about like what I'm projecting. I'm projecting what you were saying with sciences, right? So the science is with sciences, right? So the science is a psychology, right? That's the one where we know how to communicate, to effectively communicate with people, or how to actually measure what's effective in
Yes.
communication.
Yes.
I admit to toying with my tactics and even like going through. I admit to toying with my tactics and even like going through my own evolution in the process. I had an intentional. Y'all don't remember when I had 4 extra on my backdrop? I was 4 extra, and I was intentionally bullying people with the with the shit, and it was just like it was still my way of motivating people. It really because that's how I get motivated. Say somebody say I can't do something, I get motivated like that too. But a lot of people they prefer a
But
pick me
can
up.
it be measured? But can it be measured to
Yeah.
be effective? When you was doing it,
The
can you
perc-
measure it to be effective?
Yeah, the percentages. I definitely was keeping percentages. The whole time I was still aware that this is a field study for everything.
Hmm.
Yeah, I can measure the effectiveness, and I definitely pushed it to the limit too. I definitely pushed the experiment to the limit, and it wasn't as effective as I liked it to be. I told y'all that those were the consequences. I got blocked. I got reported. Nobody wants to play with me. Nobody wants to come outside. Everybody puts their chain up. So yeah, no, it's not fun.
Yeah, for sure.
I was like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? Especially that's why I'm talking, especially like with like Black First. I say, bro, you go anywhere, you talk to them all crazy, they still let you be. But I said, I think really what it is like it's not supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be fun when I come in here and shut the bullshit down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what they were talking about. Why you got to do that? I say, if you say something wrong, I'm gonna stop you. I say, would you prefer me to let the misinformation persist? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, I got to find a way to be balanced. I definitely like every time you speak. I definitely love the way you articulate yourself because it's kind of monotone where it's like even if a person is trying to be in their feelings, they don't know which way to go. You know what I'm saying? It's like yeah, it's like right there, perfect in the middle.
So
I
I
got
like to
to.
talk to him like with the bored voice, like I'm extremely over and tired.
I would probably intentionally give a lot of empathy in my tone, a lot of patience, a lot of more relatable because I really can't relate to that shit. I ain't gonna lie, I be acting like I can't, like I'm just. The only reason I know as much as I do about it because I was. I'm not saying I was in it. I was ever a pseudo. You can't never find nothing about me talking nothing. Really, like I said, I think it's a natural process. Just how we gotta learn shit because we niggas. But um,
Man, I've been in all those chambers of man, I've been in all those chambers of thought. All
yeah,
of them. And to be able to effectively navigate all of those systems of thought, you had to be once a part of it. right? So when you're talking about Hebrewism, I've been in that chamber of thought. When you're talking about the Moorish Science Temple of America, I've been in those chambers of thought, right? When you're talking about dealing with esoteric systems of spirituality, I've been in those chambers of thought because my search led me there. I was genuinely looking for something that I could attach myself to, right? That would give me an ultimate understanding,
Yeah.
right? That ultimate understanding, that ultimate clarity of who I am, what all of this is all about, right? But ultimately, what you find is if your search is pure, it's going to move you right to an objective analysis. It's going to move you right to science. That's where it's going to move you to. It's inevitable, you know?
That's what happened to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened to me, man. I was like, okay, yeah, if you're trying to know the truth, like, yeah, I think that's why I didn't give phase one too hard of a time because he was trying to be like scientifically literate, and I think like some of the things, like we opened the holy tablets, and like in the beginning, Dwight does try to conflate a lot of like elements. So he tries to get into it. He tried to get into science, and I think that's a part that we kind of always wanted to know. Even like with the what's that? The 5%ers, and knowing the sciences. Um, and I think it's something we always yearn for because ultimately that's the truth. And science comes from the Latin word sciento, meaning to know. So if we want to know these things, we just gotta remove those biases. But like I like how you said it though. If your search is pure, you know what I'm saying. I mean, you're not really leaning to having a bias either way. But a lot of us, we already raised away. So
Malachi Z. York, Dr. Malachi Z. York is you. Dr. Malachi Z. York, he is me. The only difference with Dr. Malachi Z. York, if you study, man, I got the Holy Tablets. Man, it's a book that's over 1,500 some odd pages. It's like a thick Bible, right? But if you study that book, what you find is an individual who was if you look at if you look at from chapter one of the Holy Tablets, right, and you study the Holy Tablets throughout the progression of the information that's being presented in the Holy Tablets, what you find is you find a chronology of belief and him going through the processes of attaching himself to certain beliefs to unify, to find the unity of thought, right? It just so happened this is where he went wrong, I believe, in my personal analysis of his situation. I think that he went wrong because he found that with so much information, and it was something critical that you said earlier, Dundada. You said that you committed 10,000 hours once you got your money right. Like Pac say, once I got my money right, then I'm ready for war, right? So once you get your money right and you able to attribute a certain amount of time and energy to thought, for your mind to be free, to study, to reflect, right? What you're going to find is you're going to enter a realm of thought where you looking at people, you're looking at things from a bird's eye view. And a lot of people are looking at things from a view where they're on the ground looking up because they don't have the time to study. They don't have the interest in many instances to study. They don't have the desire. They're overwhelmed by life, society, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So people just don't have, one, the mental faculty to put it all together. Two, they don't have the energy to invest that critical level of thought, you know what I'm saying, to navigate the maze. But for those individuals who do, those individuals stand out, right? As beacons or as clarity or as critical thinkers, right? Voices that are that could potentially be listened to to gain insight, right? Now, it's one or two things going to happen with that personality. That personality either is going to continue and persist in their pursuit, in sincere pursuit of truth, or they're going to become a grifter. It's inevitable, right? You're going to have all these individuals looking at you and saying, bro, you got it. And once you hear that so many times, you realize how many people don't got it. And once you realize how many people don't got it, you be like, damn, I can either, I'm like the one-eyed man in a land of blind people.
Birdman rubs hand ass shit.
I could do anything with these dudes.
I literally think this is how these people get to this level right here. Like what I got on the screen is like once you get to a certain point and you get enough pseudo information, you then develop pseudo information. You then develop more advanced stuff like this and start talking about it. You know what I mean? Like this is like literally how they get to it.
What is this? It's a little blurry. Oh no, embrace it. That shit.
This is the about alchemical functions, bro. And what was the part I wanted to zoom up because when I was like going at him, this is the level of serious they put in their documentation. It says this is not a symbolic ritual. Like it's like trying to add credence to it. Like it's crazy.
So what? Somebody did that?
Remember I told you I was going in there to go debunk the dude and his philosopher's stone? Like, this is like, I didn't even have to get to it. I already knew where he was going, like, when I first saw this part. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're on the outside looking in. So how did I know exactly where you were getting to before you got to the end of your page? I jumped in early when they was just rereading the beginning stuff. Like, bro, you're not the fraud. I jumped in and told him, I prefaced like, yo, bro, you wasting your time. You're never going to be able to make this thing. That's how I started it off.
Hey, I do love that part about it. I think for me, the pretentious, the condescending shit, that did come. I think that shit did work, bro. I think I did deflate a lot of that shit because my ego was so crazy with that shit. Just like the dude, I don't know if you heard the dude, bro. Them dudes really conceded to me. Like I ain't trying to put too much on it, but they really conceded, bro, because I'm literally popping it. They like, yeah, you popping that shit. Like, yeah, I know it, nigga, cause I know it. Fuck me, I ain't playing with y'all boys. Y'all been running across this play shit all your damn life. Real team this. And just not standing on shit. And then that's another thing you realize. You realize, them people you just talking about, how many really just bullshit. You realize, them people you just talking about, how many really just bullshit ass people is out here, got a little lick of sense, and they feel like, oh shit, well damn, don't nobody know shit. Let me just keep on making shit up. Earthquake's one of them.
You know what there's never been. You know what there's never been, D.
Was I a lot of shit.
In all my studies of humanity, of the chronology of humanity and the progression of thought amongst humanity, and cultures and civilizations and societies. What I've found is there has never been amongst humanity a cult completely dedicated and committed to objectivity and truth.
Yeah, and then Scientology gonna take the name for no reason.
There's never been that. There's never been a society, a system of social, political, cultural, economic reality, right, amongst humanity where it was committed to objectivity and truth. Humanity has been committed to all types of stuff, all type of pseudos, but there's never been a movement, a concerted effort, or a systematic move, a surgence of thought committed to just purely truth. What is truth? Conformity with reality. Reality is just simply the actual state, nature, function, and operation of things as they are. There's never been that. There's never been that. And that's a problem, bro.
Hey, I mean, let me urbanize it. Bro, we ain't never been in reality. Humanity has been in delusion. I was thinking about it earlier. I said, man, bro, we ain't never. I said, how do we develop such fucking nice houses and shit, know how to keep up lawn cares. I'm just thinking about all the basics.
Yes,
I'm like, bro, how do we get this fucking far?
yes,
Like,
bro.
if we
We
would
have
just
been
But for
on
the
a
most part, our
perpetual
pseudo,
delusional trip.
nah, for the most part, bro, our pseudo and beliefs kept us alive. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
It
yeah, yeah,
was
yeah, yeah,
like
oh, yeah.
the motivation to take certain steps and do actionable and questionable things to accomplish objectives because you thought, it's a light at the rainbow, or if I unalive here, my God's gonna take care of me, and he's gonna see what I did, and all this other stuff. So throughout most of human life, you can't explain anything with science because you don't really have it. You're gonna use this stuff. You're gonna use religion to kind of give you that extra motivation for survival. Another
And then
day
it's
of
like you say,
hope
we fresh
that
off
the
the
rain
porch
gonna
too.
come.
But we did have it. But we did have science. Science has always been amongst us because science is just simply objectivity. It's just simply the ability to be able to interpret and to observe your environment and to navigate your environment, right? Figuring out and uh, finding remedies to problems. That's all science is. You know what I'm saying? It's the remedy. It's the intelligent remedy, right? Or the most comprehensive and effective remedy to problems that are presented in our environment, in our natural ecology. That's all science is. So we've always had objectivity. We've always been able to see, smell, touch, taste, and formulate thought around those things that we see, smell, touch, and taste. We've always had science. It's always been amongst us, but it's just at certain points, the mind deviates. It deviates from the realm of objectivity and it moves into something superficial and delusional. It's called subjective thinking. There's only three forms of thinking. There's only three forms of thinking. And those three forms of thinking are subjective thinking, deception, and truth-centered reasoning. So when you're talking to a person there, that you'll find that they're always reasoning from one of those paradigms of thought. It's either going to be subjective. Oh man, that's subjective, and I can tell you how that's subjective. It's either going to be deception. Deception is to cause to accept as valid that which is false and invalid. Deception is not just to tell a lie, but to convince people that lies and delusions are in fact the truth. Or you're going to be sitting on truth-centered reasoning. Truth-centered reasoning is that which is objective. It's empirical. It can be validated. It's pragmatic. You feel what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I push. But that's why I said it's so crazy the evolution. That's why I said what Mello is correct. Like we did need it to the point we did use it, especially like when I trace like how we say the origins of everything and the influence. And like we start off with animism, and that kind of me is really real. That's like some real nigga shit. Like that's so pure to me. Like but that's respecting like all life, or envisioning like all nature as all life, or having I think I
One
don't know.
ecology.
Yeah,
One living entity.
exactly.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
and then from there, like very quickly, I think we get into the subjective thinking with the shamanism, and I think that's when people start getting into the greed, right? Which we can when they get into the deception, and then I don't know because this is what I get in when I start thinking about my grift is because the deception could be based in truth-centered reasoning or something pragmatic. Because from my understanding, doing this for so long, bro, it's like people are inevitably credulous. They yearn for that belief system, and I don't know if it's because like I said, we've been on that for so long. Like that's the course of our evolution as well. Maybe, of course, like eventually, I feel like we'll deviate from it and we'll be scientifically literate. That culture that you was describing that we've never been. I think ultimately we will get there. Unfortunately, we here too soon. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's the craziest part about it, like that evolution of it all, and how it really it honestly naturally progressed. Like, of course, it naturally progressed, even when it comes to the deception, because it exists. So it will be, of course, a part of nature, unfortunately. It just gets hella trippy when thinking about it to that extent because, you know, even when I was thinking about it earlier, like colonization and
Let me
like,
ask you this, D. Does a lie have a purpose in any facet of society and human social development?
yeah, it does.
Give me an example of how.
Or
Explain
like
that.
all the dumb shits that think that they can have a vote and they vote matter and it can't because they too ignorant to know what's really going on. I'm gonna lie to them and say it do, and I'm gonna make it
But
good. I'm gonna make it.
what's wrong with a clear, intelligible breakdown and
Oh, you make it say yeah.
institutionalization of truth? What's
I
wrong
make
with
it put
that?
I make it put it in a prompt. I make it put it in a prompt, or maybe you can articulate it in a way where they can definitely digest it. But I don't think our culture is really ready for that. Our society is really ready for that. They
It's
think
not ready. It's not ready for that because of the cultural guardrails
right.
and the social guardrails that are currently in play
That-
that dumbs down and psyops the society out
That's
of
gonna take time. That's
a
gonna take
holistic form of
time.
thinking. You
That's gonna
feel what
take
I'm
time to
saying?
purge. That's gonna take time to purge from a culture. I ain't gonna be able to just say that, or even if we say it, doctor it up 10 times over, people never gonna be able. Not this generation. We're not gonna be content with that. Like what he saying? I'm like, this is like
Okay,
I
let me
was.
ask you this. So you mean to tell me, okay, so you mean to tell me you can't take a child from inception, right? Move that child into institutions that are built on and perpetuate a truth-centered reasoning, and that child grow into and evolve further in a knowledge of objectivity and truth.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. It start with the culture. It's the guardrails that exist in society. It's the guardrails that exist. It's the intellectual and psychological guardrails that exist in society that prevents, are attempting to prevent, the mind from moving in alignment with its natural evolutionary course, because the mind's natural evolutionary course is to gravitate towards information and knowledge. How do we know that? How do we know that? We know that on a fundamental biological level, in terms of when you look at the synaptic activity of the mind, of our brains. The synaptic activity of our brains, look at the activity that's taking place in the mind when the mind is entertaining information that pushes the mind to think beyond its boundaries,
Mm.
like consistent with real objective information. I can remember clearly you saying one time, you was like, bro, like I studied so hard one time
Well,
that it felt like my brain was about to bust, and I could connect with that. When you said that time, I say, damn, this dude studies.
yeah.
Like in order for him to articulate something like that, lets me know that he studied, because I felt that before. I felt like one time like my brain was about to burst. I like, man, I gotta put the books down. You
Mm-hmm.
feel what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is the mind has a natural propensity towards truth and information, like truth-centered information. You see what I'm saying? And when you take the mind, or the human being out of that element, you know what I'm saying? You take that human being or that personality out of alignment with what is natural. And that's been our problem. That's been the problem right there.
Yeah, y'all can't follow. Y'all can't follow Ruya. It was making me think about it, but y'all can't follow him. But I went to his page. I finally went to his page. Like, I don't know. I think after the last time we was on live,
You say
we
you
was
can't
talking about.
follow me? How you can't follow me?
No, y'all can't. Y'all, I'm saying they can't. You got a private page. Y'all make a follow him if y'all get a
Oh,
request. But
I gotta open the page up, huh?
you got private. Yeah, you just say you got private. I'm just gonna let him know, bro. Yoki,
Oh,
because
okay.
we was talking about working out. And I was like, bro, it's Yoki. The only reason I brought that up was because it's kind of like similar, like when we talking about that with the brain, and I kind of looked into it with like neuroplasticity. It's the same thing when these people are diluting their brains. Is it? I mean, but it's the opposite. But yeah,
The
when
reverse. Absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely. It's a reverse on the synaptic activity of the mind. Absolutely. But it's called regression,
Mhm.
right? The regression of synaptic activity. You know what I'm saying? And what we're talking about is the progression of synaptic activity. It's a difference.
It's literally gains, y'all. Literally
Facts.
gains. Um, like,
Quantifiable, measurable gains.
measurable too, because um, like it's kind of like if you anything like let me okay, so not with working out, but like say typing. I remember I was taking pride in like how fast I typed at one point, so I started measuring my typing. I started taking the little online typing test, and then I measurably got quicker, like instantly. Instantly. You can go do it one time, two time, three time. By the fourth, fifth time, you're gonna be measurably better. And yeah, that's how the brain works. I think another thing you was saying, you was listing off some things earlier about like the skill sets, like the mental faculties and etc. I think another thing is it has to be also a genuine interest, right? Not just in information and knowledge, right, but also in truth, because it's a lot of information out there. It's a lot of what I'm saying knowledge out there, but we just really got to find out how to measure what's true and accurate, especially because it seems like these internets are not putting any filters in what is or not. And I kind of think about that so much lately because I be feeling like I'm suppressed. So I be like, damn, is they trying to do this? And I'm thinking, why would they try to do this? And then I think like, well, it's ultimately try to remove our freedom of speech so that they can really hold us on us, and then we gonna really be fucked. So and I'm not just saying
It's
this.
all about power, King.
Yeah, and I'm not just saying this. This is like shit that I think what's that dude? Jerry, oh man, I forget the nigga. Now I was thinking about him earlier. He's one of the senators, though. Senator Kerry or something like that. Yeah, old dude, but he was talking about it on Joe Rogan show. Like that's the only thing they're gonna be able to do to suppress, pretty much like remove your freedom of speech, essentially, because so much misinformation out there. They're like, oh, we just don't know how to filter it, and then there you go.
And
But
that's really the only purpose that the lie have in a society, in a social framework that exists amongst humanity. The only that's what I was looking for you to say, D. The only purpose that the lie or delusion has within a society is for the purpose of manipulation. The manipulation of the minority over the majority. That's the only over the majority. That's the only purpose that a lie has in a society. Otherwise, right?
hold on. You may have said it backwards. The manipulation of the minority by the majority is really the opposite. The
Give it to me.
manipulation
Let
of
me hear that.
it's the manipulation of the majority by the minority.
Facts.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the only context. That's the only context. That's the only social context in which a lie, right? And the systemic promotion of delusion and lies. That's the only way it has relevancy in the society is when it's being used to control the masses. That's it, right? So if you look at if you study DARPA, if you look at the United States DARPA programs, if you look at the United States program and its history of psychological operations and its evolutions in its evolution in terms of when it began, which is during the First World War, you will find that it was a purpose in the lie. It was a purpose in the lie being utilized by the minority of those who was in power, who was governing the majority. You feel what I'm saying? So it has a purpose, but the
Damn, did I just
purpose just don't
justify their
serve
lies?
us,
Yeah.
huh?
Okay.
It don't
I
serve
gotta take
us.
my lie back, y'all. I gotta take my lie. I would not lie. But see, that's the thing. But I've been keeping it a buck, at least my way. I think I just gotta probably like be political with it. And it's like start off with telling them how they gonna get money at first.
Facts. And then look at this, D. You can look. Imagine this. Imagine this. And I'm finna go. I'm finna get this. This. I'm gonna let you know. There's some pseudo stuff I'm finna say right now. But just follow the line of reasoning, though. Imagine if. Imagine if we were a society of, let's say, we were Vulcans. You ever seen Star Trek?
No, yeah. Let me look. I gotta see what the Vulcan is. It's one of the creatures, right?
Yeah. Look up the Vulcan real quick, and look up the Vulcan, and look up their personality and how they exist as a being, as a species.
I see where you're going with. I see
Read
where
it.
you're
Read it
going with.
real quick.
Okay,
Read it.
let me
Read
see.
it. Read
Vulcans
it.
are
Read it real quick.
humanoid. Star Trek. Vulcans are a humanoid species known for their logical and emotionless. Well, this is really what I get accused of, or rather, emotion control. Oh yeah, that's even better. Society originated from the planet Vulcan. They are characterized by their pointed ears, upward sloping eyebrows, and impressive physical strength. Their most famous Vulcan is Spock. Yeah. I
So
love it.
so 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 I say I bring that pseudo into it because that's where humanity is headed. We're headed towards a more Vulcan-like, for lack of a better word, existence, right? But the only thing that prevents us from getting there is lies and deception. Now, you can have a society. Imagine this: you can have a society that, let's say, the subject of aliens pop up. That don't have to stop and slow down the analytical thinking of the society. The society, analytical society, how an analytical society would address that, it would just simply delegate that to a department that's committed and dedicated to studying that. And the society would continue in its analytical thinking processes without being held up over the quagmire and the question of whether or not aliens exist. You see what I'm saying? These things will be delegate religion, aliens, and all other type of pseudos. That don't mean we're not going to study these things. We're going to continue to study these things, but it's going to be compartmentalized in areas of the society that's going to definitively prove it to exist or definitively annihilate it as just a phase in human history, in the human history of human thought. You see what I'm saying? So that's where we're going with it, bro. That we have to create a society that's able to compartmentalize pseudo.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm with you, bro. But you gotta also remember what's the problem. What's the holdback? Like I literally say this all the time. Like we could have been living in a utopia, 20 years ago, right? I mean, we have the science. We understand we can grow food. We can understand that we can feed the population, no problem, right? We waste more food than we actually give out. All these issues, right? Uh, the issue is that unless you can figure out a way to massively deprogram, I don't know, 120 million, 300 million white tea people from the indoctrination that they heavily generational indoctrination for them. You know what I mean? To the fact to where their whole existence is to be on top and maintain control. So in order to do that, you can't allow everyone to live in a utopia. You can't allow these countries to be stable. You can't allow this, that, and the third. So until we've kind of crushed that problem, we're never going to be able to move forward.
Okay.
You said something important. What's your name? Mellow. You said something important, Mellow, but you omitted or you failed to incorporate one fact though. I agree with you on that analysis, right? But what you failed to add to that analysis is that population that you're speaking of, they only make up, I'm talking about on a socio-political and on a geopolitical level in terms of power, right? They only make up 5%, 5 to 7% of the world's population. You see
Yeah,
what I'm
but they
saying?
control
5 to 7. Hold on.
90%.
Exactly. But listen though. 5 to 7% controls 75 to 85% of the world's natural resources, right? And direct on a geopolitical level, right? World power. It's monopolized in the hands of that 5 to 7%. But when you're looking at things objectively, when you have a shrewd reasoning and critical thinking perspective, you're looking at it for what it really is, right? There's over 8.5 billion people on the planet. 8.5 billion people plus on the planet. But it's being controlled and dominated by 5%, 5 to 7% of that number. So
Yeah,
it's
because
not
they control all the
impossible,
banking.
but it's not in what I'm my thing and what I'm saying is it's not impossible and it's not improbable for us or for a truth-centered thinking majority to take power. You see what I'm saying? It just have to be a shift in the paradigm of thinking, along with other things. But first, it have to begin with the mindset. You understand what I'm saying?
So how we
Yeah.
do that?
By what you're doing right now, but it has to be more. It has to be more controlled. It has to be it has to be codified, right? It has to be placed within a system of rules, laws, regulations, policies, principles, right? It has to be marketing behind it, right? You have to have a bullhorn, right? If you look at the pretendian movement right now, the pretendian movement, man, these dudes only make up 0.005%
Yeah.
of the Africans in America, right? Foundational Black Americans, blacks who in America who've been here since the transatlantic slave trade, right? But they only make up 0.005% of those individuals, that 40 plus million individuals who think like that. They just have a loud pulpit. They bullhorn is loud. You feel what
Yeah,
I'm
but that's
saying?
but what I'm saying is the point is we can do that unless we figure out a system, right? Which was one of my plans, is to kind of just create an economy outside of the European control. But only way we could do that is kind of what we've been talking about: get rid of these Abrahamic religions and kind of get on one accord. No pretending, no FBA, no whatever random sect, no Moors, none of this stuff, right? Can exist for us to be cohesive
Facts.
and move as a unit. But also, what I'm saying is, until the white team man decide to deprogram himself, right? They're always going to get in the way.
Like I was saying,
They're going to unalive. They're going to germ all this stuff, bro. Right. And they don't honestly don't care how much of the planet they rule. I mean, not rule, ruin to maintain control. This has been proven time and time again. They don't care how much toxic, they don't care how much oil leak in the ocean, they don't care about none of this stuff, as long as they
yeah,
maintain control.
But the issue is not a particular, to be
So
in
until we
all
figure out how
honesty.
to get from under that boot, bro, like one way or another, you know what I
no, I
mean?
think I think we influence. I think the only way. This is what I think. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you
this is
for
just like
that.
a quick thought. I think that we got to be the influence again. I think.
That's it. That's all, bro.
Yeah, I think it's like how we saying, how I was saying earlier. We got to be, even though we want to slap fire at somebody, we got to be the ones to set the example. And because that's for when I look at us, especially Black Americans, I look at, okay, what's our strength? Our only superpower is a bad motherfucker. It's like if you could pick a superpower, or no, if you couldn't even pick it, if you just got gifted a superpower and it was the one to influence people to do what you want them to do, that would be a badass power. You know what I'm saying? So that's what our power is, but we just don't got control of it. It's like we don't know how to work our powers. In fact, we let somebody else work our power because we are indoctrinated by other people's ideologies. But once we become really just scientifically literate and historically accurate, we can educate these people in their own shit. That's what I be doing. When white people come up on here, they get cooked just as easy because it's the same thing. They don't know where their ideologies stem from. But you're right. All those things that you said, they have to be incorporated. And it don't even have to be. It don't even have to be a majority. All we got to do is, turn the bullhorn louder than everybody else's. Be
A
seen by.
powerful minority.
Hmm.
There you go.
But the only thing about that is like, it's really a small task. But I just think we need our own. We need our own like social media platforms. Probably need our own fucking phones. Probably need our own satellites. But
Yes.
we got to
Yes.
start. We
Yes.
got to start somewhere because. But I think as long as it's not malicious, because I think that's the thing that we've always kind of did. I ain't gonna say wrong, but they already got a perception of us. We already kind of aggressive to them, so we just got to pacify these people. They scared of black folks, to be honest. So you got to be like,
But see, D, that's why I take it out of the realm of. I take it out of the realm of looking at. I take it out of the realm of a people being a threat to humanity's progression, and I put it in the realm of ignorance. It's just ignorant. Our enemy is ignorance,
That's great.
and ignorance exists on all sides of the human spectrum. You feel what I'm saying? You have blacks who are woefully ignorant. You have Europeans who are like totally ignorant. You have Asians. Ignorance and immorality exists
All across
on
the board.
all spectrums of the human, playing field. So our true enemy is not white tea people, right? Our true enemy is ignorance, and wherever we find it,
Yeah, that's perfect.
wherever we find an ignorant thought to exist, we must systematically dismantle that thought with calculation, precision, strategy, and critical thinking. It's just as simple as that.
Simple.
It's just as simple as that.
What y'all know about soft power?
Soft power? I don't know.
Never heard of it.
Soft. Y'all never heard of
Enlighten
soft
me.
power? Let me get the big screen. So I thought I talked to you before about this. I think, matter of fact, that probably was OH I was talking to about it.
I think y'all, we good like this, or should I try the other way? Let me try the other way real quick, because it's a little cross. I don't even know.
Yeah, do the one with the 8 boxes.
All right, here. And then I'm pushing on big screen. There we go. All right, yeah, we good. You're gonna wait right here, matter of fact.
Yeah, OH, what up, bro? So, again, I'll be trying to bring this up because I'll be thinking, Africa has a huge problem with the soft power. Again, this is the definition: attraction and persuasion. Soft power focuses on influencing others by making a nation's ideas, values, and cultures appealing, rather than through military threats or economic pressure. Like us as Africans have a real soft power problem as far as how we present, how the world perceives us, through decades and decades of propaganda. So contrast, hard power is basically military strength and everything. You understand?
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir. Soft power is built on 3 main pillars: a country's culture when it's attracted to others, its political values when they are seen as legitimate and worth emulating, and its foreign policies when they are perceived as just and beneficial. We don't we don't kind of have a lot of the stuff set up to where the world is looking at us, or Haiti, Jamaica, whatever blood country, you know what I mean, on the continent, where else they're not looking at us in this light at all.
I think Africa has or people of the diaspora have an issue with just pure and simple ignorance. And what is ignorance? Ignorance is just simply to ignore reality. Right? That's our issue right there. Ignorance. So our goal should be to eradicate, right? And to systematically dismantle ignorant ideas, concepts, philosophies, beliefs, and doctrines that exist amongst our people and humanity as a whole, because everybody suffers from the germ of ignorance. It's not just exclusively delineated to black people, right? This is the human dilemma. Ignorance is the human dilemma, right? And that's our enemy right there. So, and that's why I applaud you, D. I applaud you because you don't get stuck on the pretendian war. You don't get stuck. Your platform is more universal. You attack ignorance wherever it may exist, and that's the only way to deal with it and address it. You can't get stuck and bogged down in this whole Indian war. Yeah, we're gonna slap them down as well. You know what I'm saying? With the mind of reason and truth as well. But they not the only ones gonna get it. We don't get exclusively bogged down in a war against pretendians, because our war is ignorance, and wherever that germ of thought may persist.
Yeah, I did. Now that you say that, I did kind of bog it down a little bit, down to like black people in general. Because at
Yeah,
first,
but you came up out of it though. You
yeah,
came up out of it, and look where you at now.
Yeah, I started going after the white tea pretending Israel.
Man, you deal with things from a more universal perspective. And that's why I rock with you, because that right there is where we need to be. I'm talking
yeah.
about, man, wherever I don't care where ignorance pop up. Man, it can pop up in the mouth of your mama. You know what I'm saying? Then guess what you got to do with your mama? You got to course correct her thought
Yeah.
process. Right there. You got to checkmate it. If she willing to listen, right? If it pop up in the mouth of a preacher, you got to course correct that. If it pop up in the mouth of your brother, you got to course correct it. And hopefully he have the humility, right, of mind and the patience of ear to accept it from you. You know what I'm saying?
And with that said, it made me think about them brothers. Bro, I really feel like they. No, it was really uncomfortable. For real, it was really uncomfortable how quickly he conceded once he seen Yahweh in the list of Canaanite deities. He's like, "Oh, you
Yeah, he
right, you
did.
right."
He did. He folded real quick with that. You right.
But that was like, it was just the only reason it made me feel uncomfortable because it's not that normal for people to be like, no, like, damn, you right, bro. This is your religion. Like, I don't expect people to ever like when I'm saying, yeah, bro, this is what your shit is based off of. I don't expect them to be like just completely turn around or just be like, hey, but I ain't gonna lie. The other dude, he immediately turned into student mode, and that's what. And like that's part of my tactic, especially like with men, it's kind of easy because we don't want to be out here, you know what I'm saying, looking crazy. But yeah, that was wild, bro. That really made me uncomfortable. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, I didn't know what
Bro,
to
but
say.
like
I see. I
he
finished the
had no
subject.
choice.
I
He had
finished
no
the subject. I
choice.
was like, yeah, that was a unique one. I ain't never had that, y'all. I normally get a crash before that, but even though they still didn't tell me bye, which is it's okay. We ain't got no codes out here. We just remember.
Yeah.
I was
Say
like,
tell me
You speaking
bye.
about the gentleman that was up here earlier?
yeah, they did real good. They did real good. I should have. I wish I could have followed the other one before he dropped. I'll make sure I see if I can see him in the shit. But yeah, they did real good. Cause I know I be kind of a little bit too far off as far as the aggression. But it kind of like I say, it kind of need that authority needs to be there. You know what I'm saying? This
You
is
say
not.
you say when you brought Yahweh
No,
when
yeah,
you
he looked it
when
up.
you
He
did
actually.
what now?
Yeah, he actually had looked it up on his own. It was crazy because I had it, the whole time we debating like the names of Lord. I'm telling him Lord is always translated to Yahweh, not God. And we just kind of
Facts.
got caught up in that. But eventually he went and looked it up. He had him on the big screen. He went to the list of Canaanite deities on his own. And he's like, damn, bro, you right. I said, yeah,
And he
go to
found that Yahweh was a Canaanite. I mean, was a deity in Canaanite spiritual mythology, right?
yeah, dude, he was
Okay,
just like
right.
he was like after that, he
And
was
his
like,
response was what?
you went up here then?
No. I missed that part. His
Oh yeah,
response was
he was
what?
just I mean, he just conceded. Honestly, he said, oh dang. He's like, oh dang. As soon as he seen it, he ran across. He said, oh damn, you was right. He said, oh, you got
See,
that, bro.
that's the type of brother you keep in contact with.
Yeah, I had
You gotta
I followed him.
see. That's what you gotta keep. You gotta keep them brothers on the profile because them the type of minds that's malleable enough to be reshaped by truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They ain't
yeah,
looking for no person that's gonna bog themselves down in no lie or crash out over something fictitious. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. They tried, but I
Oh, you
think
try.
no, yeah. Of course, you got to mean like I just can't imagine, bro. Bro, I used to think about that shit. I say, nah, for real. If God is real and He fuck with me, like, cause I'm claiming I'm fucking with Him on some real shit. You know what I'm saying? I say, nah, this is like we some day ones, and it's gonna be a real one. Like He gonna always have my back. I say, man, yeah, I'm gonna stand on that. Like, but yeah, if I I don't know, that's crazy. Belief, cause when it says beliefs, you supposed to like put your beliefs in before reality, and that's what a lot of people do. So that was crazy for him to do that.
Not,
Yeah.
not, now, now, D. We talked about this before, now, D, and we really never reached a consensus on this
Oh.
thought, right? And we kind of left it hanging, and we never really got to the heart of it.
Was it on
All right,
effective communication?
no.
Oh,
I'm finna open that. I'm finna open this can of worms back up.
okay.
So once you free the
Oh,
concept Look. Once you free the concept of this so-called infinite living powerful force of intelligence that exists within reality, right? Within this universal reality we call the universe, right? Once you free it of all of the fictitious concepts that have been attributed to it, right? Our science, our objective science, although it cannot quantify it, although we don't have the instruments to definitively prove it, right? But our reasoning can trace the chronology of what I, in my analysis, think is the existence of an infinite intelligence. Just like we have intelligence, right? And we see that in nature there are how can I say this without okay. So in nature you have mimicking realities that exist on all spectrums of the creational paradigm of existence, right? And one of those is life, right? We see life manifest itself on all scales, all dimensions of universal existence in nature, right? And intelligence is one of those features that also it exists from the most minuscule being to the most complex being and beyond our level of conceptualization, beyond our intelligence. This intelligence exists, right? Do you agree with that? Stretch your mind before you give
Well,
a definitive answer
I
to
agree.
it.
We share with DNA with a lot of creatures because we all stem from the same single cell organisms. But that's why
well,
we,
yeah, that's what I was gonna go that for. I was gonna go down to organisms, right?
Okay, stay in the stay in the realm of organisms.
Because like, okay, if we're talking about like we know mammals, we know we have a conscience or intellect of sorts. This is really dependent also too on you know on having a definite definition of these words, right? When we talk about intelligence, but yeah, ultimately, I think we would have to talk about that like down to a cellular level or to an organism level. Like, do all organisms or do they have intel? Do they have a consciousness even?
Yes, we already know that to be the truth. I'm talking about
Well, so that would be like so that would be like so a tree has a conscience.
we already know this to be the truth.
well, yeah, they say that because
This is
trees
our
communicate
science has
with each
already
other through
quantified that.
the mycelium network underground. So like all the plants and stuff
Exactly.
Okay, is that okay? So
communicate.
Exactly.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If we using that to define intelligence and consciousness, then we already got our answers. But we basing it off science.
Yeah,
So
but I'd be
so
confused
so
about
so
that, bro.
so
Because hold on, let me get this in real quick. Because I'm confused about things always having a consciousness. Because having a reaction to danger or having a reaction to food or anything doesn't necessarily um denote intelligence. It just means that the body is reacting to what it needs and what's around it. It's just reaction. It's not so much of a thought. It's just pure reaction. But I don't know. I'm just
but
guessing.
that reaction is predicated upon consciousness. That and what is consciousness? Consciousness is just simply awareness.
Self-aware. Yeah.
Awareness of the ecology of the environment,
And
right?
then
So
we go. Intelligence is the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills.
Right.
you say
Yeah.
intelligence is what?
the ability to acquire and to apply knowledge and skills.
Right.
Knowledge.
To what? Solve problems. To solve problems. Right? That's
I
the
mean, you
heart
could
of
say, yeah. I mean,
intelligence.
yeah. I mean, it would be like a
That's the heart.
to cause an effect of yeah.
That's the heart of intelligence. Right? Intelligence is defined as the effective the ability to to effectively navigate, right, the problem barriers that exist for you and your natural environment. You see what I'm saying? So intelligence is connected to remedy, right? It's connected to it's solution based and oriented, right? So whenever you look at a species or a being or entity, right, that is solution based and oriented, what you're looking at is a manifestation of intelligence. Now, you may not be looking at a manifestation of intelligence on the metrics of intelligence in terms of human intelligence, but
Mm-hmm.
that's intelligence nevertheless, in terms of how we quantify and measure intelligence,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if you have a human intelligence, right, that precedes or is greater than on the metrics of intelligence than an ant, then you have a being, right? If you look at the way the universe operates and its evolutionary progression, right? Then you have a being or beings that have greater intelligence than human beings. You know what I'm saying? And then that precede them ad infinitum,
I just the
right?
only thing about it, right, is like when I'm hearing this, I'm anthropomorphizing it, right? That's the only thing,
Yes,
and
yes, yes.
that's the only part about it that we as well, I would say me, I'm from the Bible Belt. As people who's you once Christians, that's what we associate it with. We started to think about,
That's why
especially
I say take it out of the realm of all that. That's
yeah,
why I said that
especially
in the
when you
beginning.
start, especially when it's a being. As soon as we hear being, we gonna conflate that with a you know what I'm saying with a human being, and you
But
know,
see, being just simply means entity. Entity just simply means that which is living,
yeah, that to exist, yeah.
right? That which exists. That which have what the features of what we define as life, right? That's all
But
it means.
but even without me interrupting, I still like it because of that what I just said. Because people, that's how they credulous, man. They want it. I don't know why they want it. Like I think it's just so many years of coddling.
But you can't dismiss that though. When you're looking at it from a purely scientific basis, we cannot dismiss that because to dismiss that is to create a void in our consciousness, intelligence, and our ultimate search for meaning, right? So we can't wholesalely dismiss something just because the pseudos have contaminated the
Ah,
thought. You
yeah,
see what
no,
I'm saying?
I think the only thing about it is like once we get to this level, that we're proposing, I think we'll have more of those existential questions answered. And yeah, because it is very trippy. It is some things out there. It's very real. Like the connect, like even when we talk about the network, and I like, cause I experimented with digesting some, and I was like, whoa, this is trippy as hell. But it's trippy, but it's like it's our connection with the earth. You know, I got some I was on live the other day, and this is weed that grew up out the side of my shit. I ain't tear it down because I was like, well, it looked like a little fake plant. Then the birds start eating on it, and I looked up
Hmm,
what it was, and it's like these birds is really getting on it. They're not supposed to
hmm.
be eating that. That's why he only ate one. I say, why he only ate one of them? Because he's microdosing. But they got
Facts.
this. They got insects to do this. They got little birds to do this. They got little monkeys to do this. They be eating these little cherries. But it's just a connection with the world, and with our body as well. Like we part of this. I don't make a disconnection with us and whatever is the farthest existence that we done found with the Hubble telescope. We all the same thing. When we talking about the Big Bang, it's like
Facts.
the same thing. But yeah, I don't think we ever had no, or maybe we just didn't come to a conclusion. But yeah, I mean,
We always when we talk about it, we hit and miss it. We'll touch on it, never delve into it to the point where we can lay down something conclusive in regards to it, and that won't be happen. That won't, Egypt wasn't built in a day, and that's never the intent. But to broach the subject though, to have the conversation and to free it from illusions of
Yeah.
pseudo concepts, that's important, bro. That's important.
Let me
You
think. Let
know,
me think on it real quick, because I really still don't know how close to practical it is for us to be, on it until it got to be somebody's interest. Yeah, you're right. It's just not really my ministry, because
no, it's not. It's not your ministry. True, and look,
it's kind of
truth
like
is your
'cause-
ministry, bro.
yeah, because right
So
now
you
it's kind of
can't be.
like
You
like
got to be able to go down them rabbit holes, bro.
dude tried to ask me. He said, "So what you think about metaphysics?" He said, "Do you believe in metaphysics?" I said, "I don't care about metaphysics, bro. It's like because it gets to we were just talking about ideas and philosophies. When we can objectify it, then I'm
Yeah,
I'm right there. But yeah, even like we talking about
facts.
the aliens, you said it yourself. You ain't gonna be there in the lab with the alien people. Shit, you know it until they touch down, and I'm gonna be in my own little shit. But yeah,
Exactly, exactly. But that don't
but
mean that we don't have a department dedicated to studying its or their existence.
yeah,
You see what I'm saying? We don't just wholesalely dismiss it because that is not consistent with the
science.
search for truth.
Yes,
And it's
yes.
right. Science is not consistent with science.
Yeah, because science is just like what I was talking about earlier with the Monroe Institute and the American government like spending millions of dollars on experimenting these things. Science has
Yeah.
ran through some bullshit. Science has maybe even I ain't gonna say that subscribe to him. That's probably pseudo, but you do know this is what a hypothesis is. The hypothesis has to go through the test of theory, and it's trying to be disproven. And if it's disproven, then it's debunked and it's thrown out. But this is how we got to prove something to be real.
Man, the American CIA, right, during the late 50s, early 60s, right? They dib and dabbled, allocated budgets
Oh yeah,
to the
yeah,
study of clairvoyance,
yeah, yeah.
right?
And what's the other?
Metaphysical studies. They
What's
did that.
what's some things that was
I don't find nothing wrong with that.
acid? Yeah, all the stuff.
Yeah, yeah. If you claim to be, or if your objective is to be um, the most powerful culture, or you claim to be the most powerful people on earth, then there's no area of thought. There's no area of thought that you wouldn't allow your creativity or your objectivity or your critical thinking to go into. You're going to go into you're going to push the limits. You're going to push the limits when it comes to uh, uh, your society's ability to think critically as it pertains to these very nuanced subjects.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? You're going to look into them,
that's
and that's
crazy.
how we have to be. That's how we have to be. We can't wholesalely blindly follow it and believe in it to the extent that it become pseudo in our minds and hearts. But we most certainly, with an objective, critical thinking, truth-centered reasoning, we gotta knock it loose. We gotta delve into it and
And,
explore it.
it's so crazy because things like the dude in office right now, like him being there, I
Mm.
think it's like how we talk about nature and intelligence. I think this is a fucking intelligent ass nature story right here. It has to. His ignorant ass gotta be there, so it can just be overtly. The world can see it and be like,
Yeah, that's what
no,
ignorance look like. That's what it look
yeah,
like.
exactly,
Yeah.
bro. Nature is intelligent, bro. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, bro. Just like life. One of the. Listen, bro. There's a scene in Jurassic Park where the guy, the scientist, he says, and I never forgot this when I first seen the movie. He says this one line. He says, "Life finds a way. Life
I did hear
finds
that.
a way."
Is it a new one?
Right? You remember when
Is
he
it?
said that?
Is that the new one? The new one?
That's in the oldest one.
I think
The
he said that in the
oldest
new
one.
one. I think in the new one. I think they said that same one in the new one.
In the first one, he said life finds a way. Its nature is
He
always
say
going
it
to
in like
find a
every other
way.
movie.
Yeah,
Oh,
every
okay.
other movie. But in the first one, that's where he first made the statement. He say life finds a way. Now we can attribute that same statement to intelligence. If intelligence can manifest amongst the human species, that means intelligence has been manifesting itself on the creative metrics of creation since since ad infinitum. You see what I'm saying?
O-
Intelligence has always
Octopus.
existed.
The octopus is crazy. Yeah, I seen an octopus go
Octopus, the
to it.
bonobos.
They tried to set a obstacle course for the octopus.
Hmm.
He beat that hoe his own way.
See, and them same studies can be found amongst dolphins. Those same studies can be found amongst dolphins. Man, come on, bro. We dealing with something. That's why it don't make no sense for us to get caught up in pseudoism because the truth is already perplexing enough. Shit, we got enough to figure out and to wrap our mind. The universe is so vast,
The
it's so
phenomenon.
infinite, it's a absolute phenomenon that
Life.
we have yet to understand. We have yet to understand the deepest depths of the ocean.
Why
We have
simplify it?
yet to
Simplifying it
understand the
is not
deepest
even
depths of our
fun.
minds. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
hey, simplifying that to a God is not even really fun, bro. Especially when you're like simplifying that to a monotheism. That's not even like that means the story is over. You already know everything. All you
Facts.
gotta do is read that book and you
I
good.
just had this conversation today with my man, bro, because he big on religion, and obviously I'm not. I just had this conversation about that today. That's crazy.
Yeah. That shit is crazy. That's kind of what we talking about. That craziness, like the ethnogenesis. That's kind of what we talking about. Like it's not like
Facts.
that phenomenon, right? It's kind of like trying to explain like how the fuck is we like evolution, then fucking language, then migration, then where we at now. We think we highly advanced from where we were as 1,000 years ago. Shit's
Bro, if
trippy.
there is a supreme being, life is it. Life itself. The phenomenon of life itself is that supreme being. That's
Yeah,
the
I've always
only
thought that too.
thing that has. Remember when we broke down what the word what the Hebrew definition for the name Yahweh was. Uh,
Oh yeah, all the way out. See,
D.
they don't ever let us get that deep no more. But yeah. To
It
come to
mean
be,
it that causes to be what
yeah.
is, what once was,
Yeah, will
is,
be. Yeah.
and will be. So if you think about like what in nature, what in nature fits that bill?
Mm-hmm.
What in nature has always existed, right? It exists now, and it will always exist in the future. That's life. Life has always existed. On some level, life has always existed. And if you want to say, well, what about the Big Bang? Well, there was a bang that preceded the Big Bang, right? This is an infinite reality of occurrence that's constantly taking place in the universe. There's an infinite number of Big Bangs that took place in the universe. And quantum physics is tapping into those areas of understanding and thought. You see what I'm
Damn.
saying? So life has always been. It's always been. It always is, and it evermore shall be. So if anything is the supreme, it is life.
Yeah. Check out life, y'all. And the definition of life will really bring this all the way in because it's
Facts.
crazy how it's so synonymous with everything we're saying. The condition, life, the condition that
Mm,
distinguishes animals and plants from inorganic matter,
there it is.
including the capacity for growth,
There it is.
reproduction. Reproduction
There it
is a good
is.
one. We can manipulate that one right there. Functional activity. and
There it is.
continual change. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
There it is.
The
Man,
condition.
look, if you study life, it gives you your purpose in
Yes.
life.
Oh
Because the
man.
purpose of life is to align yourself with those forces, elements, and laws in nature, right?
Oh,
That allows you to constantly perpetuate what? Life.
this dude cold, man.
That's
Listen, give you
intelligence.
your purpose. Facts. I aligned with that a long time ago. It said it right there.
Yeah.
Growth, reproduce. Outside of that, you can subjectively make up your own purpose, but this is your innate, natural,
Man, this is the natural
organic
purpose.
purpose. Yeah, it's hard.
Look, there's a scholar that once said, and I'll never forget this. It was so cold, I committed it to memory.
Mm.
He says that the highest form of intelligence can be demonstrated and seen when man has effectively aligned himself
Uh,
and his social habitat within the right cycles, seasons, and set times of nature. He said that this is the highest forms of intelligence. When we can take ourselves and not only ourselves, but produce within our society, right? An objectivity that allows us to align with those creative forces in nature and within our own being that allows us to align with life.
damn.
Come on, bro. It don't get no rawer than that, bro. That's what shook me out of my darkness right there. I say, oh, damn. I've been on the wrong path.
It's hard. Yeah, especially like, how I'm taking it, it's definitely hard, bro.
So what
So,
is truth? Truth is those philosophies, doctrines, ideologies, concepts, right? That places man in harmony with the processes that sustain life. If your ideology, if your concept, if your philosophy, if your doctrine, if your methodology is not aligning you with the process, what is process? The word process is defined as a continuous course of action by which we arrive at an absolute result. So if your methodologies, if your technology, if your society is not moving you in harmony with extending your creating life, maintaining life, and evolving life, right? Then you exist in a state of delusion. You and the society.
yeah, I'm gonna have to tighten up. I'm gonna have to tighten up. So, tribalism. Is tribalism innate?
It's not innate. And why do I say that? Why do I say that, D?
I don't know because I might be countering it.
Okay, so I'm gonna put forth my argument, and if you find any area of pushback, push.
Mm.
And I'm gonna grapple with your thought, and we'll just keep on doing that until we arrive at some logical, right? So the reason why I say that is because the highest manifestation of life and this perpetual existence on the planet, right, can be seen in ecology, right? So when something is a part of the ecology, right, the ecology of nature, it is the ecology of the planet Earth that keeps the Earth living, existing, being, right? So if the ecology of the Earth is disrupted, overly thrown off, tampered with to such an extent, right, to where it disrupt the functionality of the planet would die, right? So connectivity, synchronicity, symbiosis, unity is the most dominant feature in nature that is connected with the principle of life. You see that? So man's attempt to force himself to exist in a state of tribalism, right, is a delusion of man's mind. It's not innate to man's mind. It is a delusion that we have accepted and live, but it's a false reality though. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't really, because of the symbiosis, really, especially like long term. Okay, so I want to say I don't want to necessarily push back, but I'll say this. Um, it depends on how we define an innate. Is it natural in man? I will say yes. The reason why is because if I stick my finger in the ant pile, them niggas is not just gonna like be cool with that, bro. Why? Because them niggas don't know me. I'm not one of them. Bees, um, tribes of I wouldn't say tribes, but like groups of chimpanzees. There's been studies of this. Like, so this isn't innate, not just in mammals, but even like in some insects. But I do think it's been like a long term surviving technique that's just been a process of evolution. But like I said, I do think long term we're talking about what's beneficial for our existence. And I do think that it just has to be an education first. Broadly speaking, I would say you're right, but I would say like yeah, it's deeply ingrained in us to be tribalist.
I'm gonna say this, just to push back on that a little bit, right? I'm gonna say this. The things that the deepest corruptions of man's psychology are the notions of tribalism, mysticism, primitivism, right? These pseudoisms,
Yeah.
right? These things here, these false concepts, right? That were created in man's mind in the infancy of the race, right? Was our inability, right, to look beyond our present circumstances,
Yeah.
to see we didn't have to Mellow's point earlier, we didn't have the structured thought and methodology of science at that level to inform us. But we have always had the fundamental and basic instruments that all science rely on. And that's our ears, our eyes, our smell, our taste, our touch. We've always had that. And as long as we have that, like if you look at, a person may speak about, man, what are the tools of science, the instruments of science? Well, the fundamental and basic instruments of science is taste, touch, sight, smell, all of those things.
Reality.
And then we mimic reality. There you go, reality. The reality of our natural nature. And then we mimic that and extend that further to creating greater tools and instruments that reflect those primary tools of taste, touch, sight, sound, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? And that allows us to penetrate the veil of nature. You know what I'm saying? Our extended tools allow us to penetrate the veil of nature. But our basic and fundamental tools is what got us here.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And we should have never abandoned that. We should have stayed on course whenever there was a element of thought or errant thought to take us out of alignment with that level of objectivity that's being institutionalized and taught within our institutions, within our
Well,
social frameworks, our values, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We should have immediately corrected it.
I hear you, but capitalism.
Yeah. And capitalism is not the only errant human thought to pop up amongst it. Before
No,
capitalism,
I'm saying capitalism is part of the reason why we got this power structure to begin with. It runs on exploitation. I'm saying it literally. You can't have capitalism without exploitation. It doesn't work. So I'm saying like it's literally the reason for being for everything being the way it is society wise, as far as people having money and everything else, you know, like
That's not
just basic
necessarily true,
survival.
Mello. When was capitalism as a thought created? Google it.
Yeah, capitalism, it really arise in the way it's structured after slavery. You know what I mean? And the beginning
You
of
say
them
when?
turning to us.
Would it
Uh,
be like the
uh,
19th century?
Yeah,
You say
definitely
when?
around the 19th century. Yeah, 19th century.
Okay,
It's
century?
like
so
towards the tail end of slavery and them taking all the money they made and putting it in stocks and realizing what they can do to maintain power is really the beginning of American capitalism.
but see, the statement that you made was, you say capitalism is the most destructive. But see, capitalism is not the most destructive, because capitalism, as it currently exists, right? Its evolution began in the late 18th, early 19th century,
No, 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 no.
right? I'm talking about capitalism as it is
I
structured,
mean, no, but we
the
talking about it like
ideology of it.
as a specific concept. The slave trade was about capitalism.
Hold on. The slave trade was about ethnocentrism. It was about mysticism. People that didn't believe as you
Nah, bro,
believe,
it
or
was
people
about
that
money.
didn't.
No, it was about money. They put the pseudoscience in place to justify their actions. It's the point of them making the
Hold on.
papal
So
That was
bulls
my
and all those
understanding
other
too.
weird
so
stuff.
was the slave trade about money when the Arabs were a part of the slave trade?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
Was
think they didn't profit off the slave trade? You think they didn't use soldiers that they
okay,
What are they
brought
using these
cash?
slaves? What are they using these slaves for? They're not just
but
using
what
them for decoration. They're using them for labor, for free labor.
for
So
free
that's for
labor?
profit.
But
That's how they
why
built
though?
America.
But what constitutes a slave? What constituted a
But
slave?
these areas, the Arabs and the Europeans are resource starved areas. Again, like this is part of the reason. Like, and it's just a quick way for them to take as much as they can as quickly as they can.
But slavery as a idea began with the difference. It's the difference that you see in that individual from yourself. His belief is different from yours. Therefore, that justifies, right? That makes him suited for slavery. It didn't begin with the economic principle. It began with the difference principle. That person
No,
is different
it
from
literally
myself.
did. You gotta just look at when they started going and subjugating. Let's just say the Amerindians, right? And the justifications for why they didn't want to use the Amerindians anymore. What was their justification for not wanting to use the Amerindians anymore for slavery? Is that they didn't live that long. They
So who
kept
started slavery? So
unalive.
who started slavery?
I mean chattel slavery, or you mean
No,
just
no, no, no,
mean
no, 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 no.
indentured
Who started
servitude?
slavery? Slavery as a
Because we got slaves in as far as we got history, right? So slaves probably is prehistoric.
exactly. So if you look at who truly, black people started slavery. Black people
Oh,
started
okay, okay.
slavery.
I see what you're trying to say. I see what you're saying. Go
It
ahead.
preceded the YT. It preceded European people, right? It preceded them before Europeans was as
Right,
a
but do we? But
conceptual.
do yeah?
So
Hold on. Let
he
me
gonna bring
finish
it
this
back to
thought.
capitalism. I got
Let me
you.
let me let me let me finish this thought. Before Europeans existed as a conceptual identity in nature, right? Slavery was being practiced amongst black people. Black
Yeah,
people
but I
for
get
times
that, but
immemorial in the
but it
continent.
wasn't chattel slavery. We don't
It
have any
doesn't
proof
matter
that it was
what it
chattel
was. It
slavery. It
doesn't
was
matter what
no,
it.
it do matter
No,
because
no.
you can be a general. You can get out of that. You can own stuff. You could be a part of their family. It's a clear difference than racialized slavery. That's what the Arabs and the white tea did. They made it so you specifically, the Negro man, are in perpetual servitude because if your mother's a slave and you're born from her, you are what your mother is.
But what you're
They,
missing
try,
is this
they
though.
said that like you could be born from your daddy too. They some fucked up motherfuckers.
But what you're
Yeah.
missing is this though. But what you're missing is this though. Slavery in all of its many forms, derivatives and evolutions, right? It was a detriment to the human being. I don't care what form it existed in, whether it was chattel slavery, right? Whether it was
Indentured servitude.
bondsmanship, whether it was, I don't care what it was. I don't care what it was. It was a detriment to the human being. So slavery in all of its varied manifestations
I
is
don't know, bro.
all
Can
of
you
it
say
can
that
be.
about the Irish coming as indentured servants over
No, I
here?
think we're
And
getting
can
off
you
the
say
point. I
that
think we're getting off
wasn't
the point.
beneficial?
You
All
miss
right, my
you.
bad.
No, I think we get off the point because both like if the point was even if it's innate. I mean, I'm saying that even if it's like they've been doing it prehistory in Africa, black people was doing it. It would still be for personal gain, for profit, or capitalism.
I got you.
Well,
I
that
got you.
well, my initial point was that was his point.
Okay, my
My
bad.
initial point was slavery did not begin with the ideology of capitalism. Slavery began with the ideology of he is different from me because of tribe, because of mystical belief, because of spiritual
Oh, I see.
orientation.
I see what
It
he's saying now.
started there, and
I
then
see what
it
he's saying
later
now.
gravitate towards a capitalistic role and feature in our social development as human beings. But it ain't started there. It
So it's
started
kind of, but it's
was
kind of the same because
that person is
it's
different
kind of the
from me.
same. I would say because it's like you see these people different from you. Y'all probably gonna have a dispute of some sort, and it's like, or they may have something you want, or vice versa. Um, and then that's gonna be like y'all may go to war, and then you see like, okay, well, we might keep some of these women around here. Well, now we got slaves, so it could have been used for sexual exploitation initially first.
There it
Um,
is.
who
That that
knows?
that is that as well. So
That is
all
the
of
only
these
reason I say that because they got the grape of the Sabine women, where that's a I don't know if it's necessarily historic, but it's part of the how they created how Rome was created.
but it doesn't negate my initial point, D. And my initial point
Mhm.
was tribalism, mysticism, primitivism, right? These are the most degrading ideologies, right, that has ever been produced, right, in the psyche of man's mind. And these are the things that we're trying to get out of.
So
And all of it can be attributed to ignorance.
yeah, I think it's a good conversation. I think it's because I think what Mello said was true too. You know, and that's just as far as like really when the challenge was, I took it as a challenge. Like these people need a society where it doesn't have to be. Like a subjugated group or a lower class or or classes in general. These people need a setup because so far has how human has evolved. They did take advantage of this, whether whatever the intent was initially, they did see the capitalism approach and did take advantage of that. And a lot of people are stuck in this and don't want to change that narrative. I think it's just like I said, this conversation is good, so we can get a full understanding of it. So for me, I like to be able to simplify it with these people to relate it to them, so they can understand. Like it got to be a better way. I don't really want to figure it out, but I'm pretty sure ChatGPT can come up with something.
Yeah, that's why I say I just keep it always simple for my mind and my sanity. And always simple for my mind and for my sanity is my enemy, my ultimate enemy is ignorance.
Yeah.
That is my ultimate superstition, mysticism, primitivism, tribalism. That's my ultimate enemy. And that enemy can is so that enemy is so creative. It's creative enough to manifest itself in the face of a black person, a white person, Chinese person, any person, right? If blacks was in power and we had all the power, right? And we were doing things, we were oppressive and tyrant people, then we would be the ones that would be looked at like that. But inevitably, at the end of the day, ignorance is the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
That's the enemy.
Made me think. I don't know. It's not really shifting, but kind of. Do you think like the vanguards of like I don't want to say like the progenitor of somebody who would want to be the ones who really push this culture forward? Do they have to be polymaths like at the head of the vanguard? They have to be educated in a myriad of subjects and topics because if it's not, I'm all for like some people who have the expertise and some people who have their specific ministries and professions, because you know you need those people. You can't have, but I think at the very top it has to be people who have a broad understanding of all these things to put it together, because that's what I be seeing. We're kind of lacking in. Like a lot of people have some strengths, a lot of people have some a lot of knowledge, but can we tie all this shit together, especially when it comes to geopolitics? Um, you know, I think so.
Ain't no more Jimmy Carters, bro.
I think we got to have an institution. I think we have to have a society, a social, political, and a cultural reality that encourages every person within it to realize the highest levels of their potential, right? To do what? So that they can be useful to the whole, right? So if we create if a society is moving along those lines, right, it eliminates the false notions and ideas and concepts of slavery, the false notions of capitalism, the false notions of mysticism, primitivism, right, and all of those egocentric based human perspectives that has caused humanity to continue to exist as we are right now, weak. You know what I'm saying? And unrealized. You feel what I'm saying? So that should be the goal. The goal should be to
You
create
hit it right on the
institutions.
head, bro. You hit it right on the head, but that's proving the point of why they don't want it. Why? Because you see how simple it is, right? You want a society. If you want a society of thinkers and things to move forward, you should have an educated population, right?
Facts.
You would assume, if we want a great society, a few trades are not trades. A few schooling thoughts of schools would be medical fields, psychology, health, surgery, all this cool stuff. They would be free right off the bat, right? You would think, because you need doctors. We don't have enough. You want people to live, and then you would think you would make the educators free. If you want to go to school, be a teacher, professor, free. All this stuff, right, to keep moving us forward. We shouldn't have to be paying for schooling. Period. If you, it just go
Facts.
against making a good society, bro. That's how I know it's about control. That's how I know
Facts.
making
Well, that's
school so
because what he
expensive.
said with the primitivism, like these people are, pretty much just based in traditions, and the traditions is based in malevolence, is based in racism,
Yes,
is
yes,
based,
yes, yes.
you know, all these false ideologies, and that's why it says kind of get cyclical, because that is the resolution is to start these schools, and it just make me just mad at Dr. Umar that he blew up the school hustle, you know,
I'm
because
gonna tell you. I'm,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you, bro. Watch this. I ain't never. Should I do this? I'm gonna say fuck it. Look. So this how simple it is, bro. This how simple it is. All it takes is 5,000. If I had to give a starting number, it would be 5,000. 5,000 individuals. 5,000 individuals who can be considered a silent but yet committed and faithful few. Right? 5,000. Economically, it would begin with the contribution of each one of those individuals that make up that 5,000. It would start with a contribution of $250,000. Right? $250,000. That's the economic portion of it. That's the economic portion of it. Right? 250,000 times 5,000 is 1 billion 25, 26 some odd $1 million. Right? That's the economic portion of it. You have right now in America, America is for sale. You can Google this, you can buy 10,500 acres of land somewhere in, let's say, Texas or North Carolina. 10,500 acres of land. You can utilize the law to, on a legislative level, to incorporate that land, right? To get it incorporated, utilizing the state and the federal government, the United States Constitution, articles of incorporation, and become a city, right? With those 5,000 individuals, and with that budget of 1 billion, 25, 26 million, you can begin to create hospitals, your own police department, your own fire department, your own municipal complex structure, right? All of the features that is relevant to a progressive and forward thinking and existing city, right? Now, on an ideological basis, right, there have to be rules, laws, concepts, a doctrine, a philosophy of living, right, that completely identify, right, and delineates what behavior, right, what behavior is acceptable amongst these 5,000 individuals, right? And it'll be incumbent upon individuals like myself, UD, Mellow, right, to simply have a system of relationship that exists amongst us, to where if I get out of pocket, you are the reason why the rules, laws, regulations, and the policies and the principles exist, because it identifies errant behavior, right? It is going to identify errant behavior. So if I get out of pocket, right? If I get out of pocket, these laws is going, these rules, this system of reasoning is going to identify me as being outside of the cultural and the social framework of progression that we've created amongst us, amongst these 5,000 individuals. And then a person like D will say, hey, man, man, well, you out of pocket here. That's not consistent with our lifestyle, our values, our traditions, which are all based on, objective truths that are going to move, measurable truths that are going to move us forward as a people. You either self-correct, right, or other measures have to be taken. We either you either adjust to what it is that you signed on to exist in, or you allow this to move you and adjust you out of it. You feel what I'm saying? And I have to have the humility to be able to listen to that, to take that instruction, right? And to allow myself to be recalibrated back into the whole of the society. So on a practical level, it can begin there. So instead of investing in your first home, right, you find a group of like-minded individuals. We talked about that before. You gravitate what you radiate, right? If individuals are hearing us speak tonight and they gravitate to this level of thought, right? You start the connectivity right there, and you begin to grow that. And when it comes to the economic portions of it, man, before you buy your first home, man, take that money and invest, right? Invest that in a project like this. You feel what I'm saying? If you look at the returns, it only takes 10 to 30 million dollars. You can Google this. It only takes 10 to 30 million dollars to start your own bank. And once you have a bank, you can take that bank through the process of fractional banking, you know what I'm saying, to where you'll receive 100% returns on your initial investment. 100% returns on your initial investment through the process of fractional banking. Why haven't we done that yet? Because we don't have a truth-centered philosophy of reasoning that have been comprehensive enough to unite us. And that's the problem right there. I'm open to pushback. Give me pushback.
Nah, bro, that'd be literally my problem with all our black billionaires. Literally my problem. I had this conversation 2 years ago actually with my cousin. Every year we get like all the males get together and have a little cookout somewhere at a park or something. And I was having this conversation about, I'm like, how don't we have our own we got all these millionaire billionaires. Why don't we have our own leagues? Well, the teams got control. I'm like, bro, but we are the players. Like, I don't get it. Why are we not building our own little city? Like I've been lately speaking on here, like basically trying to build a Dubai outside of Africa, build our own little African American new city somewhere, just so we ain't got to encroach on other people and, slowly just blend in over time. But yeah, bro, it just don't make no sense, bro, because we got the monies. We could have been to this, we got as many lawyers as you could possibly have. Why we ain't changing no laws? It's a lot of, I'm lost on a lot of things, bro, honestly.
It's the mindset, because we know that that's the formula, because the formula has already been worked, right? The formula has already been worked. Black Wall Street, Rosewood, you know what I'm saying? The many other prominent black societies and cities and towns that popped up all along the regions of Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that was systematically destroyed. So our goal and our objective should be to study where they made their miscalculation, because they had the formula. They had the formula. They had the mindset,
The
and they had the formula.
miscalculation was proximity to white tea. That's what went wrong, bro. It
Nah,
was the fact that anybody, no, literally, that's what went wrong. It was one kid got falsely accused of whistling at a lady, and they used that as an excuse to basically bring down the whole. They do this all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing new. All they need is the tiniest excuse. You can step on a dude's shoe, and they got to bring 1,500 people to come destroy your town.
But when you say proximity to them ones, right?
Yeah, we was too close.
Hold on. But what I'm saying is, there's no place on the earth. You got to understand that white tea geopolitical power is called geopolitical power, which means that it's all over the earth. There's no place on the earth where you could escape, right, the influence of its rule. No place on the earth. So there is no place where you could say, oh man, we can go here and not have proximity to them, and then we can build. Nah.
Yeah, I'm not saying that,
bro. We gotta build where we are.
Yeah, exactly. But that's my point. Is I'm not saying that they should have moved somewhere. I'm saying it's the fact that we are in proximity to them. We're gonna have these problems.
You always gonna be proximity to them, because because their rulership is global.
What do we do with our money? That's the thing. That's really what it is.
I just gave it to you.
We fuck it off.
Oh, what do we do? Oh, that's why you got him up there. Right.
Yeah, but and what he just said, this is proximity right here. This is what, like, I don't know if this probably makes him get another skyscraper deal or what, but I mean, but it's like, what does our athletes do with our money? We go buy foreigns, we go do things outside of our means, outside of necessity, every single time. Because we don't know what to do with our money. All the other countries, they know what to do with their money. They gonna send it back, where they gonna get more on it. We just we've been in proximity to these people. We still get marketed to by them, because we don't have nothing to really invest in ourselves. We don't know where to invest our money in ourselves. Just make more money.
Exactly. That's
you know how many times the dollar circulate within the East Indian community?
Like 7 to 10 times.
Okay, so you know how many times the dollar circulates within the Chinese community?
Like
longer than everybody longer. Yeah, ours is like 6 hours.
You know how many times the dollar circulates within the little hat community, right?
Years.
Years.
You feel what I'm saying? So it's all about mindset. You can have the resources, but if you don't have the mindset to regulate those resources and attribute those resources to things that are relevant to your survival and progression as a people, then it's all for nothing. So
I
it
think I
begins
think
with the
we gotta
mindset.
manipulate. I think we gotta manipulate our own people, and it's not a negative connotation to manipulate,
No, it definitely not.
but we gotta manipulate our people to viewing us as great, as liking ourselves. Cause that make me think about like, bro, we don't really fuck with each
Ooh,
other.
that's soft power, bro. That's
Yeah.
soft power. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, that's the key because we don't really like ourselves if you really think about it. Because if we did, then we would like each other. We'd be like, you know what I'm saying? But we've been fucked up so long, man. It's deep in there. But I think like do that, yeah, like how you said that soft power. Really, that's why I wanted that app so we can just manipulate everything, so we can just not make everything look like hunky dory and white picket fence, but we can do it our way, make it cool, but give a great presentation and not allow debauchery, and then like remove debauchery, not completely remove debauchery, but kind of settle
Man,
it down.
remove it, bro. Remove it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm debauched a little bit myself.
Gotta annihilate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we gotta all come out of it.
No,
Everybody
no,
got
you
certain
absolutely
elements of
right.
debauchery associated with their character, but
You
we gotta
absolutely
come
right.
out of it.
Debauched in a way where I done got used to the girls walking with their cheeks out. You know what I'm saying?
Hedonism.
Some things I ain't trying to roll back, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
No, but you absolutely right because I would be biased to cherry pick on anything. It gotta be like proven to be along the lines of what it was life. What was life? Said some shit. Said some harsh shit in there when I read the definition. Said to be reproductive, to be to move forward, to be what did it say in there? It was one word I want to remember specifically. Before I went to go look for Floyd Mayweather chain.
That was cold, bro. That was cold.
Yeah, but that's what ultimately what we got to do. We got to control the narrative. We got to control how we view us, and how we are viewed. Because like I mean, right now that is how we're viewed as, debauched globally. Like
And that's not to say that all cultures have elements of debauchery in it.
but I think that's our culture
Everybody
though.
is nah.
No, like the globally, I
Every
think that's how our
culture.
culture is viewed. Who's
eh,
I remember I had a
Pick a
point.
culture. Pick one. Pick one. Name one that ain't debauched. And
I
I'll
mean,
prove
we just
I'll
think
prove
about
to you
culture.
the
We just think
contrary.
about a culture. I don't think about when I think about our culture. I think about fights online and ass out.
Bro, every culture have elements of debauchery in it.
Yeah,
All
I
black
think it's
people
a
don't
lot of.
exist like that. All black people don't exist like that.
Well, I'm just saying,
And
like,
if you want to get
we know that. But I'm
technical,
saying what's portrayed on media. We know that, of course.
exactly, that's because of everybody focus on us. Everybody nitpick and focus on us. You know what I'm saying? But when in reality, man, it ain't a culture on the planet Earth. It ain't a culture on the planet Earth. Out of the 15,000 plus cultures that exist on the planet Earth, it's not one of them joints that don't have elements of traditional debauchery, right, incorporated in it.
No,
Not one.
yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
talking about whether it's pedophilia, whether it's
Pedestrian, yep.
all that. Man, come on, bro. You mean to tell me we tipping the scales on the debauchery level when
Yeah,
we look at?
I
Come
think it's just
on, bro.
I think just it's this narrative that's pushed on us through the media. That's why I say we have to control those
Facts.
narratives. We have to like when they was coming up with the it's a show, y'all go watch the show if y'all ain't seen it. It's a Spike Lee Bamboozled. It's kind of like what they sold us out to sell us out. And
yeah,
have y'all seen that movie Bamboozled?
yeah.
Yeah, I
So it
seen
came
that.
out a minute ago. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just the same thing. Like we got to do that, but like push like if it's like I don't care if it's like some Cosby shit. Push the positive narrative on us, and let's see that. But we get the unaliving music, we get the tricking and hoeing music, and the shows is we still unaliving each other. Like we need to be seen in the best light. But that's how they use it. I got to look into that DARPA mode because we already know like these people have been manipulating psychology for a long time.
Next level with it, bro. Man, it's like on a
You got
technological,
Drapomania.
psychological level, bro. It's on a man. When you look into that DARPA, Man, when I looked into that, bro, I ain't gonna even. That's the first time I fear. That's the first time I ever, not fear as in ooh,
Yeah.
you know, but feared as in like, dang, we really don't know what we up against. Like we
Yeah.
have no idea. We
I
can't even wrap
literally,
our
yeah.
minds around it. You feel what I'm saying?
And Durban just the tip of the iceberg, bro. Literally, the Pentagon fills its audit every time they do an audit, bro. It's all this money unaccounted for and all these black sites. Uh, bro,
Yep.
we
Yep.
don't
Yep.
know
Yep.
what they got. We
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't know
yeah,
what they got.
yeah, yeah.
That's why
Yeah.
I
I,
was trying.
I
I had a
understand what
whole
you got
argument
scared.
about revolution the other day, and I'm like, bro, y'all don't even know. Y'all talking about revolution and the menace punks and scared, but y'all don't even know who y'all fighting. Y'all don't even know the lengths these people is willing to go to win. And I guarantee y'all not willing to go to these lengths. Y'all too. You know what I mean? Like, nah, y'all not. Y'all not like this. Y'all really
But
not
see,
like this. Not yet.
but
Not
see,
yet.
but see, but see,
That's
it's
man.
again, it all go back to the mind. If there is a paradigm, look, the most if you study Shea Rivers, the dialectics of revolution, right? If you look at the dialectics of revolution in that book, he talk about the first phase of revolution. The first phase of revolution is the psychological, the revolution of mind. And he say the revolution of mind is so subtle, right? It's so subtle, it's so unassuming that there has yet to be a war, right? Outside of mental warfare, right? To effectively counter it, right? So trickery, combating lies, combating delusions, combating pseudo-isms. That's the first real serious and most effective level of revolution. The changing of the mindset of the people through certain strategic tactics, means, and stratagems. That's the first level, the mind. So before you can even think about anything in terms of anything, it all begins with mind. And that's where we got to start. That's why these platforms like the one you got, D, is so important.
I need
Because
my
this
own
is
app.
a
I need my own
psychological,
app
yeah,
because they
yeah, you
realize that.
definitely need your own now. You
They
definitely
realize
need your
that the
own now.
same thing we talk about, they already realized that. And they were like, oh, they were like, we ain't got to pay this nigga no money. We just
But
blacklist all
watch
his.
this though. Watch this though. Google this.
Mm.
How much does it take? How much does it take to start an app?
Oh, yeah, that's good.
10, $20,000. Watch this. Google this.
Hey, what do y'all need about? Y'all hear about that fan base app? What do y'all think about that?
Oh, I didn't look into it. I just heard about it. I don't know.
Look and see
It's
how
supposed
much
to
it
be
costs to
owned
create an app.
by
Now, damn, it says a simple app basically features 10,000 to 50,000, 20 times. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy.
So what are we talking about here? What are
Hey,
we
it's
talking
cheaper
about?
than that, bro, to make your own app. Well, I mean, just to pay for the what do you call it, the data center, the storage, or whatever, the data centers
Yeah.
usage and
And the
all that.
specialized and look, and the specialized skill that goes into creating, maintaining, and evolving the app. If you look at that specialized service, man, that specialized
They,
service is clocking out at around about $25 an hour. You could
first of
pay
all,
a
they got an app.
kid out of
They
high
got an app
school
for
to do
that.
that. You
They got
feel
an
what I'm
app to
saying?
make your app.
Or
Get
yeah, they got an app to
ChatGPT,
make your app. There it is.
ChatGPT can code the app for
ChatGPT, and make your app. Huh?
you. It code the app for you.
Yeah, they code the app for you, but you got to still take that code. Unless, I mean, well, if you're doing it on PC, it'd be easier for you to transfer the code and run it into the programs because it actually give you everything, all the details, what programs you need to download and everything you need, where to go, how to get it, you know what I'm saying, and implement it, and it tell you how to test it. But I told you I was building this program for mastering songs and all this. But
Oh,
I
yeah,
had
yeah,
like a
yeah,
whole
yeah, yeah.
different approach to it. Yeah, I got like a whole day. It's wild. So I definitely needed some chat. But yeah, bro, that's what I say. You can get to it. You just gotta, follow the steps. It'll teach you. I'm pretty sure you ain't gonna have no problems with it. You'll probably, sure, you probably build like 3 apps by this weekend.
Yeah, definitely finna look into it. That shit hard. Yeah, I'm like, that's why I like having these conversations for real, and especially when they lead to something productive like that. Cause that's all I've been thinking about. Like, it ain't got to be, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I said, and then after that, we got to get our own satellites.
Oh yeah, look. Google,
Oh,
watch this.
Don, you
Google.
the
How
man, bro.
much does it cost to put a satellite in the sky? Watch this. Google that.
See. Yeah,
Google
we make
that.
a good team.
Man, bro,
It's
that's
cheaper if you
not.
do it with Elon too. It's cheaper if you do it with Elon now because you got the
Nah, you got to
reusable
do it with the
ships.
North Koreans or the South Koreans. Do it with the South Koreans, I mean, because a lot of
I'm
that
not.
technology coming out of
I don't want to
Taking
Japan
even
and
costs,
trust none
don't
South
of
take
these
the
Korea.
costs
dudes. We
away.
gotta build. We gotta build and launch
I
our
know.
own. I'm not even trying to trust none of these people. Honest.
You gotta
Yeah,
have it.
but
You gotta have a
until
bit
you
on your
until
own.
you have, you got to look. This was China's model. China first they had a cultural revolution, right? Once they went through the cultural revolution, then they had a revolution of their technical abilities. And what Chairman Mao Zedong, what he did was he the first generation, I mean the second generation of the cultural of the Chinese Revolution, he sent that generation out into societies that were more technically advanced all around the world, to Europe, America, etc., to learn those technical abilities and to bring that information and that technology back. And they began the process of building. And then
And they
and
had a
then
whole bunch of deals with us for our what do you call it, intellectual properties. They had a whole bunch for we traded it off a whole bunch of intellectual properties for cheap manufacturing.
exactly, exactly. And within a span of 45 to 50 years, China was a world power. China was a world power. They ain't been a world power that long. They only been a world power
Not at all.
for about 40, 45 to 50 years. They just had their 50th uh, independence. I mean, yeah, communist
Yeah,
chairman
but
Mao Zedong
after
revolution.
after the British, it took them a while to recover. So they really wasn't a world power. You feel me? Like even after what World War II, they were still dealing with
No, I
Japan
said
and
50 years. It
recovering.
took them 50, the span of 50 years
Oh, it took. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, to
to
get up to
become a
this point.
world
Yeah, it
power.
was fast. It was fast, bro.
Because the
Lightning
Cultural
fast,
Revolution had to deal with the opium that existed in China that was being pumped into China through the British,
bro.
right?
Listen, can I tell y'all something, man? I heard an Arab dude explain this years ago. He explained this shit to me so good, bro. I was like, yeah, I can't argue with this, bro. Like he was like, the difference between Dubai and African countries is leadership. He said over here we don't have no resources. You know what I mean? Not really. We got oil, but what we got is good leadership that actually invest in its own people and spend money into the infrastructure. So Africa, y'all don't have any. You know what I mean? Not till recent, not till
Tribalism.
Abraham. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, he got a point. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well,
Man,
the
that's
leaders we
been
did have
known.
that was effective got unalive, but it is though. It is. Outside of puppet leaders, man, I know Africa's complicated. I hate even using it because there's so much involved. There's so many other people involved outside of Africa. So it's like it's hard, man, to even compare. But the leadership definitely, man. If these people wasn't punks or coon, I don't know why I say that, but sellouts and all
Raccoons.
this, yeah. If
Raccoons.
they wasn't them type of individuals, man, you know what I mean? Like Gaddafi probably is still be around.
Man, I don't know about man. Gaddafi won for Africa though.
You say it again.
Gaddafi
I was
won
just thinking
for
about
us.
Gaddafi earlier. Why are you pulling this out, girl? You want this in the bedroom? This nigga's funny.
Yeah,
You said Gaddafi what?
Gaddafi won for us.
That's what I was thinking. I was
uh,
thinking about it earlier because I be talking about the Moors and the Araucans and stuff like that, and I was like,
yeah.
it got me to thinking because I used to always look at Gaddafi like this nigga ain't no nigga for real.
He was a pan Arabist. He wasn't a pan Africanist. He was a
I
pan
don't know.
Arabist.
I thought
Nah, go back,
the way
study
he
his
was acting
philosophy,
was
bro.
being I'm no from this is I think this was like later on in his life. This is like very towards the end of his reign where he was trying to unite Africa and put it on the
Yeah,
gold dinar.
yeah, through
He was just
through a Islamic
okay. I
socialist
didn't know.
centered perspective.
But
I
what you
didn't know
call
that. I
Ibrahim
got
Muslim
you.
too though.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
Muslim
but
as well.
he don't center Islam though.
Yeah, he
He
don't. He
not
don't.
he Nah, he don't. He not with it. He not really with it.
But we got to come out of all that, bro. We got to come
yeah.
out of all that, bro.
But I think what you saying. I
Saudi
think.
Arabia offered. Go ahead. My
Oh no,
bad.
you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay, Saudi Arabia had offered to send him build him 200 mosques or something like that, and he was like, "No,
Help
we
me
need
build 200
schools.
schools.
Yeah, we need schools, roads,
Oh,
all this." Yeah, he ain't on that. So I don't think they ever sent him no money though. They was like, "Nah, we'll
But
build
at
you mosques though."
but at some but at some point that Islamic influence is gonna rear its head. At some point.
Yeah,
I
they got to
At
imagine
deal
some
with
so.
it.
point.
Islam is deep.
At some
They're gonna
point.
have to deal with it, bro. But I think the younger generation not really with it. When I talk to younger Africans who even Muslim, they not really pushing it. They're not really on it, but it may. You never know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just hoping for because they got the technology. They on the internet all the time. You know what I mean? Most of the younger generation is not really believing in gods like that. They kind of, but they ain't really sucked in. But they believe in aliens and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they different. So I'm just hoping. I'm hoping for the younger generation, man. I'm hoping, but from what I tell, the white tees are still acting the same as their parents did. They acting exactly the same. They doing the exact same. You know what I'm saying? Like they still on that same
Yeah, no, I think.
same nonsense.
I think everybody's eventually gonna gradually fall out that shit because I don't know why. Just probably natural. But
Man, it's time for us to throw that stuff into the trash heap of history, bro.
yeah, I think that's the
We
way
just
to.
gotta
I think
throw
that's the
that
way to
stuff
do it,
into the
though.
garbage.
I think that's the way to do it. Like put something out there, 5,000 people. That ain't a lot of people, but it is a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people,
Facts.
especially if it's an example like that. Everybody ain't gonna have no choice but to act right. I think it's just just about putting it
Facts, bro. Especially when your church get to the size of a cult. Hey, like, what you doing all that culty shit, all that culty Christ shit for? What you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, people, and then people want to be a part of something anyway. And this is really what they've been looking for: information and knowledge. They've just been looking for somebody to start it up. It's a why oddly enough, it's a lot of churches to go into. It's a lot of mosques to go into. You can go to some more science temples. They got these all across the country. So just got to have a place where people can go. They can belong.
Yeah, but the
Socially,
temples is going
physically,
down. The more
because it's based in fiction.
yeah, them the what you call them? Who them other dudes? I don't know. I can't.
The
The
Masons going
Masons.
down. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically all the ones, all the original ones that had a little foundation, bro. There's nothing but older people in these jobs left.
Yeah,
And
but
they
see but
becoming
see
pretendians.
if we don't get control of it, and if we don't formalize a real comprehensive ideology that's centered in truth, then what's gonna happen is, although those things are dying off, they'll go through and experience a resurgence. They'll die off,
Yeah, it's
time will
pretendianism, bro.
elapse, and then it'll resurge all over again. You be like, damn, this stuff done came back.
I'm trying to tell you, it's pretendianism or being the FBA, but this pretendianism is going to be the real new silk because it don't involve religion. I was having a conversation about this the other day. It don't involve religion, so they don't got to get behind that. You know what I mean? And it allows them to be as wild as they want to be. So the
See,
young,
there's
you know
nothing
what I
wrong with
mean?
FBA. FBA just veered. They just veered. I understand where they were trying to
There's a
go.
lot of things wrong with the FBA,
No, no, no,
bro.
no,
I
no,
don't know
no.
what you're
Listen to me.
talking about. They actively
Bro. Listen
xenophobic
to
and
what I'm
cause
saying. Listen to what
division
I'm
between the
saying.
diaspora.
Yeah, but when you don't listen to a
Go ahead.
person, and when they, to the completion of a thought, that you can run off with anything, right? What I said was the concept the initial concept of foundational Black America. Foundational Black Americans is a real thing, but it deviated when they got to talking about blacks being here prior to the transatlantic slave trade. When they got to
Yeah, I know.
going into deviations of thought like that, it kind of disrupted things. But we are foundational Black Americans. If you look at the term, we have been here since the foundation of the Republic of America. We was here before the Republic. The Republic of America is only 250 years old, right? We've been here for over 465 plus years. So we are foundational to this society, this region.
Why we not organic Black Americans then?
Organic.
Right. I don't
Yeah,
get
why we
why
not
we
native
really. I
Black
don't know how
Americans then?
we're truly
We foundational, but it's
foundational
just
at the
because
beginning of
I'm
this.
associated with Tariq off the back. I'm not associated with like a general term that just came out of nowhere that we all agreed upon. Kind of like the Solon. I don't know where Solon came from. The Solania, that one they use it. I
Yeah,
don't know where
they
that
hit on
came
hard
from.
with that.
Yeah, but I know we Black. I know that's it. I know a foundational Black American is a Black person.
But foundational in a sense, that we was here before the Republic of America.
Descendants of slaves, and yeah.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
not
We
where
were
But
here
the
before
origins
the
come from.
Republic
The
of
origin comes
America.
from Dr.
I thought that's
Anderson
what Black
Saul's
people was.
Yeah, it comes from Anderson, Dr.
It's
Anderson Saul.
Anderson, Dr. Claude Anderson.
Right.
Yeah.
Dr. Claude, right, my bad. I don't know why I did that. But it comes from him and his first, yeah, again, like you said, but the whole ideology is flawed because he wanted the premise on that black people were native, not just here from the founding of the country. He had it based on the native, them being indigenous to the country in some way or another.
Yeah, I
As
thought
far
I
as
showed
the
you that.
flawed ideology.
He said they was here
Huh?
pre-Clovis, bro. He went real
Yeah.
left.
But see, D, what he failed to do was he failed to just simply explain biology, how biology works, and how climatic differences in nature works. That's all he failed to do. You know what I'm saying? Black people, as the black, the black phenotype, right, is everywhere on the planet, relevant to
Yeah,
those
no, but
climatic
the DNA is
conditions.
not there though, bro. The
No,
DNA is not
we know
there.
that's
And if you,
again.
but if you
Hold
saying
on, hold
that
on, hold on,
phenotype
Hold
is
on.
having big noses and big lips, it's
hold
okay.
on,
Go ahead.
hold on.
Hold on. Let me see. Hold on, Mello. What you saying, Ruya? You saying the phenotype
When
for
I say when I said when I
Yeah,
said
I think he's saying that the
climat,
phenotypes.
let me hear. Let me hear.
I'll say what I'm saying. When I say climatic differences, what I'm talking about is when human beings nomadically migrate into certain regions of the earth and their existence in those regions create what's called climatic differences it develops particular traits, right, in the people that carries specific traits in their genome. You know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about what causes a person their melanation to be of a dark hue. Proximity to the sun, period. Proximity to the sun. So you have had people who have nomadically migrated to places all over the planet, and relevant Africans' proximity to the sun, it doesn't just give them that hue and texture of hair and nostril width, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It did that to people all over the planet, all
Oh,
over the
didn't
planet.
oh, didn't
You what you mean it
the
didn't? What do you mean it didn't?
the Amerindians didn't have curly hair, but they had straight black hair, just like today, bro. They didn't
And you
develop
have
that. They had
and you
some of them
have
had wide noses and big lips, right?
oh, so you
And they
mean to
were
tell
dark.
me there are
They
people
were copper colored.
there are people in North, South, Central America that don't have I'm talking
And
about
South,
pheno
you talking
characteristics.
pre
Pheno
what? Pre-slavery? What are you talking about, man? You talking about
pre-slavery.
14
Pre-slavery.
pre-slavery? Phenotypically, they would have had bigger or wider noses and lips, but the hair and the skin wouldn't have been quite like it is in Africa because you're missing one point: elevation and proximity to the sun. How high you're up, you're way higher and closer to the sun in certain regions, right, of the earth. You just
But you can't. But
so
what
those people didn't
you
look. Those people
cannot,
didn't develop the curly hair, bro. They didn't. The
bro.
fro, the afro. That's specifically.
Certain people amongst that population did, bro. Certain people amongst that
If you
population
saying
did.
that, if you saying once in a fucking
It ain't no
20,000
once and none.
Amerindians,
This is
and
nature,
they had
bro.
curly hair, bro. They had no documentation of
Bro,
this. All the
nature.
documentation. The people, first of all, the people are still living. Go find me one right now. They still living.
What do you
Go
mean?
find me one right now.
You can go
All
anywhere
right.
on the planet and find those indigenous populations. You know what I'm saying? Who were heavily melanated, had certain receptivities to their climate that produced the same type of climatic conditions in
Show
those
me
people
one, bro,
on
that
a
look like
phenotype
us.
level. What do
I mean,
you
just
I'm
mean?
gonna say, Mello. I
just
don't think
looking
he
on
said
random.
there was. I'm pretty sure he's not saying there was
He's
Africans
just
in
saying big
America prior to
lips,
colonialism.
dark skin, right? But he's not. There's nobody would have been skin as quite as maybe except for the Aboriginals because where their location is, and maybe like. But other than that, they didn't have the curly hair like ours. That's what I'm
Bro,
telling them. That's
what
the
I'm
closest
saying
they're
is
saying it.
those features that exist in Africa are not just unique
Right.
to Africans alone, bro.
Yeah.
Hold
Okay.
on, hold on, hold on.
I can
Let me say
understand.
this. It is simply nature repeating itself. The same process
Right.
that it took for those climatic conditions of nature to produce the phenotype that express as what you identify as an African in the continent of Africa, those same climatic and natural conditions existed in nature all over the planet, bro. All over the planet. On a genome level, it
Right.
may be different. But on a phenotypical level, man, it's nature just repeating itself, bro. That's all it is.
So I'll say some
Yeah.
people
I mean, I would have
in
to
like
just.
the Southeast Islands. I see some people that there they share some phenotypes, but for me, I'm able to make a distinction between all people that's not like um pretty much like West and West Central. When I see people from West Africa, I be just seeing regular Americans now. Same thing when I see Americans. When I see American woman, I can see an African woman. I just see
Yeah,
through the
that's the
weave.
same
I put a little
people.
fur on them.
Same people, bro.
Man, all I say is nature, it repeats itself. It plays out of the same
I
bag.
mean,
It don't
obviously, bro,
nature
they
doesn't
all come
reinvent
from
the
us.
wheel.
How
I get
old is
what you're
Cheddar
saying,
Man?
right? On the basis that they come from us. But what I'm saying is that where their
Now,
particular part of the world they never developed like on the Western Hemisphere, right? After they lost their curly hair, after they went, they may have mixed with the Denisovans or the Neanderthals, right? Or I'm not quite sure how they really got their straight hair. I can't really remember it all together. It might have just been an adaptation. Oh yeah, it is. I think it is because I think
it
something
most
about
certainly is an
the way
adaptation.
how the body didn't need
Yeah, I
it
forget
overheated or something during the cold or something because if it lays down, you can hold in heat better. But
However, the climate was existing at that time is relevant to what type of adaptative features existed amongst the population. So the
Yeah,
climate is constantly going through seismic shifts, all type of things that's taking place in the environment. So the people's biology and characteristics are going to adapt and assimilate to relevant to survival that allows them to survive the environment that they're in. So the planet is always on all shifts and poles of the planet is going through different climates. And the people are over thousands of years adapting to those climatic differences. You know what I'm saying? And all I'm
yeah, but
saying is
some
that
of this stuff
nature,
takes a part too. Like the Inuit, you see the Inuit up in Canada and are the ones we can't, that be out in the Arctic basically, and they still have dark skin.
mhm.
You, you know why that is?
You say it again?
The Inuit, right? In
Yeah.
North America, especially the ones that be out in the Arctic where it's all snowy and all that all the time, right? You know why they
Simple.
still got that dark skin?
Yeah. Simple. The simple definition would be enough time has not elapsed for that particular population to adapt to a new feature, phenotypical feature. That's the simple answer. It ain't nothing complex about it.
I think
No,
it's
that's
That
not
is
it.
it. That most certainly
I
is
think it's
it.
the same
That
thing you
most
said
certainly
earlier.
is it.
It's the same thing you said earlier. The
Yeah, it's because
geographical
the
That
pressures.
snow,
most
right,
certainly is it.
it's because the snow reflects the sun, right, at such high levels that they maintain a dark skin, right? And also the foods they eat are heavy in vitamin D all the time, the natural foods they eat. So it didn't require their body to lose the pigmentation, but also still needed the pigmentation for the constant sunlight sometimes because it'd be light for a long time and it's reflected. Have you been outside and the snow is bright? It's
And
crazy.
you just said the same thing I said, but just gave it more
No,
context
no,
and
I
nuance. That's all you
didn't.
did. You just said the same thing I said, but just tried to give it a little bit more context with a little bit more
I'm just
definition.
telling
You
you
just said
because
I cut through all of that. I cut
the
through all that
difference is
and
no
just gave you
cutting
the
through
simple.
that, bro. No, there's no
What you
cutting
mean?
through all of
Listen,
that, bro.
okay, I'm gonna say
Because
it one more time.
these
I'm gonna say it
things
one more time.
matter when we
Hold on, I'm
talking
gonna say it
about
one more time.
regions of the planet. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on, hold on,
You
hold on.
never much mention food or anything like that. That's what I'm
What
saying.
what
All
is
this stuff just
climatic
matters.
differences?
That's all I'm saying.
What is climatic difference? Climatic
When you
differences. Listen.
weather, that's as far as I was thinking of it.
Climate,
And well, I'm
climate,
guessing that whatever grows in it, then I guess it's all
climate,
included. Shade.
climate controls the food,
Right.
the
No, I
nature
agree
of the
with you.
food that it.
I'm already there.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Climate controls the nature of the food that exists in an environment, the temperature of that environment, the species of that environment, and how that species will relate and adapt to it. That's all that means, bro. That's all that is.
All right.
When I
Well, you
say
said the same thing
climatic
I just
differences,
said, but you said it all
I
difficult
did.
and
So
extra steps.
if we saying the same thing, why would you put up a contrary? Why would you position yourself as
No,
contrary
because I
to
told
my
you
thought?
my hang up was I was just thinking about weather, right? But I didn't think about all the things that
Yeah, I
followed
know
it. So
you
I
didn't,
actually
but I
thought
No,
about it.
was though. I was
I
thinking
heard
about
that
that.
before. I heard that before. Like I'm kind of like with you. Is even though I do know it's a lot of more like details that goes into it, but they're all based off those environments or those geographical locations or those climatic pressures. Yeah,
Over
just to
a given
simplify it.
period of time. Simplified. Over a given period of time.
But
You
it
expose a
is a
people
lot
to
of
a
factors.
particular environment for thousands of years, they're gonna begin to naturally, biologically adapt
Mm-hmm.
for purely for survival
To that
purposes
region.
to that environment, to that region. Period, man.
Yeah,
Shout out to
like because the
Shout
food is
out to
real important.
MellowFocus.
Food is really important, and I'll say this because it was something my girl was actually telling me about it. And I should have remembered it because it was like something ailment that a lot of black people suffer with, and then she was looking across the country and seeing who don't like normally suffer with, and she associated it with their diet. You know,
It's about
I was
sickle
really,
cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia.
yeah, I think that is it. I think it is it.
Yeah, sickle cell anemia.
Yeah, so I was proud of her for that. So she did a little research. I said, "Go on, girl, I'm rubbing off on you."
This stuff, it tends to, the reason why it gets so convoluted is because people try to throw it off into they ideological bags. You know what I'm saying? When you throw it off into your little ideological persuasions and bags, you
Yeah, I mean these people. You said it yourself. They're genetically different. They're culturally different. Yeah, you breaking up. You going in and out a little bit, bro. But yeah, these people. You said that they're culturally different
oh,
people, distinct people. Genetically different people. Um, you still going in and out. There you go. You might
And
be-
the brainwashing was different. Like I always think about the Vikings who they have a religion where I don't know who I was trying. I don't know if anybody else went, but it was like you wanna go out on the battlefield. You wanna unalive that way. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a
Oh
whole
yeah,
thing.
you got some. I think some Islam a sect that believe that as well. It's like sacrificing yourself and shit. Yeah, that's crazy. I would never.
My
Ideology.
thing is we got to get past what we look like, and really the thing that's truly the thing that separates, right, and the thing that gives a people culture. That's the thing that really matters. We have to be able to systematically break down and be able to identify what's a good culture, a productive culture, and what's a regressive culture.
Yeah,
That's really
it's the
what it comes
schooling.
down to.
Yeah, it's the schooling. We gotta have years of schooling. Um, yeah, years. I mean, I don't say necessarily years, but yeah, we gotta have education. People who are already educated, to really get the masses on board. It's just really just because we're talking about really resetting the world right now. Honestly, it's not just like a button. It's a lot of traditions, beliefs, and like he just said, people, they willing to go down about it. So it's gonna take a lot. It's gonna take time. It's gonna take a lot of education for us to close that knowledge gap, especially like us
I
as
mean,
individuals.
But hum,
they going back. They're
but
resetting it right now,
humanity
right?
has went through a multiplicity. Humanity has went through a multiplicity of paradigm shift. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? Islam is a paradigm shift. Christianity was a paradigm shift. And so, centered spiritual traditions was a paradigm shift. You know what I'm
Fairly
saying?
recent
Now
too.
we're in a Eurocentric paradigm reality. So humanity, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is humanity has never experienced a paradigm that was exclusively committed to objectivity. Has been the problem. We are that's centered in all facets of that culture that is centered in the search for truth
How long you
in its
think it's gonna
purest
take?
sense.
How long you think it'll take?
I think it'll take as long. I think it'll take as long as the time elapsed for us to create an ideology that is comprehensive enough. You know what I'm saying, to center us in that reality. And then once the ideology is created, then we can attribute all of the strategy, marketing, and all of that to it to promote it, pump it, and have it become a real thing. You know what I'm saying, as a social phenomenon amongst humanity. You know what I'm saying? But it just takes us to create it and to develop it. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And these types of conversations, like I'm writing right now. I'm writing a book. I'm writing a book that is attempting to address that from my level of analytical reason that I've attributed to it, the discussion so far. And I'm hoping that information will add to the dialogue. You know what I'm saying, and further catapult us into that specific realm of thinking.
Yeah. 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 Everything. I think everything everybody's doing, like with the contributions, I think it all matters, man. I think it's all beneficial. Um. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna look into that. I know that's look into this app programming code and taking that shit serious. Because I feel like that's what's keep on like popping up in my shit. And then shit, I know that I was talking about that shit the other day with my guy. I said, man, motherfuckers, we kind of like raise the kids to kind of ask them like what they want to be in life, and they kind of like pick out these positions opposed to trying to like really just be free or be financially stable, or unless they actually have a good interest. But I think that just frees the mind up so much, and once we have, just like you say, this base, I know you got a little bit written up on it. I got a little something, or at least an overview, a broad understanding of it. But it definitely got to get a little bit more specific. But even with that, we saying that we want it to be comprehensive. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think it's. I think if we're gonna do it like that, I think we gotta raise the bar for people's understanding and learning and capabilities, because we can't simplify it too much for the people. You gotta catch
Big.
them up to speed.
That that cultural, that cultural
Breaking up, bro.
My bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good now. Let me
Can
hear.
you hear me now?
Yeah, you good.
Okay, that cultural curriculum that we were talking about before, I believe in my heart of hearts that is comprehensive enough to address and to motivate that shift, right? If we can create a cultural pedagogy that's centered exclusively in critical thinking, effective communication, proper etiquette,
Mm-hmm.
emotional intelligence, the basics and fundamentals of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. That's the first wave, right? The second wave would be financial literacy, entrepreneurship, health and wellness, right? Military strategy and effective weapons application and development, right? The third wave would be um, psychology, etymology, archaeology, anthropology, sociology, right? If we can center ourselves right there, for the first 20, 10 to 20 years, right, of our development as a society, center ourselves right there. Throw everything else in the trash. Throw everything else in. Throw the mysticism, trash it. Trash it. Tribalism outside of this cultural pedagogy, trash it. Right? Throw everything else in the trash and just center ourselves right there, right? And let our driving modus operandi be, right? If it does not create life, sustain life, and evolve life, then it is not consistent with the principle of life. So all of our technology, all of our philosophies, all of our ideologies, it have to create life, it have to sustain life, and it has to be able to evolve life. That's how we're able to identify what type of technology or what type of ideology or what type of culture we're looking at all times. Because it's either going to promote that or transgress against that. And I think that's where we have to lock ourselves right there.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah. You know, I always
I
like that.
think you should add one. I like that one. I always say we gotta get rid of the tribal stuff, bro. That's like, you know what I mean? To me, if you got tribal beef, it's just like, how old is it? You know what I'm saying? Like, but I understand a lot of people got, this is a better way. You just can't let it go to the next generation. Like, you gotta leave it where it's at.
He said tribalism.
No. I wasn't saying that. I said I especially agree with the
Oh yeah.
get rid of that. Yeah. Dang, what I was about to say.
You know you will add one.
You say you was about to add one. What was the add-on?
Oh yeah. I said defense. You gotta add defense into
He
that
said that
somehow.
already.
I said defense.
That's military.
Oh, I ain't hear that. Oh,
Yeah,
all right, but I
military,
ain't hear that.
comprehensive military strategy and effective weapons application and development.
Yeah. I think financial literacy, geopolitics, I think that's in there too. So yeah,
For sure.
man. Yeah, I think it's
Man, we wouldn't lose. We wouldn't lose.
Well, we and then this is the reason why I said, like, okay, I meant to ask you this. In the community, right? Is this a community excluded to black people?
No. That's why I said initially.
Exactly.
Right?
No, that's perfect.
That's
No,
why
that's
I
perfect.
said initially.
Mm-hmm.
Ignorance. I would identify and delineate our true enemy to be ignorance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I would
yeah.
take it out of the conversation of looking at a race as being your enemy, and I would just exclusively identify the enemy as being a lack of knowledge, ignorance.
That's perfect because don't nobody want to be ignorant.
Bro, can we like also help screen everybody? You know what I'm saying, before they come like from other countries.
Yeah, that would be part of being that would be part of the science. You can't be coming in there with no germs, no diseases, no sicknesses that could be transferred. But that wouldn't be scientifically smart
Bro,
to
what
do.
we talking about basically, in all fair and to be practical, which what we're talking about is eugenics. We're talking about eugenics, but we're talking about a higher form of eugenics. We're talking about eugenics, but we're talking about
Are we?
eugenics how it was originally meant to be practiced and demonstrated amongst a right and truth-centered people.
Yeah, it was really like under the underlying definitions of life.
That's right. You know what I'm saying? That's what look up the word eugenics, D, real quick.
No, I'm
Look up the
probably
word eugenics.
I'm laying down now.
Look at the
I
word
look at. I had to
eugenics.
go on tea time if I look it up.
Just look at Google the definition of eugenics real quick.
Hold
Just
on. I'll be right back.
all right. You can get it, Mellow.
And I can still hear y'all while I'm on tea time too. So
Okay. Get
Yeah.
that word eugenics and pull that up on the screen. Watch this. Because this is what we're talking about. The cultural pedagogy is a system of eugenics. You know what I'm saying? That's evolving the people. You know, expose to eliminate certain erroneous behavior, characteristics, ideologies, and thought complexes amongst and biological factors amongst a group of people. You got to take them through a process of eugenics. Read that.
okay, it says the study
Yo,
of
you just
how.
gotta show me how you do that when you're done, bro. How do you be moving the pictures, bro? How do you do that?
Oh, this is on. I'll probably have to take. This is on the one with the little man. He in front of the screen and he got his hand raised up over the screen. So that's probably the one I'm doing. That's how you do it. You got to pull that effect up.
Yeah, I got that, John. I didn't know you could. Oh, I just never tried. Oh, okay. I will try one day. I'm gonna try it now after you finish. My bad. I'm sorry. I ain't
It's
mean to
either that
interrupt. Go
one. It's
ahead,
either that
bro.
one or this one where he got these books. It's the same one where he got books on it. I don't know if I did something different on there. I just leave it alone once I can do that. But yeah, eugenics is the study of how to arrange reproduction within a human population to increase the occurrence of heritable characteristics regarded as desirable. So we gon' really have to define what's desirable with the
Now,
sound.
what is desirable?
Is
What is
what's
It
beneficial
desirable?
wasn't us.
for life.
There it is. Now y'all rolling. Now
Yeah.
we rolling.
Developed
Now
largely
we
by
rolling.
okay. Then it gets to somebody else, but it talks about right here how they get into the how it was discredited as unscientific. But this kind of perfect because, like you say, nobody's ever did this. You can actually make this scientific, and that's why the main thing was like I wanted to get on that operative word right there is desirable, right?
See
What
the
they
little
thought being
man,
desirable was based on phenotype.
the little mustache man, he was on to something when he was dibbing and dabbing in this concept, but he just applied it in a perverse manner. His ideology was so perverted that it was hard for him to apply this science in its purity. You see what I'm saying? Because he was coming from a perverted perspective,
Yeah.
ideological perspective.
And also, these sciences really wasn't. I mean, because we could do this on a biological level, we could do this on the cellular level now.
Facts.
But that science wasn't available at the time. But yeah, definitely, this shit was that dude right there, bro. I mean, Pop, bro. I'm talking about Fry. I can't imagine. Oh my goodness, I'd have been scared to death of that crazy man.
Nah.
If I was his op, nah, I mean not me personally, but if I was one of the people he was on the hunt after, but like man,
Yeah.
what are you even talking about, bro? And it's crazy because our president binge watch his ass or binge listen
Yeah.
to.
Yep.
Look at the backdrop I had on here.
Yep. But he should be studied though.
Oh
He
yeah,
should be studied.
definitely.
You know, I watch him religiously too to study that Joker.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man, you gotta study him. Shoot.
Yeah, it's crazy because, like I said, man, it takes it back to tribalism, especially with him. Like people want to fall behind a leader. Same thing with how they deal with Umar, how they doing with Umar. It's like you just want somebody who talk loud than the bitch who don't give a damn get in front of your white folks. That's all they want.
Yep.
All these motherfuckers now I'm looking at all these people. Farrakhan, dude, 607, these motherfuckers, Bobby Hemmett. Motherfuckers is loud as hell. The dude, Gaddy be lying or something. His name is like I think his name literally like that. He
What's his
said
name?
Gaddy be lying or something.
I ain't never heard of him.
Yeah, he's a clown. But He came over here. Yeah, I called him out. I called him out because I was like, I said, man, bring your ass on over here. He came across the page. I started Herb and called his ass, sent him an invite. He came up, surprisingly. Of course, showed he had no scholarship at all. But I said, man, I said, I was really like trying to keep him up here, so I wasn't going too hard on him. So I was like, man, what's your tactic for studying? He said, man, I just get drunk. I said, damn. And I had to really sit with it because that was my first response. I had to really sit with it because the dude got a following, and they, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn. I say, man, that's probably making
He
people,
say you get drunk.
man. But you know how relatable that is to black folks. You know how many drunk uncles and you know what I'm saying. So they get in here. That's what he do. When he get in here. That's what he do. As soon as you go to his page, get in here.
Damn, that's deep.
Yeah, I was like, damn, this shit works. If I want to hear it. So it's just like for me being like sensible and sane, I kind of have to like tap into like different methods, tactics, oratory skills, and maybe even got to study some of these shits to that. But it's really for me, it's about I don't want to even say compromising, but just being able to be adaptable to a lot of people in situations, especially like I say, knowing an effective communication. It's so crazy because I literally had contradicted myself talking to somebody. I said, man, I was teaching them how to be like social in the network. I said, man, go up to somebody, compliment their ass, make their ass feel good. I say, damn, that should do work. Somebody come up to me, they compliment me on my outfit or something I don't put effort in. I'm gonna start low key cheesing, maybe blushing and shit. It really
48 laws of power.
Yeah, it really disarms a person, make them fuck with you. Yeah, 48 laws of power. It's another one that
How to win friends and influence people. Dale Carnegie.
He got another book where he talked about that. I think it was the Art of Mastery. He got on that one too.
You talking about the 33 Strategies of War?
No, he got another one. I think
The Art of Seduction.
No, he got one called the Art of Mastery or Mastery.
Oh, you talking about Mastery?
I think it may be just
Mastery.
Mastery. Yeah. Where he talks about
Mastery.
it too. Right. Yeah. Ultimately, that's the only thing. Like for me, it's just like I just try to be authentic as possible, but that's the part of the world where nigga just got out of. Oh, I was just telling that nigga that I said, man, shit, go ahead, shit, politics, bro. You know how politics work. Got to motherfucking hug babies and promise people money, you ain't gonna give them. That's the first thing they do. This is how we gonna get you paid. This target audience, this the target audience we trying to target. Let's see how we gonna get them some money in their pockets. But I think that's a good idea, especially with the investment, because not only is it good for the culture and positive outlook, and it's just productive in our way, it'd be like the first of its own kind. Like damn near literally
a game changer, bro.
That'd literally be like a
game
utopia
changer.
Worldwide.
It'd be a game changer.
Yeah.
And it'll act as an absolute example and blueprint of how to do what we've done if we execute on a high level with it,
Yeah, I think we as far as we like black people, we got a large incentive to do it. And I'm just really kind of projecting for me because like I ain't had really like no motivation outside of, I guess, ultimately being black and not having like no history, no traditions, no shit to really go looking for these answers. And when I found it, found a whole lot of flaws in what's going on, how the world exists, how it been existing, how it evolved. And shit, yeah, I think that's our motivation, or should be our motivation, knowing that the knowledge gap is heavy on our culture. But yeah, I'm definitely down for not being exclusive to black people because that was never how I envisioned it anyway. When I was a little boy, I wasn't racist yet. You know what I'm saying? I had to get older, and I ain't never even really got fucked over. It's just society in general. I had a ticket the other day. I went to ticket court. Right, I went in there. First thing I did, I raised my hand up. I started looking at my skin, looked at everybody else, shit matching mine. I said, God damn, where the fuck the other motherfuckers at?
But racism is counterproductive to human existence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like real talk, it's counterproductive.
Yeah, we talking about humans. We talking about humanity as a whole collective. Anything
Absolutely.
else? It's kind of like the diaspora wars, but on a geopolitical level, on the world scale. Yeah.
Facts. They messed the game up when they incorporated, when they brought that racism into the whole thought matrix of human beings. Man, that set us back. That set humanity back, bro.
Major time.
Well, 100%, bro. That's because these people don't care, man. It set us forward and held us back at the same time. I think you about to say that probably.
Yeah. Yeah, this shit is just a trip. How that shit still like how it still persisted, like how these motherfuckers enjoy they luxuries and even in the midst of being like dead ass wrong. That's really what I be wanting. I be really wanting some white folks to be like, we dead ass wrong. I heard a white boy go he was explaining the transatlantic slave trade today, but shit, he was autistic. He went hard though. You know what I'm saying? But he was like emotionally a little bit disconnected. We don't really get to hear like I don't really people of European descent speaking up like a nick like how you niggas do. Like, hey y'all, this shit is dead ass wrong,
Bro,
colonization.
it's been like it's been individuals like that. John Brown was one. You know,
Yeah.
we've had individuals like that. And this individuals like that today is just that there's no notoriety associated with their name. You
Mm-hmm.
know, society don't amplify their message. But it's the man, you have Europeans, you have Chinese people, you have all kinds of people that'll tell you on a basic and fundamental level and articulate it. I'm talking about articulated with intelligence and emotion. I mean, enough empathy and compassion. Man, they'll tell you, hey, racism is wrong, and they'll give
Why
you all of the finer points of that.
how do we
But
ever let humanity get in the hands of what?
First of
Ancestral
all, it's
lineages.
up to them to fix it, bro. It ain't up to us to fix racism.
How do we ever let mankind like leave science's grasp, like the intellect? I don't say even science, but the intellectuals' grasp. How did it ever get to people love influence, people with money? Like, why wasn't it always the scholars who had this shit?
because 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 of a lethargic mindset,
Hmm.
the laziness of mind.
Yeah,
You know, if you have a society that's not, and institutions within that society that's not encouraging you, propelling you, or compelling you to think, to utilize your mind, and to try to avail yourself to the highest levels of your potentials, then that's how a person get rocked into that type of psychological matrix. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Just a lethargic mindset, just lazy, bro.
We see out here, damn it, we intellectually comatose, physically
Yeah, bro.
lethargic. Yeah, that shit sad. Yeah, we out of there. We out of there, and we gotta do something with that to boost our energy or something.
And that started from the cradle.
Hmm.
That started at the cradle. And you have to have a culture. You know, see, it's the culture that cultivates. You know what I'm saying? It's the values, the traditions, the ideologies, the institutions, the systems of entertainment, all facets of the cultural paradigm that cultivates the human being towards a particular mindset.
Yeah,
That's
like
the process.
I think all the churches need to be revamped. We got to come up with something to do in them mugs because it's a whole bunch of churches, and I know that the membership is
Trash.
getting watered down. So yeah, we need to do something in there with that live music because they got something in there with that choir. We can go in there and really turn up, and we can go in there and talk about something. But yeah, them churches got to go, man, because it's just like good free ass space.
Yep.
Just being used to indoctrinate and sell dreams.
But if churches was used as pulpits to speak on the things that we're talking about tonight, man, bro, we'll see a shift in a span of 10 years.
Yeah, because we
Immediately.
be because when you said them numbers, I was thinking you was talking about five like 50 in every city. I said, dang, he would be lit
Nah,
then.
just 5,000. Just 5,000. That's all it takes. 5,000. 5,000.
Yeah, one in one
5,000.
one location. In one location though.
I would start in a location that constitutionally allows
Yeah.
firearms
Oh yeah. You try to come down. You try to
in
come down
great
to Texas.
amounts. I'm trying
Try
to
to come
come
to
down out of
Texas.
Texas,
Yeah, you should Texas business.
you know, because
You got a
the
lot of
police
land.
department that we create gonna be state of the art, advanced, highly armed, and it's gonna truly represent. See, See, with a community like that, you kill and annihilate overnight all of the social ailments that
Hmm.
affect the so-called black community overnight. Police brutality, uh, 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 alcoholism, the epidemic of drugs, various other drugs and diseases. You kill it overnight, annihilate it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With the institution of a different cultural formation and cohesion. You know what I'm saying? You
I
annihilate
tell you,
all that overnight.
yeah, it gotta be like how you say, it gotta be a breakdown. People gonna be so caught up in their worldly ways. And like you say, it's only 5,000, so a lot of people gonna cancel themselves out anyway. It's just gonna have to be the
Facts.
most productive of the most productive. But the influence and the outcome is going, the fruits of it is gonna be the proof of it itself, though.
Absolutely.
You get right, and I like
And
that.
the
It's on the
trust.
stuff anyway. Go ahead.
You say what,
The
D?
trust got to be there. The trust got to be there.
Facts. That's
Oh
essential.
yeah,
That's
yeah. I think it's.
essential.
I think the trust. I think the trust is gonna be like in like the board, like everybody holding everybody else accountable.
Facts.
Um,
The trust got to start with trusting and believing in the ideology that's been formulated to guide us. As
mhm.
long as we trust in that and we live and abide by that, and we hold everybody accountable that's standing beside us to that, you know what I'm saying? That's where the trust began. The trust began right there.
And then
First, you
that's
got to
doing so
trust
much.
your
That's gonna get,
ideology.
that's gonna get rid of bullshit and people in general. That's hard, bro.
What?
That's hard.
What?
I mean, all the bullshit people to get on your nerves, they're not gonna be allowed. They're not gonna be. This is gonna be that. That's crazy. But this is what we talk. This is what I be talking about because the ideology, or at least the ideology that I was indoctrinated in, it had me coming up with visions of like what heaven was. And then when you figure it out, okay, damn, that may not be there. It's kind of like a gamble if at the most, right? So why
Mm,
not try to make that a reality here?
facts.
Hang with some angels. Motherfuckers is
Facts.
pure, got pure intent, not malicious intent. Want the best for you, for everybody around, for your kids. You ain't got to worry about your kids. Say, man, it'll probably take a couple generations just for motherfuckers to really just get rid of all of the PTSD.
Yes.
That motherfucker gonna be
Bro,
clutch after a
that's
while.
what I'm saying. If they just had like any scrap of humanity or soul, right, like in them as a whole, like the powers, people in charge, right, they had any scrap of like whatever. Like I'm not saying I believe it's a soul, but you know what I'm saying. Any
Mm-hmm.
moral compass. It's just like if they had any at all, bro, the whole world would already be living in a utopia, bro. We have the resources, we have the technology, bro. Like I just don't. It's just only
Bro,
one excuse, man. They want to have $60 million weddings, bro,
Mellow.
and go to Mars. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
I said go to Mars. Yeah,
But
that
but
is it.
Mellow.
They are
But
desensitive.
Mellow. But it come down to think about it. Heaven, the concept of heaven is a lazy man's belief.
Mm.
It's a lazy man's belief because the
Right.
concept of heaven, it creates a reality that you know you want, right? You desperately want
facts.
mind to create for yourself. So you would rather put it somewhere in some distant beyond instead of striving for it right here on this planet, right here. It's a lazy man's belief. It goes
Yeah.
back to that lethargy, that
Mhm.
lethargic mindset. You know, that's why Christianity, and all them, man, them are lazy man's religions.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? It's all lazy. It's just lazy. You don't want to
Yeah.
push your mind to create and build what you say you gonna go to when you die, right here on this planet.
Ooh-wee. That made me think because
That's why I don't
I said it.
respect it.
I said it gives us anti-intellectualism. Anti-intellectualism is
Facts.
ultimately gives us laziness anyway, or it is a form of laziness. But yeah, just full blown physical laziness. Ugh.
The
That's
fact that you can repent
ah,
automatically don't allow for any actual spiritual, if you quote unquote spiritual uh growth.
growth.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, because you up here. Oh, I'll just say my bad.
Lazy.
My bad. All right, pat on the back.
Lazy. No
Yeah.
accountability. No responsibility.
No true
That's
repentance.
lazy,
No
bro.
true repentance.
That's lazy.
But and no true
True
repentance because
repentance.
they already have a connotation of what repentance means as opposed to the true definition of it. So they thinking of repentance just mean okay, you good, go back.
Nah.
Oh, I thought you meant that, you know, basically he died for the sins, so whatever it's whatever, it don't even matter.
Essentially that's what I'm saying. They feel like John
Okay.
3:16, and then that's it. Like they don't feel like they actually have to. They actually have to like not do that anymore. I'm like, okay, I repent for it. It's just, they feel like it's just prayer at this point, or just belief. But yeah, ultimately,
Laziness.
laziness. That's it.
Lazy
Man.
ass people. That's
That's
all
it.
they are, bro.
I
Lazy.
remember. I remember when I first started meeting like Muslims and shit. I was like, I started respecting Muslims immediately more than Christians because I said, man, at least they got some disciplines they got to subscribe to. You know what I'm saying? So I immediately like, oh man, these niggas, they shit more realer than y'all. I don't
Yeah,
care if it's
they
Bro,
lazy
but
too, though.
no, they don't read it. They do got stuff they posted. They supposed to be not doing Passover. They not supposed to be eating the seafood and all this other stuff. They ain't supposed to be eating pork.
Oh
We ain't
yeah,
supposed
you're
to be
right.
cutting beards and all. It's a whole bunch of stuff
Oh yeah, they
Man,
got like
they
over
ain't
don't they
supposed
don't
to
do.
they
touch
got like over
swine.
600 laws or some shit or some rules.
Can't
Yeah.
go to them Arabs. Now that's the Hebrews. Hebrews got 613 laws
Oh
that
yeah,
they
yeah, yeah,
supposed to live,
613.
and abide by. They don't abide by nothing. But the 613 laws was their, it was their jurisprudence system. It was their government. It was their, it was their whole
Yeah,
complex of their culture and political system, all that,
It was just
dietary
laws and all that.
hygiene.
it made me think too. Like we talk about, it got to be comprehensive. And then what I said about it, like we can't simplify it. It made me think them people got a big ass book. You going to school all year round for this shit. Make sure your
Facts.
ass being. And I know the indoctrination got a negative connotation to it too. But say, man, yeah, need to believe. Yeah, lead them know it, believe it, have faith in it.
That's right. That's right. Anything you learn is indoctrination,
Yeah. Especially what you accept.
particularly what you accept. Particularly what you accept.
Yeah, I'm gonna get into it. I'm gonna get into that app information, but I gotta get off this joint. I gotta I was there being up early. Like it's just up somewhere anyway.
Man, it's always good building with you, D. For
Man,
real, for
nah,
real.
bro. You super hard, bro. You say, man.
Always good building with you, bro.
You already know that. Mellow go too.
Man, I am, man. I appreciate your contribution as well, Mello. I really do, bro.
Yeah.
Man, I appreciate y'all, brother. I mean, dog, man, you already know, bro. Man, etymology, bro. They gonna get tired.
Man, I ain't yeah.
They call this a meeting of the minds.
Facts. Yeah, and I'm definitely gonna
Man,
leave with that. I'm putting like he said I'm gonna see if I can come up with at least one app, at least a program, figure out how to get that shit in the process, because I think that's one of
Man,
the
commit 10,000 hours to that, D. Let me see what you come up with.
2,000 hours. Let me see. I got some shit to do this weekend, and then a couple more weekends, but I'm gonna do that. Nah, that's it. That's it. That's
man,
my.
save this clip too, bro. Save this clip, man. Save
Now
this up.
I'm actually I was thinking about that. I'm actually finna see what they clipped in general. I wish it was a way I could just take these lives and drop them into YouTube, but it don't never let me do it. It may be because they be too long. But
Oh, they don't
man,
let you do that?
What you mean? Cause you got. I think you got. Once you take it, I think you could download them. I know. Jay History. He put his Johns. Every Johns be like 3 hours.
okay, I gotta see. I gotta either holler at him or see if maybe I do it on a desktop or something. Maybe if I do it on a
Yeah, they should
desktop.
allow you to do that.
Oh yeah. It's the lap. He when he do it on the laptop. That's the only time he was
Oh
doing it every time.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, I'd have missed out like that. Cause I had some shit. But yeah, definitely. I was definitely thinking about that shit today. Cause yeah, man, we had some good. It be always articulated well, but it just sometimes if it's something worded different, people may process it just may make the whole processing the part easier for people. And I definitely appreciate
Facts.
y'all, man. Y'all some gentlemen and a scholar. And then I'm definitely gonna clip. I'm petty. I'm definitely gonna clip brother going over that shit and say, oh, okay. Yeah, that was definitely crazy.
Mandatory.
What's the clip of the
Say
day?
this is how
No,
you
no, no.
supposed to respond to information right here.
Man, for real, yeah, I'm gonna
Like,
prop him up, prop him up. 'Cause that shit was crazy. I'm not gonna lie, I can't wait to hear that over.
He said, "What Yahweh deities? What that list? Oh man, he'd be like, yep, another dub."
damn, I wish I was here for that. Oh
You don't
my
see it.
god.
You don't see it. You're gonna be like, hey, that was because he was. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. But I look at it like this: if you
So
come up,
where did he go from there? Where did he go from there?
I think he subsided because I don't really be looking at the shit. I looked at that, it was gone, then the other one gone.
It
Yeah,
was it.
yeah, I
It
know
was
it.
it.
But that's why I say, like, if you come up here, I feel like if somebody's coming up here, it's like they damn near they went to church and you was finna you wanted to get up there and get dipped in the water anyway. That's how I feel. It's no reason
Baptized.
why your ass coming up here. I
Oh,
know I'm trying to,
baptize your ass.
because I know I'm sounding like I know what I'm talking about. I know I'm.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure.
I feel like your ass just want to get converted into the truth anyway. Your ass come up here playing with me,
Facts,
or you want to
facts.
crash out. It's been one of the two. But nah, brothers, we gonna make sure we get some clips. I know we all got some clips out of this. I'm gonna make sure I get it because I gotta go. I got road trips, so I'm gonna be listening to it the whole time. That's what I be doing.
Man, be well, man. Be peaceful. Stay safe
Yeah,
out there,
safe
bro.
travels,
I
bro. Yeah,
appreciate
for
y'all.
sure,
Y'all
sure.
brothers have a good evening. Y'all have a good day. Y'all be safe out there. All right, AD, I see you, man. Y'all be good, brothers.
All right now,
Yeah,
King.
yeah. Peace, AD.